Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 101, Captains. Rajuro Odoribashi tended to consider himself quite a lazy person. Many people would be surprised by that, considering that he was a captain in the Godi 13, the kind of position that required enough talent and effort to acquire, not something a lazy person would pursue, especially considering how many Shinigami had failed to reach it despite their best efforts. What those people would fail to realize was that Rajuro's climb to the role had been as slow, methodical, and limited in effort as it was possible to be. A moderate effort across a long period of time, practically turned into a routine, rather than any big, tiring stretch of overachievements. He had checked, and knew that the 5 centuries which had passed between his getting recruited and his becoming captain represented the slowest progress to the command seat in the history of the Godi 13. The benefit for such little effort was a place that required a very limited amount of work that was, overall, fairly relaxing. While he'd heard plenty of complaining from his fellow captains about the involved paperwork, Rajuro found papers much less tiring to interact with than people on average, since the correct way of interacting with them was always the same. Any duty of higher complexity could be delegated to a person capable of handling them, which required spending just once the much lesser effort required in picking competent subordinates, thus leaving him free of any difficult work. And, while it was custom that the divisions watching over the mortal realm would have the captain and lieutenant rotate regularly between which of the two was stationed in the mortal realm as an emergency responder, custom was not law, so he'd gladly ignored that one, which had allowed him to spend the overwhelming majority of the 2 years since he'd become captain in the relaxing confines of his office. This way, by keeping abreast of new graduates from the academy, his biggest task was to pick a diversified roster of competent ones and assign them to the competent officers he'd previously selected for the same job. With that done, the majority of his job left was to let his division operate as it should, while having almost nothing tiring to do. Even with having planned things to minimize his workload in such a manner, however, one notable exception remained, since a division's captain was also the one in charge of dealing with large messes that required deployment of a Bankai to be cleaned up. And, as he stared at the mass of advancing Quincy, Rajuro was well aware that this situation was just such a thing. The only positive things was that this kind of deployment was rare. He'd only had to take to the battlefield like this 4 times in his whole service time as a captain, 3 of which, including the current one, had been to face off against Quincy. He had more or less a clear idea of what was going to happen here as a result, but even with that, he couldn't help himself but let out a long breath, as if already feeling the tiredness of the battle settling on him before it had even began. Everything's all right, Rose. If you're not feeling up to it, you can say so. Rajuro glanced to his left, where his lieutenant, Love Ikawa, was looking at him with a questioning expression. Rajuro knew that, if he asked him to, Love would take point on this. They were longtime friends, with Rajuro having even been Love's best man at his wedding. He was perhaps the most trustworthy person he'd ever met, and a typical example of a great subordinate who was able to run things pretty well without any need for supervision. However, he had also not yet developed Bankai, and while his Shikai had a much greater destructive potential than average, Rajuro wasn't about to put his enemy into danger when he was best suited to the role. So he smiled, shaking his head and answering. It's better if you handle coordinating the defenses. Boring as the job is, it's sometimes necessary for me to do some of it. Besides, as tiring as having to defeat the enemy army by himself was going to be, it would not be as stressing as coordinating the division in defenses. As he turned his eyes on the Quincy, narrowing them to get a better view, he added, his tone serious. Also, I think they'll be in firing range within 3 seconds. Love blinked, turning to watch as he commented. You sure? Bow range is supposed to be barely half that. Not when Quincy are involved. Love didn't argue any further, merely trusting Rajuro as he rose his already transformed Shikai, creating a pillar of flames so huge, it was taller than the walls of Suriadii behind them, and 4 times the thickness of a person. Most people would have thought that the ability to create a singular fire pillar was somewhat limited, and they would have been wrong. Love could choose how much of the fire stored inside the sword would be part of the pillar, meaning he had absolute control over its size, as well as completely control its every movement in any way, so long as the pillar maintained its overall shape. And, of course, since the pillar was fueled by absorbing and storing into the sword any fire that came into contact with it. The ability had the potential to grow without limits, so even just as a Shikai, it was quite powerful. Something which Love proceeded to prove by willing the fire to rise upwards, hovering a good distance above the troops, before having it lay flat and start to spin, creating a large disk of fire above the troops just as the Quincy released the first barrage of their arrow. While his Shinigami were creating shields with Kido, just as instructed, most of them weren't quick enough caster to have a full set of protections up yet, so without Love's Shikai taking care of about 2/3 of the attacks, they would have been decimated. Additionally, Love had set them up so that those Shinigami who were able to cast faster were scattered across the formation, which helped deflect most of the rest, so that only a few arrows managed to wound somebody. Knowing that Love had the direction of the defenses in hand, Rajuro moved forward to deal with the counter-attack. Not only was that going to take less work than directing the troops, he also wasn't going to be doing it alone, which really ought to reduce the workload. Already, Yoriyuki, having moved forward first, was drawing most of the Quincy attention, while whomever was directing the troops had ensured they didn't waste their attacks on her, showing a great deal of control. That didn't mean they'd left her alone. Quite the opposite, really, as not only were several Quincy already heading her way, he could perceive that it was their most powerful ones who were doing so. Which left him free of interference, at least to begin with, so he decided he might as well take advantage. As he swung his sword, he whispered, "Play, Kinshara," and the Zanpakuto shifted to its Shikai form, the segmented golden whip with the rose-shaped blade at its end stretching extremely to strike across the entire length of the first line in the formation. Rajuro made sure to unleash a mix of sounds that clashed with each other in a very specific manner, that resulted in a powerful wind explosion. As the whip continued to move along the enemy's ranks in its swing, he had it repeat that particular sound again and again, leaving the entire front of the enemy's army decimated by what had amounted to a set of bombs going off point blank along the entire length of his unnaturally large swing and stopping their advance in its tracks. Rajuro was particularly proud of that specific trick. It had taken him a month of devoting a couple of hours a day to study his Shikai's power, the ability to collect and release sounds, before he was able to develop a combination of sounds that would result in an explosion. Once he'd figured it out, however, it only took 1 hour of practice a week to keep the specific harmony clear in his mind. The ability to cause explosions on command, while much less effective than most of what his Shikai could actually do, was both easier to use and much more impressive to enemies. And, most important of all, it required much less work on Rajuro's part. The true use of his Shikai was that it allowed him to break apart the collected sounds to their basic components, and combine them together into all sorts of compositions. It was actually extremely well suited to stealth and confusing opponents, but the amount of effort required to use it properly was far too high for Rajuro to ever really put it in, since it was effectively infinite. Even so, in the current circumstances, he was well aware of the necessity of exercising at least a little bit of effort, so, on his return swing, he let out a long, keening note reverberate along the path of his whip, and a large portion of the Quincy who had outside the range of the initial explosion barrage, and thus, while stopped, had still been unharmed, fell down on their knees, many holding their ears that had been busted by the sound, while others simply looked dazed and struggling to raise from where they'd tumbled to the ground, as the sound wave had messed with their balance. He pulled Kinshara back, his control on the Zanpakuto the result of the 1 hour, and no more, of practice that he'd included in his daily routine since first unlocking the weapon's true form, and his free hand grabbed a spot about 3 handspans below the blade, which he then began to spin at his side, the movement producing no sound as Kinshara absorbed the whistling that its spinning through the air would make as it did. Then, just as the backwards ranks of the Quincy troops started to look like they were gathering their courage to advance, he let it fly forward, straight and fast, and then let the sound out all at once as the rose-shaped blade reached the very front of the enemy formation. The wind displaced by the sudden eruption of sound moved so quick and so fast it propagated like a wave through the enemy formation, cutting many of them down where they stood, and even those who weren't hit directly by the shock front of the blast wave were still bowled over by the sheer power behind it. Rajuro nodded a bit to himself. He hadn't defeated the entire army, but he'd laid enough waste to the first column that they would not recover quickly, while leaving the rest of the enemies in enough of a disarray to leave them as easy pickings for his division, as long as they struck before the Quincy could reorganize. And, Once again proving why Rajuro was right to trust him, he could sense Rose ordering the advance, and the Shinigami under his command surging forward to invest the Quincy before they could regain their coordination. Which was just as well, because Rajuro could also sense that a section of the Quincy leaders who had been harrying Yoriyuki were now, after his display of power, heading for him. He was not sure if they were just looking for revenge, or if they perhaps hoped that taking him out would turn the tides. Not like he planned them to achieve their goal in either case, but having an idea of his opponent's personality would greatly help in figuring out what the most effortless way to take care of them was. Because, as he looked at the half of the group that wasn't heading for him, it was clear that a lack of ability was not something he could count upon to make his work easier. The leader of the group left behind, a young woman with long, frizzy black hairs, seemed to be directing some combination of Ranso Tenge and Heilig Feel that was interfering directly with Yoriyuki's powers, not just by redirecting her attacks, but also by stopping her Bankai from just turning any of the Quincy into bugs and stepping on them to win. This was obvious because a large portion of the attack force had already suffered that fate when Yoriyuki had first attacked, so the fact these weren't been similarly affected suggested that she couldn't, and the strings that were redirecting attacks away were the only visible means by which something like that could be accomplished. Another of the Quincy, a very old-looking woman with her puffy hairs dyed a cotton candy pink color, was apparently able to both turn herself invisible and make both her arrows and those of her allies do the same, which had Yoriyuki on the defense, her mixed animal senses clearly giving her at least some way to deflect most of those attacks, although not all, if her constant twisting around and the occasional scratch were anything to go by. A third Quincy, a dark-skinned man with his hairs arranged in long braids and wearing thick golden sunglasses, was shooting arrows that exploded in cloud of red glitters, and whenever some of it managed to hit Yoriyuki, he immediately began shouting directions to the rest, clearly somehow using his power to predict her movement and even what she would change her body into next. Rajuro wondered how exactly that worked. It had to be some application of Heilig Feel, but he wasn't sure what. Compared to those three, the last of the four Quincy, a middle-aged old man with gray hairs and a pencil-thin mustache, had a more straightforward strategy. Which didn't mean it was less dangerous. If anything, the fact that he kept firing a dozen of arrows with each shot, and those arrows, which were spinning on themselves like drills, seemed to be able to change their path midair, split, and combine together, and bounce off each other without losing momentum, made him look like the most deadly opponent of the four. Still, Yoriyuki didn't look like she thought she would be going to need help. If anything, going by the expression on the various combatants' faces, the four Quincy were extremely worried to have lost those of their allies that were heading for Rajuro, while Yoriyuki had a confident smile on her face. Considering this, Rajuro suspected that his own opponents might actually be more skilled than those facing Yoriyuki. While it would be stupid of anybody to think he was more dangerous than her, the chance they'd sent their best to take care of him quickly so they could then focus back their full attention on the Lady Shihoan seemed very likely. So, with a sigh, he called forth his Bankai by whispering, "Dance with the moon, Kinshara." He didn't let his Ryotsu erupt out, and the change in his Zanpakuto's form was limited to a set of white engravings of roses appearing along its length, so he had good hopes his opponents wouldn't be expecting what he was going to unleash on them. He took stock of the four opponents who were heading his way. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, they were walking rather than rushing in, and while a part of that was likely caution at confronting him, it seemed obvious to Rajuro that the primary reason was that they were keeping a formation. Walking in front was a figure wrapped in a thick metal armor that left nothing of its body visible, wearing a large white cape with a high collar that made it even more imposing. The outfit was topped by a closed metal helm with a lowered visor that sported a peak at the center and slits on both sides. While the figure itself was imposing, what unnerved Rajuro most was that, instead of a Quincy bow or even a sword, the only recognizable weapon the armored figure was carrying was a long, cylindrical device slung over its shoulder. The item seemed made of several metal tubes secured together by metal loops, with a large cubic structure at the base and two handles, a long, flat one over the top, and one of the bottom which looked like a crossbow's handle. While he wasn't sure what the thing was, he was pretty sure it was some advanced form of the new gun weapon that he knew had replaced crossbow in recent times, and he wasn't very keen to see what something like that would be able to do in the hands of a Quincy. The imposing stature of the one walking in front would have made the two Quincy who were at the sides, about 2 steps behind the vanguard, go unnoticed, if they didn't have such an unusual look themselves. The one of the left was a short, fat, and brown-skinned man with black sunglasses and a white beard split into 2 points, and rather than walking, he was being carried along by a levitating basket he was sitting into, which Rajuro was pretty sure was being moved with Hirenkyaku. Meanwhile, the man on the left was a tall one, wearing what looked like a martial artist's clothes, and was completely bald, lacking even eyebrows, while sporting the tattoo of a third eye in the middle of his forehead in black and white ink. He had an almost peaceful smile which Rajuro didn't trust at all. Bringing up the rear was the fourth member of the team, and compared to the others, he seemed less visibly distinct, although the white uniform he was wearing, complete with an additional half-cape that reached just to his waist worn over it, did give him a sharp look. Despite that, however, as he took in the man's long face and square jaw that made his confident smirk look natural, the crop of black hairs at the top of an otherwise fully shaved head that spoke of a compulsive attention to appearances, and the small, round spectacles with red lenses that hid his eyes and made his expression undecipherable, Rajuro couldn't help but get the sense he was the leader of the group, and the most dangerous by far. That impression was enhanced by the cavalry saber at his belt, which was made of a black metal that didn't seem to catch the light, that didn't look like the kind of Rishi-made weapons Quincy normally carried, and Rajuro made a note to himself to avoid getting hit by it at all costs. Whatever surprise that thing was meant to deliver, he wanted none of the hassle involved in being subject to it. As worrisome as the man at the back of the formation was, the very fact that he was at the back meant that, much as he wanted to, Rajuro couldn't target him first. That was likely the very reason for the formation, with the armored Quincy at the front meant to force Rajuro to focus his attention while the two at the sides moved into a pincer maneuver and the leader at the back observed, as to better be able to deliver the winning strike while Rajuro was distracted. Unluckily for them, Rajuro had no intention to play into their hands, or allow them the chance for a first attack. So, instead of waiting any further, he swung Kinshara, the golden whip soaring through the air in a large arc that, if left uninterrupted, would see it pass right in front of the three-eyed martial artist to then go on and strike the armored Quincy from the side. As soon as he launched the attack, his enemies reacted, with the armored one immediately bringing that huge weapon down, one hand on each handle, and aiming it at Rajuro, while the fat man immediately darted to the side and the three-eyes one jumped backwards while assuming a defensive stance. Which was why, before the whip was even halfway to connecting with the enemies, Rajuro had it emit another high-pitched note so loud, the sound carried enough power to make the bald man stumble in his landing and cause a stutter in the flight of the bearded man, although not enough to do anything to the armored Quincy. The armored Quincy still had to dive forward regardless, since releasing the sound had in no way stopped the whip's movement, and the whip itself was moving faster than the Quincy could bring his weapon to bear, apparently, and would have bisected the Quincy had they stood there. It was a pretty impressive roll for somebody in armor, too, which suggested to Rajuro the Quincy had used his powers to conjure an armor while keeping it lightweight, but he didn't particularly care, since, while forcing the enemies to reposition had been a useful side effect of his attack, the primary goal had been to hide his real offensive. In addition to making the enemies stumble, the single audible note had also carried along a different collection of sounds, on a frequency most creatures wouldn't be able to hear, to a point right behind the forward three enemies, where the sounds took physical shape in the form of 6 golden armored soldiers, 2 behind each of Rajuro's enemies. The moment it took for the Quincy to realize they suddenly had opposition in their midst was all the time they needed to strike, the swords in their hands empowered to pierce through any defenses in very much the same way as Anpakuto would. While the armored Quincy, once again showing surprising agility, managed to dodge out of the way of the attack, both of the other two were struck, although not fatally. The bald man seemed to flicker for a moment, as if two bodies were standing where only one should. The sword pierced one, but only grazed the other, and then the second body disappeared, leaving the real one free to skid away on the Hirenkyaku platform he'd created under his arm and knee as he fell to the ground. Rajuro frowned. That had looked like some sort of illusion, but he couldn't figure a way any Quincy power would be able to do anything of the sort. The bearded man, meanwhile, had managed to roll out of his floating basket when the two soldiers skewered it with their blade. While that meant he wouldn't be able to use Hirenkyaku to escape them, the big grin on his face made it clear that he didn't think he'd need to, as 2 miniature bows formed in his fists, each just barely the size of his hand so that he could pull the string back with just a movement of his thumb, and when he let fly, the arrows weren't made of a tip and shaft, but instead of heart-shaped links connected together into chains. The man's grin grew wider as he shouted, "My chains leak drugs that, as soon as they enter the wounds of my targets, make them compliant to my will. You'll regret using a minion-creating ability against me." Even as the chains, despite him having shot them while mid-tumble, flew perfectly on target, showing remarkable aim from the Quincy. The tips of the front links slammed straight into the middle of the golden soldier's chest, and bounced off with a metallic sound, much like a gong. It was one of the very sounds that Rajuro had used to create the soldiers, the familiar result of an attack being repelled by disdain-based Hakuta reinforcement. He'd recorded that specific sound many times, just as he had the sound of a Zanpakuto empowered to pierce or cut, each of which made a different whistle as it moved through the air from the standard version, even if most people didn't have a good enough hearing to notice. That was the secret of his Bankai. It allowed him to use one of the collections of sounds his Shikai had gathered to create a creature capable of producing those sounds on their own, and thus able to use the ability that created them. It was more limited than most would realize, since the soldiers could only have the abilities he'd given them, but it certainly beat having to do the work himself, in Rajuro's opinion, and the combination of durability and nearly unstoppable attacks was generally sufficient to take care of anything that actually required him to use his Bankai in the first place. As far as the current battle went, the soldiers proving impervious to the Quincy's attack left him shocked and speechless for just long enough to allow them to dash in. The sound a Shinigami using Shunpo made was a very easy one to record, after all, and finish their job, their swords striking the Quincy mid-fall, pinning him to the ground and then tearing him apart easily. They then turned toward the armored Quincy and charged at them, their timing matching that of the other two soldiers, so that all four were charging the Quincy from different angles or approach. That made Rajuro confident the armored Quincy would be unable to take them all down at once even as the massive cylindrical weapon was leveled at the one further to the left. After all, even if he'd heard that guns could reload faster than crossbows, the soldiers' steel-like Hakuta defense was going to need powerful attacks to actually get through it, and for a Quincy, those required a long charge time, not something that could be done against multiple opponents. At least, that had been his expectation, but then the Quincy let out a loud scream, with a voice that suggested the person under the armor was a woman, and unleashed her weapon. The sound was a rumble so loud and powerful, Rajuro had his Shikai absorb it almost on reflex, to avoid being shaken by it, but that was far less impressive than the sheer rate of fire, as what had to be thousands of projectiles were unleashed from the weapon at every second. Individually, none of them was more powerful than a standard Quincy arrow. If anything, they were each individually a bit weaker, but that didn't really matter. When each attack by itself was just powerful enough to leave the tiniest of dents in the armor, then thousands of them turned into an unstoppable stream, and as the Quincy swung the weapon in an arc, it shredded the four golden soldiers charging at her into nothing more than Reishi particles without the slightest difficulty, letting none of them make it close enough to her to even attempt an attack. Even with that accomplished, she didn't interrupt her assault. In fact, Rajuro had to quickly raise a barrier with Kido as the woman's attack moved in his direction, and while he made sure it was a very thick one that wouldn't be chipped away at as easily as the soldiers had been, he could tell from the sound that it was only a matter of time before it failed. Luckily, time was all that Rajuro needed, as he took advantage of the shield to use Shunpo and dart forward, sparing a glance to see that his last two soldiers were working on cornering the bald Quincy away from the action, while the leader was still hanging back, and then swing Kinshara before the woman could move her aim at him, the sharpened petals of the rose at the top cutting through it with ease. As the front of the weapon fell to the ground and the armored Quincy took a step back, Rajuro remarked, politely, "I had no idea that guns were that effective. What will you do now that you lost it?" However, to cover up for the combination of sounds he sent at her on a subsonic sequence. The Quincy didn't sound worrier, her voice confident as she answered, "This is called a minigun, and did you really think breaking it would stop me? I'm a Quincy, repairing my weapon mid-battle is trivial." She proceeded to prove her words, the front of the weapon immediately starting to self-repair. Quick as the process was, however, it was not fast enough, as a golden armor wielding an exact copy of it had appeared right next to the Quincy as she spoke, the weapon's front placed right next to her chest, and so she had no time to even notice, much less react, as the minigun roared to life and quite literally turned the entirety of her chest to pulp, armor included, causing her head to fall to the ground alongside her legs. Rajuro looked at the carnage, and he had to wonder, if this was the amount of destruction caused by the mini version of the weapon, why Quincy hadn't all adopted the main gun, whatever it looked like, as their primary weapon. Although, considering how unwieldy the minigun was, perhaps it was a matter of size, he certainly would want the hassle of carrying around something that looked that heavy day to day. But then, armor was just as heavy, if not more so. Perhaps the Quincy had just developed some way to make her equipment lighter, and most other Quincy didn't have the skill to do the same. He pushed his musing aside, even as he directed the Golden Soldier to point the minigun at the leader at the back and start shooting again, while Hirajuro himself refocused his attention on the bald Quincy, just in time to see a copy of the man appear behind one of the Golden Soldiers attacking him, holding it in place just long enough for the Quincy to use a maneuver that didn't simply dodge the other soldier's thrust, but actually grabbed its arm and used it as leverage to throw it at its fellow, impaling it on its still extended sword. Then, taking advantage of the dissolving but still present corpse limiting the surviving soldier's movement, the two struck together but from opposite, fist glowing with blood, the combined attacks carrying enough strong to smash it to pieces. The soldier dispatched, one of the bald Quincy turned toward Rajuro and said, a smug smile on his lips. "You think your little minions would be enough? My name is Roy Lloyd, and I'm one of the greatest living Quincy masters, as I put myself under enough tests, and studied the results enough, that I can craft a copy of my own body with Kirchen Lied. Compared to that, your minions are pathetic." Rajuro noticed that, while the copy had copied the original Lloyd's movements, there was a slight delay to it, and when he focused on sensing the riot so, he could feel that the copy was being directed with Ranso Tenge. He had to admit it was an impressive display of Quincy skill. It also made more sense than the man having some form of illusion ability, like he'd initially thought. Still, impressive as it wasn't really a match for his Bankai, so Rajuro commented, as polite as he could. "You are probably corrected, but in a fight of minions, quality has only a limited value." He swung Kinshara as he spoke, and both the Quincy and his clone dodged backwards with a jump, but he'd never meant to hit them anyway. Instead, the attack was merely the way by which he delivered a collection of sounds, copied a dozen times over, to the target. Lloyd was surprised for a moment as 12 golden soldiers armed with the Quincy minigun appeared around him, and that surprise was all of the reaction that he was able to put up before the sheer amount of released gunfire tore both him and his copy apart. Of course, being around the target in a circle like that, the sheer amount of projectiles unleashed caused the golden soldiers to also tear each other apart before they could stop shooting, but Rajuro wasn't particularly bothered, even as he took note of the mistake he'd made with the positioning to try and remember not to make it the next time he employed this particular trick. As he turned back toward his last surviving soldier, Rajuro found out that he'd missed another problem with the minigun, when he saw that, despite having his weapon pointed in the correct direction, no projectiles were coming out of it. Which, once he stopped to think it over a moment, made sense. After all, while his soldiers generally formed with unlimited ammunition for ranged weapons, that was only if he'd added the sound of the weapon being reloaded to the composition that created them, since they needed a sound to reproduce to gain the relevant ability. Obviously, the Quincy had simply been creating new ammunition with her powers, a process which didn't produce a sound he could copy. Which left his soldier with only the amount of ammunition that would fit within the weapon itself. Rajuro sighed at the realization that, if he wanted to add soldiers armed with minigun to his arsenal properly, he might need to hunt down somebody who was using the weapon in the mortal realm, to record the necessary sounds. And that sounded like a tremendous amount of work. He pushed the thought aside, however, as he focused on the much more remarkable thing, namely, that the enemy leader had actually managed to stop the projectiles from the minigun, proving that the weapon could be neutralized, if somebody knew how. In this case, the Quincy had created a set of overlapping nets, enough of them to form a wall 6 meters thick, and by bending instead of breaking, the projectiles had been slowed down, robbed of speed. Their mass had not been enough to actually punch through the nets themselves. It figured, Rajuro thought, that a Quincy would know how to stop a ranged weapon. And, if he knew anything about Quincy, it was that, when a thick wall obscuring sight of his opponent from him, it was almost certain to be a prelude to a flanking maneuver combined with a rain of arrows arched above the barrier. Rajuro didn't wait for a confirmation to that, instead darting forward, charging Kinshara with the full cutting power a Zanpakuto could achieve, and swinging it vertically, slashing open a breach through the net wall that he charged through with Shunpo. And just in time, too, as a moment later the expected rain of arrows fell down where he'd been standing, only to then reveal itself as even more lethal than expected as every single arrow exploded, sending shrapnel flying all over. Luckily, the net wall proved excellent at stopping most of it, and while some made it through the breach Rajuro himself had opened, he'd already moved himself away from it with another flash step, so he was left unarmed. Unexpectedly, however, rather than try to move around the wall, the Quincy in uniform seemed to have been waiting for Rajuro there, with a saber in his hand that, aside from being made entirely out of reishi, looked identical to the black one at his belt. The man even brought the tip of his sword up to touch the brim of his white hat with it, as if to salute him for surviving that opening volley. Seeing no reason not to reciprocate the politeness, Rajuro offered a slight nod, delivered without removing his eyes from the Quincy, before introducing himself in a practical tone. Rajuro Odoribashi, captain of the 5th Division of the Godei 13th. I imagine you are one of the leaders of this invading army. The man's small smirk grew a bit more smug as he answered. I'm actually the one in command of the entire northern detachment. My name is Quill Jopi, and I'm the master of the largest and most well-organized clan of Quincy in the world, as well as the single individual Quincy who has killed the largest amount of hollows in the last decade. That makes me the strongest. Clearly, the Quincy wanted to impress him with his resume, but Rajuro couldn't help but think that all the achievement said was that Opie had an incredible work ethic. Which, while not something Rajuro was against in principle, surely sounded like it was exhausting, especially for a mortal who only had a measly century to exist in. Still, he knew better than to comment on that, and instead pointed out. If that's true, abandoning the fight with your Yuaki Shihohin to come after me, as you did, was not the right choice. Pointing your greatest fighter at me is a mishandling of your resources. Compared to her, I'm not all that strong. A thin eyebrows rose above the round red glasses of the man, as he pointed his sword toward the remains of one of the 3 dead Quincy, and commented. Roy, Nine and Peppa would probably disagree with that assessment, considering how easily you dispatched all 3 of them. Rajuro shrugged, unsure as to what the man was trying to say, and pointed out, in his most reasonable tone. That's just what's expected of a Shinigami captain. Having the power to deal with minor nuisances in a timely fashion is a requisite of the role. Hardly worth remarking upon, really. Is that so? Well then, if you think of 3 Quincy masters who led their own clans for years as nuisances, I will need to unleash all of my power to defeat you, is that what you're saying? If he was honest with himself, Rajuro wasn't sure what to think of that. He could easily imagine that many Shinigami might have had trouble against any one of the 3 Quincy he'd defeated, but by the same token, he was hard-pressed to think of a Bankai who would have not gotten rid of them with similar speed as his own had. Of course, he didn't know nearly enough to tell whether the abilities they'd displayed were especially among Quincy, while he knew enough to recognize the 6 core arts in use and identify their typical uses and weaknesses. That wasn't the same as understanding all the ins and outs of them all. All the same, did it really matter how difficult to perform the trick might have been? If they weren't enough to ensure their victory, surely that meant they fell short of what a leader ought to have? He put the thought away, since it wouldn't really matter much right now, and he didn't think that insulting Opie's friends in this manner would be of any use in the current fight. While there was a good chance that it might anger his opponent, Rajuro got the sense that Opie was the type who, rather than lose his focus when enraged, would simply act with greater cruelty. The only thing that would achieve was to stretch the fight out, and in truth, that was the opposite of what Rajuro wanted, since all it would add up to would be more work for him in the end. So he merely shrugged and answered. If that's gonna make this fight go by quicker, sure, go ahead. The sooner we wrap this up, the better. That caused Opie to let out a brief bark of laughter, then he said, as he unsheathed the black blade at his belt so that he was holding one in each hand. Well then, let me prove the old truth that a Stern Ritter is the equal of a Shinigami captain. And, with that, Opie suddenly darted forward, moving far faster than Rajuro had expected him to. It took him a moment to realize the Quincy's soles were glowing slightly, as if he had attached miniature reishi platforms to his feet so that his every movement would be at the speed of Hirenkyaku. That, Rajuro recognized to himself, could be bad, while he hadn't seen Sonito in action yet, and the report said that one was even faster. He knew for a fact that Hirenkyaku was superior to both Shunpo and Fullbring in term of speed, at least when it was being used by a true master. Still, even as fast as the sudden attack was, Rajuro was able to react. After all, he'd been ready for a surprise strike the moment he'd seen the Quincy, and while he might have been talking, he hadn't lowered his guard while he did. Thus, he was able to swing Kinshara in his enemy's path, the blade sharpened to the point that the sense of dread it emanated was likely being noticed all the way to the walls of Suryatai. Naturally, knowing that charging ahead into his Zanpakuto would be suicide, OP redirected himself to the side, moving just enough to get outside Kinshara's range and then darting back in toward him. But that little delay was all that Rajuro needed to jump upwards, outside of immediate stabbing range, and tap the handle of his Zanpakuto to send out the combination of sounds that resulted in a dozen of soldiers forming in midair, falling down towards OP with their sword ready to impale him. OP didn't even hesitate in his counter-attack, raising his Reishi saber in front of his face while a second, thin blade suddenly formed on it, extending down from the pommel, with a string attached to both its end and the sword tip, which the Quincy then pulled back using the hand that was wielding the black sword, apparently more than capable of holding the weapon at the same time as he used it to shot 6 arrows at once. Having seen how the man's proficiency in Heiligfeel had made the arrows he'd used before explode, Rajuro prepared himself by armoring himself with a steel-hard Hakuda coat fueled by disdain over a layer of calm that would disperse the energy from any impact the outer coat stopped, and was thus left surprised when, instead, the 6 arrows shredded the soldiers' torsos and continued past them without even slowing down. He didn't really have the time to dodge or even put Kinshara in the way as a defense, and only barely the time to move the thicker portions of his outer Hakuda coat over his major organs and draw in his arms and legs to make himself a smaller target, using Ho-Ho to amplify the result. Even with all that, several of the arrows still hit him, and they didn't just pierce his flesh, they sawed through it, as if each one was provided of a sharp edge vibrating at high frequency. As he fell to the ground, he glanced up in time to see that he hadn't missed anything. The arrows hadn't been attached to any Jinto, they'd been a creation of pure Reishi. Rajuro used Ho-Ho to soften his landing, but even with that, he slammed into the ground on hand and knees, and the sheer impact caused him to cough up a bit of blood before he looked up at OP and said, using his curiosity to mask the fact he was drawing on his Zanpakuto to seal his wounds. "I thought that your Seal Schneider were an item you Quincy carried around." OP smiled and answered, in a very self-aggrandizing tone. "All Jinto do nothing more than reshape the Reishi put inside them in a particular manner. Their benefit is that, since the specific effects are inscribed in the item, complex effects can be produced that a normal Quincy could never replicate on the fly. But a true master of Heiligfeel is more than capable of reproducing the effects of any normal Jinto, and as a stern Ritter, I'm master of far more than just Heiligfeel." And, as if to bring that point home in the most literal of manners, OP immediately darted forwards with his Hiran Kyoku skates, both swords aimed forward. Rajuro immediately pushed out a note that put a couple of soldiers in the Quincy path, and then, in the moment of time they bought him by getting impaled on the Quincy's swords, he was able to use Ho-Ho to push himself to the side much faster than any pair of arms and legs unable to compress and release like springs would have allowed him to. He was still bleeding, his wounds far from fully healed and his body protesting at the effort, but seeing as it moved him away of the path of the Quincy, Rajuro considered the pain a fair price to pay. Of course, OP didn't hesitate to change direction, turning on a dime in a manner that only his mastery of Hiran Kyoku was making possible, but now that he was on his feet, Rajuro didn't even hesitate to start to spin on himself, using Ho-Ho to redistribute his weight while he used his own Shikai to mess with his inner ear, at the same time stopping himself from getting any sense of vertigo and ensuring that he didn't lose his balance and could continue to spin on himself without limit. At the same time, he wrapped Kinshara around himself, and focused to make it frictionless, taking advantage of the fact that whips already were inherently more effective at ignoring friction in normal circumstances. As a result, when OP's sword struck, they were deflected away, and the moment they were, Rajuro struck, letting Kinshara unspooled from around his body to strike with all the sheer power built by the spinning on himself he'd been doing. The weapon smashed into OP far too fast for Rajuro to be able to switch his focus and make it cut through the man's body, but he could still feel the familiar sound of bones breaking and his enemy being sent flying backwards by the impact. Rajuro didn't wait for OP to slam into the ground, darting after him while already sending Kinshara to strike, but the Quincy managed to move his black sword in a parry despite the impossible angle, visibly using Ranso Tenge to puppeteer his own broken arm in the way of the attack. a moment before he smashed into the ground in a cloud of smoke. Rajuro didn't let the opportunity go to waste, immediately reversing the direction of his whip's swing so that it wrapped itself around the black blade like a snake around a tree. For a moment it seemed like he was about to just rip the weapon straight out of Opie's grim, but when his hand suddenly started to glow blue with blood and the grip grew tighter, Rajuro immediately focused on sharpening Kinshara's edges, so that the whip went from being wrapped around the black blade to shattering it in 100 pieces with no hesitation. Even as he pulled Kinshara back, Rajuro couldn't help but feel satisfied by the results, since he'd just got rid of one of his opponent's weapon, and without having to go through the hassle of seeing what it'd do if it actually hit him. And, apparently, he'd done so just in time, as he saw Quilljopi emerge from the cloud of dust wrapped in streams of reishi that seemed to be collecting around him out of thin air. Rajuro had only seen the ability once, and not used by a Quincy he faced personally, but he still recognized it as Volstandig, the Quincy's power-up mode. He could vaguely remember that the ability was time-limited in nature, which was probably why Opie hadn't opened with it, but that didn't make Rajuro any less wary. Currently, it seemed that the Quincy was using it primarily to shape around himself a giant pair of wings, as well as a blue disc over his head, his cap having been sent flying when he'd been smashed into the ground, and a set of strings connecting the disc and wings together, but he was also clearly drawing a lot of it into his own body to fuel the most monstrous use of blood Rajuro had ever seen, as the Quincy's muscles were slowly bulging outwards, growing large to a grotesque extreme. Opie seemed to notice his stare, as he grinned widely for the first time since the battle had started, something which made him look genuinely unhinged, as he declared proudly. "Scared, Shinigami? That's only natural, when you see the form the divine punishment for your crimes is going to take." Morbidly curious, Rajuro couldn't stop himself from asking, gesturing at Opie's whole body. "Shouldn't using blood to draw in so much reishi kill you? A lesser man, perhaps, but I'm a master of it, and that means that my control of the reishi inside my body is beyond perfect. Not only can I pump more of it into my body without letting any of it contaminate my soul, I can control it so precisely I can wrap my muscles in it, making them as unyielding and powerful as if they were made of stone. I'm both tougher and stronger like this, and now, I shall show you why that means you have already lost." And, with a jump, the man suddenly accelerated forward, the fact that he was moving through the air making the charge that much faster. Rajuro immediately used Shunpo to move out of the way, but his reflexes didn't measure up to the speed of the other man's Hirankyaku, so even with his dodge, he found himself with a deep gouge in his side, where Opie's saber had sawed right through since, apparently, that one too had had its blade turned into a seal Schneider. Furthermore, a single flap of Opie's wings had him changing directions even faster than he'd done on the ground. Rajuro was able to intercept the attack by summoning a wall of about 6 soldiers standing side by side with shields raised in between himself and the Quincy, but against the sawing blade the other man was wielding, that only bought Rajuro 2 seconds at the most. Still, the time was enough to get a brief distance between himself and his enemy and, more importantly, to focus on something that could give him a chance as a counter-attack, as he used his next swing to create a semicircle of minigun-wielding soldiers, all with their weapons aimed at Opie. While he knew the Quincy would stop their attacks with one of his net walls, that ought to be enough for Rajuro to figure out how to counter the other man's newly acquired flight. However, Opie didn't counter as Rajuro had expected. Instead, the moment the soldiers appeared, he raised his hand, and cages suddenly and unexpectedly erupted from the ground, capturing every one of them, including, to his dismay, Rajuro himself. He recognized the structure itself, each bar of the cage rotating on itself in combination to vibrating so fast that they'd shred anything that touched it, and all of them converging at the top to prevent escape. It was another traditional Quincy Jinto, and thus, something that required the kind of setup that would be impossible in a fast-moving battle like he'd been fighting with Opie. The Quincy seemed to realize his surprise as he gloated, hovering in midair with his fists at his waist. "I told you already, I'm a master of all 6 of the Quincy arts. Recreating something like this with my Kirchenlight and Heiligfeel combined is easy. In fact, such a creation is superior, because, unlike the fixed size the cage is forced to have in Jinto form, when I create it freely like this, I can change its size freely, like this." Immediately, the cages began to turn smaller, and while Rajuro immediately saw where this was going and knelt to the ground, his soldiers, incapable of doing so, were shredded as the cage grew smaller than they themselves were. Still, he'd countered this type of trick before, and so he immediately focused all of his willpower into giving Kinshara the power to cut, and then swung his whip in a circle before himself, immediately followed by a blast of repulsive Hakuta to push the segment of the cage that he had cut away, after which he moved through the hole with Shunpo, making it out just in time before the cage could become small enough to be lethal. It was a very close call, as he had felt the edge of the bars shearing the bottom of his sandals as he made it out barely before the hole had grown too small for him to do so, but it didn't really matter, because that pause had given him the time to figure out how OP was moving around. It was, surprisingly enough, through use of the disc on his head. The wings were tied to it, and OP's own body was tied to the wings in turn, so that moving one dragged everything else along, and the disc was clearly much easier to control than the rest of the Quincy's body. Rajuro immediately left a cacophony of sharp sound erupt from his Zanpakuto to cut through the strings, but despite how fast the attack was moving, OP's flight was faster, enough so that he managed to dodge without difficulty even as he closed in. Which, unfortunately, left Rajuro with the only option of taking on the Quincy in melee. Ranged attacks weren't going to be enough against an opponent who could move faster than he could strike. Having come up with his plan, he put it into action without hesitation, using Shunpo to close in. As he was already using his high speed to charge at him, OP was caught by surprise and hesitated on how to respond. He was still fast enough that he was able to dodge as Rajuro sent Kinshara striking forward with a whistling sound, so that his weapon's tip only opened a large hole in his left forearm, instead of taking it off, and the wound barely mattered, as the Quincy used his Ranso Tenge to wrap the wounded arm forward regardless, its vibrating sword at the ready. With them moving toward each other, Rajuro had no real way to dodge as the blade stabbed him in his shoulder. Only a quick use of Ho-Ho allowed him to minimize the damage he'd received and retain control over his arm, but he knew that wouldn't last for long if OP did anything to worsen the wound. Thus, he dodged backward, pulling the sword out of his body, but before he could move any further, OP struck down, the sword in his hand transforming into a spear mid-swing, and the massive strength his inflated muscles granted allowed him to punch straight through Rajuro's foot despite the Hakuta protecting it, pinning him to the ground. Rajuro immediately wrapped Kinshara around his arm to parry the follow-up thrust he expected the Quincy to follow up with, but OP decided to instead take advantage of having impaled Rajuro in a different manner, by raising his even more engorged right arm and delivering a devastating punch with it. Rajuro had prepared his Hakuta defense expecting that something like it might happen, and so was able to limit the effects of the impact to keep himself from being pulverized, yet even with that, he could feel his bones shaking and his entire body lighting up in pain, as the sheer power of the hit felt like having being punched by a giant. The hit left him out of sort that he only realized that OP had closed his fist around his chest when the man started to squeeze, causing Rajuro's breath to come up short, while the Quincy grinned and asked, in a mocking tone. "So, any words left, Shinigami, before I prove once and for all the superiority of Quincy?" Rajuro looked up at OP's eyes, finding it a bit annoyed that the man's glasses obscured them and only reflected Rajuro's own purple eyes instead, and then he said, letting his sadness show. "Yes, I apologize for making your valiant efforts pointless." The surprise at such a matter-of-fact declaration gave OP pause, and that was really all that Rajuro needed as the whistling sound of a whip-shaped Zanpakuto empowered to cut through anything sounded again, and the lone soldier that Rajuro had created with his previous attacks struck OP from behind in a single descending strike that went through the blood-reinforced body of the Quincy like a hot knife through butter, bisecting him in a single attack. Rajuro grimaced at the spurt of blood that caused, even with his coat of Hakuta causing it to slid off his figure in a few seconds. Being covered in blood still wasn't a particularly pleasant experience. He pulled out the spear that was keeping him pinned to the ground with a grimace, taking a few seconds to draw Ryutsu from Kishira to diminish the effect of his wounds enough to be able to move again, before throwing the spear down between the two severed halves of his opponent and turning his back on him to survey the battlefield. As he did, he found himself somewhat surprised. The only things that met his expectations was that Love and the 5th Division had pretty much routed the leaderless Quincy force, and that all 4 of Yoriyuki's opponents were laying on the ground dead, and in worse conditions than any of those he'd fought himself. However, instead of Yoriyuki having moved to help the troops on the east side of the battle, it seemed that a detachment of Quincy from the western side had moved to attack their force in the north, and Yoriyuki was caught in a duel with a single Quincy from the other side. It was hard to tell much about it, as the Quincy had raised what looked like multiple domes around the two of them, and while some had openings and others were of a see-through, crystal-like material, most of what was going on was obscured. Still, it seemed that, while far less organized than the force which Love was finishing defeating, this new force was both of higher quality, and much more used to fighting out of formation, meaning that they were holding up much better. When Rajuro glanced at the western side to see why what looked like a powerful Quincy had decided to abandon that battlefield, what he could see was absolute chaos. Anything resembling formation had disappeared, and if anything, it looked as if whole segments of the Shinigami forces had been positioned in the middle of the enemy forces, which themselves were scattered in a set of multiple encirclements that should not have been possible to achieve. And, while Captain Hitsugaya was certainly doing his best, with multiple gigantic ice dragons ravaging the field, it seemed like something was messing up with his aims, as half the time his attacks seemed to slam into his own forces rather than the enemy. It annoyed Rajuro to no end that he didn't have Yoryuki's ability to enhance his own sight to get a better sense of what was going, but it seemed clear that the Arrancar on the western side were in a better position than they should have had any right to be. But, worrying as it was, the position on the east was even worse. While a good chunk of the Arrancar army was simply missing, clearly having been removed by Swafon's Bankai, the 2nd Division wasn't faring any better, their front ranks looking like they'd been devastated, something the Arrancar army was taking advantage of by pushing them far harder than any of them had expected. A search of the battlefield revealed what looked like two large clouds of stone and metal clashing high above the battlefield, and while he couldn't see the individual fighters, Rajuro surmised that the purple-haired Espada that was supposedly leading that front had managed to stall Swafon out, and without her direct contribution, the larger Eastern Arrancar army was overpowering the Shinigami defenders. Which was very bad, since their entire strategy had been focused on that side of the fight being the one supposed to hold on the longer. If they collapsed, stopping the invasion before it breached into the Suryatii might be impossible. Which, Rajuro realized with a sigh, would mean they'd need to change plans, and he, personally, would have to shoulder the heavier workload. After all, while Opie had been insistent that he was the strongest Quincy, he'd also given Rajuro the impression of somebody overly fond of his own accomplishments. It would surprise him if the man had underestimated the skill of some of his less showy colleagues. And, even if he hadn't, he'd still managed to almost defeat him. So Rajuro was pretty sure that a more cautious Sternritter might be able to keep Yoryuki occupied for far more time than they could spare. Thus, the only plan of action that would work was for him and Yoryuki to switch places. He would send Love to lead his division to help Hitsugaya on the west sides as planned, but leave it to Yoryuki to take command there once she was done with her duel, while he himself went to provide support to the Omnitsukido on the eastern side. Hopefully his leadership would help them hold, and while he wasn't Yoryuki or even Swafon's equal, there was still a chance he could be enough of a distraction for the Espada to break the stalemate and hand Swafon the victory, which he was perfectly fine with. Having decided what to do, and recovered enough that he was no longer bleeding all over the place and could at least move without his whole body seizing in pain when he did, Rajuro took off in Love's direction, to deliver his friends the new orders before he went to do his part. With things as they were, there was no more time to waste. Asterisk. Lisa Yadomaru, captain of the Godei's 10th Division, was not, in her opinion, a person much prone to self-justification. She knew very well what the full extent of her skills was and what she could accomplish with them, and had never denied her culpability in any failure she'd ever been responsible for, few as they were. And yet, even since she'd lost her fight with Jin, she couldn't help but keep going back to the feeling that she'd only lost because of circumstances outside of her control and an opponent very well suited to counter her. She'd honestly tried her best to purge the thought from her mind, to accept that she'd simply been bested and move on, but no matter how much she tried, that insidious thought kept coming back to her when she least expected it. She knew why, even, but knowing didn't help at all in pushing the idea aside. Bankai, by their nature, were very difficult to categorize. While each built upon the Shikai's Zanpakuto granted, and expanded on it to grant its power the reach necessary to defeat an army, each one took a different approach to it. A typical example of this was that, while all Bankai shared a characteristic of growing in power the more they were used, they applied the concept differently. For example, a Bankai like the Captain Commanders gradually built up more power over each use, while other Bankai had a set of abilities with many potential applications, which Shinigami figured out how to combine through trial and error, so that the growth in power came from a growth in the understanding between Zanpakuto and wielder which usage merely facilitated. Lisa's Bankai was of a different sort, in that the way it built power with use was quite more literal. Instead of growing stronger through multiple uses or constant understanding, her Bankai ramped up in potency throughout a single fight, only to then revert to its base state once a battle was over. In theory, it allowed her power growth to keep increasing with no upper ceiling, just like other Bankai, and potentially reaching greater peaks of power in a much shorter time span. However, that was just in theory. In practice, it required her to go through the process of reaching that power through every single fight, and the specific nature of it was such that, against a forewarned opponent, she could easily experience setbacks, even though, in most situations, she would eventually reach a point where she was simply too strong for an enemy to beat anymore. As far as specifics went, her Bankai wasn't a big improvement over her Shikai, at first glance. Her Zanpakuto's base ability was to make every attack she made with it produce a wind-based attack that matched the type of strike she'd performed. So, a slash with the monk spade end would create a wave of cutting wind, a thrust with it would create a piercing gust, a smashing motion with the heavy ball on the other end would produce a smashing blast, and twirling the staff portion properly would unleash a tornado. She could even combine the attacks together, and her range was extremely large, allowing her to snipe enemies at very long distances, as long as she knew where to aim. Compared to that, one might think that her Bankai's ability to create duplicates of her Zanpakuto, and the combined abilities to both control these copies from a distance and teleport between them to use them physically, weren't much, at least until one was informed that she had no actual upper limit to how many of them she could create, and that the attacks of multiple weapons would combine with each other for an exponential growth in power if used together. She knew that, with even just a bit of build-up, her power was perfectly capable of competing with even the most powerful Bankai out there, at least in terms of sheer destructive potential. The singular catch, of course, was that she couldn't create multiple copies at once, while the copies, once created, would last until she dismissed her Bankai. She still needed about 5 seconds of focus to create one, and until the weapon was completed, when it was still being formed out of condensed air, it was much easier to disrupt and disperse. Against most opponents, this was not too big of a problem, since the majority of her enemies wouldn't even know of either weaknesses, and even if one were to figure it out, her ridiculous range allowed Lisa to create her weapon hidden behind obstacles or at such distances that disrupting them would have been impossible. And even if one were to attempt it, they would need to do it incredibly fast, to keep her from intercepting the attacks herself or putting them under pressure with her own assaults. That was, usually, more than enough to cover for her weak point. Except that, against Jin, none of that had worked. The man had been fully aware of her Bankai's weaknesses, fully capable of striking at any distance required, fast enough to do it even when under pressure, and absolutely unbothered by any form of barrier or obstacle between himself and his targets thanks to his own Bankai's ability. It had been incredibly humiliating to be countered so easily, and she believed that was why her mind kept telling her that the defeat had been due to unfair circumstances, despite her knowing, intellectually, that no such things as fairness existed in a fight, and that if Jin had managed to blindside her, that was her own fault and nothing more. Still, this time, she wasn't going to let things get to that. From the moment the enemy army had been announced, she had activated her Bankai, and even as she headed for the battlefield, she was still creating more and more copies of her Zanpakuto, each one hidden in the evacuated houses of the Rokanga, to get ready. When Jin showed up, she wasn't going to give him the chance to prevent her Bankai from reaching its full potential. Instead, he would learn what it was like to be on the other side of an enemy who had prepared for your tricks and wasn't going to be defeated by them. Before that, however, she would need to deal with the Arrancar that were approaching Seoul Society from the south. As she reached the area where her division was arrayed, waiting for the enemy, she saw that the attackers hadn't quickened the pace of their approach, and were still advancing at a clipped pace, and not yet charging, probably due to the distance. Which suited her plans perfectly. She nodded to the two closest seated officers to indicate that she was about to launch her own attack, so that they could pass the warning to get ready down the line. She hadn't yet had the time to select a replacement for the lieutenant position that Rangika had left vacant, but for this specific battle, she wasn't going to need one. In fact, with what she had planned, having the division attack by platoon was going to be more effective, as her Shinigami would be less vulnerable to the massed Bala attacks she expected the Arrancar to deploy, as well as better able to take advantage of the disorder she was about to spread among the enemy's rank. Holding tight to her Zanpakuto, Lisa took advantage of the one understated benefit of having telekinetic control of every copy of Haguro Tanbo, controlling it with her mind to make it rise in the air, dragging her along with it. By using Ho-Ho to make herself lightweight and keep balance, it allowed her to mimic flight to an extent, and fight in midair even while in the spirit realm. She kept climbing until she had a full view of the enemies, and noticed with surprise that they had stopped their advance completely. It took her a moment to identify why, and then she realized that it was because the leader had stopped to stare at her. There was very little remarkable about the young-looking Arrancar, outside of the fact that their gender wasn't easily identifiable at a glance. They were wearing baggy pants with no distinctive feature, and a large, formless sweater that hid the details of their body shape, with long sleeves that barely left the tip of their fingers visible and a bob of black hair that would have matched a young boy as easily as a woman. Still, the ambiguous look of the Espada didn't truly matter. The important thing about them was that they'd been walking a few meters in front of the army, and when they'd stopped, the army behind had stopped in turn. Lisa allowed herself a satisfied smile, since her targets being static would make it that much easier to hit with her attacks, and then spread her arms wide, causing the other 10 copies of Haguro Tanbo she'd had rising alongside with her, each pair hundreds of meters apart so that they covered the entirety of the front, to start spinning on each other, faster and faster, letting the power build up until she finally willed them to stop in a final slash forward. The collected power erupted into the forms of 5 gigantic tornado, as each pair had the 2 copies of her Zanpakuto amplify each other in the process. The sheer speed at which the pillars of winds spinning on themselves moved forward and smashed into the Arrancar's ranks was so high, most of those in their path were crushed to a paste before even realizing what was going to happen to them, and while those who avoided being caught in the initial impact immediately tried to disperse using their Sonido, not a few of those found themselves unable to overcome the pulling power of the tornadoes, and were drawn into them to suffer a similar fate as their allies. With the enemy ranks left in such chaos and disarray by Lisa's Bankai, her division immediately went to the attack, following Lisa's previous orders as each platoon targeted the more isolated and chaotic pockets of enemy resistance left, to eliminate them in details before they could reorganize. Lisa herself, however, had to change her focus from following the main battle to the enemy leader, as the Espada's eyes, after widening in surprise at the sight of her opening offensive, were now sparking in interest, which she was able to see despite the distance thanks to the Kido she always kept active on her glasses. As a result, she realized the enemy was about to charge at her, and swung her Zanpakuto in the very moment that the Espada used Sonido. Naturally, that should have resulted in the enemy getting split into 2 by smashing at near supersonic speed into her cutting wind, but what happened instead, to Lisa's astonishment, was that the enemy appeared right in front of her, with the blade of cutting wind somehow caught and held into their hand, something that shouldn't have been possible. With a voice that was as difficult to place as their look, the Espada said, "I think this is yours." With a mocking grin, before moving their arm at a speed impossible to follow and send her wind blade back at her at point-blank range. Had it been anybody else, that would have killed her, but Lisa was a captain, so even with barely a split second to do so, she was able to call forth a reinforced Hakuto layer while making her body underneath less dense with Ho-Ho, which meant that, instead of cutting her in 2, the attack just led a long but superficial cut going down from her chest to her hip, bleeding profusely but not leaving her otherwise impaired. She counterattacked immediately, stabbing forward with her Zanpakuto. The Arrancar dodged backwards almost lazily, thinking that'd put them out of her striking range, but she simply let her Shikai's power flow to send a hardened chisel of piercing wind at the Espada's face, the attack hitting it dead on, and then, instead of penetrating, stopping there, impossibly hovering in midair as if somehow balanced on the enemy's forehead. The Arrancar's grin grew wider, and they said, in an amused tone, "Did you not see what I did with your attack? I'm Luppy Antiner, 8th Espada, and I have the power to gain control of any Ryotsu attack that touches me, directing and manipulating it at will. These wind blades and tornado of yours are fancy, but they're not going to do a thing to me. I think I'm pretty much the worst opponent you could face, isn't it?" And then, without waiting for an answer, the Espada sent the piercing attack back at her head. However, after their little moment of bragging about their power, Lisa was more than ready to deflect the attack with the heavy ball on the other end of her Zanpakuto, using her focus to harden it for the purpose. However, the attack had been only a distraction from the Espada, who had used Sonido to move at her side, hand glowing with a collected globe of black riot so that would look very much like a Zero, had it not been glowing with dark green light, instead of dark red. The Espada made eye contact with amusement as they let the attack rip out from their hand, and Lisa only managed to dodge the near point-blank attack by teleporting herself to another copy of her Zanpakuto. She immediately turned to watch in the direction where she'd been, and was left speechless as she saw that, instead of progressing and dispersing as normal for any beam attack, a bar of black riot so glowing dark green, about the size of a spear, was hovering in midair, attached to the Espada's hand. Still, she was able to collect herself before Luppy's gaze, who had been looking around to find where she'd gone, finally managed to locate her, and when the Espada once more used Sonido to shot themselves at her, she was ready. The two new copies of her weapon that she'd created, alongside the two that had already been there for her, were orbiting her at equal distance, so when Luppy said, as they appeared in front of her, "That applies to my Riot-so-based attacks too, not just those of others," and swung his frozen Gran Ray Zero at her, she waited until the last moment to teleport away, so that the Espada's weapon hit one of her copies, completely annihilating it and, in the process, extinguishing itself, just as the report had said the ability would. Luppy was surprised enough that she was able to bring down a swing with her monk spade, this time sending no wind forward and instead striking with the actual blade. The wound would have been deep on a Shinigami, but the Arrancar merely used a short-ranged Sonido to push themselves out of the way while the wound started to close itself. Luppy turned around, apparently capable of hovering in midair without need for a weapon like Lisa did, and said, sounding annoyed, "Okay, that was a nice move, but you must realize you can't possibly defeat me. Your power is useless, and the best you can do without it is give me easily healed scratches." Lisa was in disagreement, but in truth, that didn't really matter right now. While she had been occupied with the Espada, the initial shock of her attack among the Arrancar had worn over, especially once the initial tornadoes had started to disperse once she was no longer focused on supporting them. That meant the enemy was regrouping, and there were still far too many for her division to take on without her help. However, judging from the initial impact, nobody in the enemy army had any way to counter her Bankai, except for the very opponent she was facing, so, as long as he kept them pinned down, she could ravage the Arrancar army with impunity and create more opportunities for her division to win. With that goal clear in mind, even as she pushed the copy of Higuro Tonbo in her hands forward in another thrust, she willed all the others to start spinning on themselves, releasing 6 tornadoes that she sent toward the enemy army. Luppy dodged backwards, even as their eyes narrowed upon seeing the new tornadoes, but before they could do anything, Lisa extended her lunge, not with her power, but using Ho-Ho to let her arms stretch just that little bit. The attack impaled the Espada straight through the chest, to their surprise, but before Lisa could press forward, her enemy grinned and said, "You're too close," before unleashing a dozen of bala from his chest. Lisa grimaced, but didn't move, tanking the attacks head-on with the reinforced Hakuda coat on her chest. The great strength of the bala was that they were impossible to avoid, but in term of power, they weren't all that powerful. Of course, the reports had made a note of how almost every Espada was able to add some esoteric effect to their bala that made them dangerous, but she had been willing to bet that Luppy's attack wasn't one of those, if only because their comment had made her think they just wanted to get Lisa away, due to being more vulnerable in melee. As it turned out, Lisa's gamble had been partially wrong, as the moment they smacked into her, the bala released a payload of repulsive riot so that sent her careening backwards. It wasn't a powerful blow, merely having left her torso in pain without any greater wound, but it had also achieved Luppy's goal of pushing her away from them, just as she'd guessed they wanted. However, instead of pressing the attack, Luppy grinned and said, pointing behind her, "I told you, didn't I? You shouldn't try to use your power against me. I am capable to command any riot so that is touching a portion of my body, and that's what my bala are made from." Lisa's eyes widened as she glanced backwards, and saw that not all of the bala that Luppy had shot had hit her. 4 had actually been aimed at her tornado and, upon hitting them, had interrupted their progress toward the Arrancar army, and were now instead being redirected toward the Shinigami of her division. She immediately stopped supporting the effects, only to be once again surprised as the tornadoes didn't disperse, and a moment later Luppy mocked her by saying, "My control is absolute, Only I get to decide how long the attacks I've controlled will last, before immediately directing one of the tornadoes to change direction, heading straight for her. While the sight itself was awe-inspiring, Lisa had seen the same thing from the other side far too many times to be scared of it. Instead, she used her still existing copies of Haguro Tonbo to send counter-tornadoes to smash into those Luppy had stolen, the clash of winds dissipating both as she turned back toward the Espada and said, in a emotionless tone, "You've forgotten that I've already stopped your power once. You might have controls over the attacks, but they can still be destroyed by outside forces." Then, she raised her Zanpakuto like a two-handed hammer, the end with the heavy ball raised up, and added in a threatening tone, "And I also know that you're vulnerable to hits from my Zanpakuto, which means I just need to beat you up, and your vaunted powers will be completely useless in melee." Luppy scoffed at that, clearly about to make some claim about their superiority, and Lisa immediately took advantage, using her power to teleport to the copy of her Zanpakuto she'd created behind the Espada as she was talking to distract them, and using it to smash down on the Arrancar's head with a powerful two-handed blow. The hit caved half of the Espada's head down and sent them plummeting down, but with her telekinetic control on her Zanpakuto, Lisa was immediately chasing, exceeding the speed of the fall so that she could smash her mace into the Espada's belly, redirecting them to the side while leaving another crater in their body, this time in their belly. Lisa's follow-up strike sent Luppy smashing into the ground with a diving hit to the throat, and then she used the fact that her weapon had sunk into the Espada's body to drag them along the ground as she flew forward, causing a great deal of the Arrancar's outer body to be shredded from the attrition before she pivoted, lifting Luppy's body from the ground and sending it flying straight into an house wall with enough force that not only did it punch straight through brick, it inflicted enough damage on the building to cause it to collapse on top of the Espada. Lisa let out a brief breath as she collected herself, then raised her Zanpakuto with a determined glare as she headed toward the collapsed house to see if any of her enemy was left, since the report were very clear that the only way to get rid of these Espada was to smash them into nothing. However, before she could reach the building, there was a sudden surge of power, and then the building immediately exploded, a Zero blasting out of it and punching through Lisa's shoulder in the process. The shock from the attack caused her Zanpakuto to fall from her hands, and she barely had enough reflexes to dodge. The Zero reversed its course to strike at her back. Even with it, the attack punched through her thigh, causing Lisa to fall to her knees. "I like that position, it suits you." She focused her attention on the figure that emerged from the ruined house, and while the voice was the same as before, it was difficult to believe the creature was the same. Luppy's released version looked like a formless black humanoid wrapped in a cloak of brown leaves that obscured most of their body, only leaving visible two thin arms and legs, one of which was sporting a tattoo of the number 8. An half-cape made of white vines was wrapped around their neck, from which the hollow mask emerged, the bones so grainy it could almost pass for wood, and the teeth of the otherwise humanoid-looking mouth looking like hardened rose petals, while the tiny green eyes almost seemed small flower buds set in the middle of their face. More eye-catching than everything else was the dart of black Ryotsu glowing a dark red that was moving in a lazy circle around their heads, as Luppy commented, in an amused tone. "Pretty, isn't it? See, in my true form, my power is greater. Not only can I still control any Ryotsu attack I am currently touching, I can also retain control of them once I'm not touching them anymore, allowing me to do this." With nothing more than a gesture, the Zero darted forward for her again, but Lisa had used the time of Luppy's gloating to create another copy of her Zanpakuto at a few meters of distance, so that she was able to teleport to it to avoid the strike, and when Luppy redirected the attack at her, she simply teleported back to the copy that was laying on the ground, avoiding the attack. The Espada's eyes narrowed at that even as they called the Zero back, and they said, in a disdainful tone, "Too coward to take what you deserve, aren't you?" Then, the eyes glowed, and a certain glee entered the Espada's voice as they said, "Well, you said that I was useless in melee, didn't you? How about we put that belief to the test?" And then, before she'd even had time to register what Luppy had meant by that, they were there, their humanoid hand gripping Lisa's neck, having used Sonido to close the distance in a heartbeat. Then, the vines around their neck animated, glowing longer and thicker before the Espada began to slam attack after attack into her, multitude of limbs making it so that there was no pause in the onslaught. Even as her Hakuta coat greatly reduced the damage, the outer layer of steel blocking the hits and while the water layer underneath dispersed the energy from each impact, it was still a brutal barrage of hits, and Lisa could feel her skin and muscles almost getting tenderized from the repeated assault, especially once some of the vines started to grow long spikes, clearly in an effort to punch through her defenses. Still, despite the beating, both her armor and her spirit held, and Luppy clearly noticed, as they paused and reared back a bit, spreading their vines into a large fan as they said, dismissive. "You may be defiant, but that won't be enough to earn yourself victory. I have the power to cut you into 100 pieces." And, as if to prove it, a thin cirro erupted from the tip of each of the tentacles, being held attached to it through the strength of Luppy's power, like a collection of laser blades ready to cut into Lisa. However, she saw the pause, as if the Espada had to catch a breath after releasing so many of those at once, and seizing the moment, Lisa hissed back, as she called up all of her focus. "You first." Called forth by her will, each of the copies of her Zanpakuto that she'd created since she'd released her Bankai plunged down into Luppy's head from the sky, each one empowered to cut through anything, shredding the mask into nothing into a single, instantaneous attack, before she had them raise up and strike down a few more times, turning the entirety of the Espada's body to paste, just to be sure, until it started dissolving into small, glowing sparks of loose reishi. Letting out a long, pained breath, Lisa turned toward the battle. In her absence, the Arrancar had regrouped and were now pushing her division back, but with Luppy defeated, it was a matter of a moment for her to focus and send a dozen of tornadoes to rip into the enemy's ranks, letting her Shinigami get the upper hand again. She collapsed to her knees afterwards, taking long breaths as she tried to collect herself and recover from the beating she'd just taken. While draining some Ryotsu from one's Zanpakuto was a good way to heal minor wounds, it was not a substitute for proper healing or anywhere near a regeneration ability. As it was, she'd been hurt badly enough that, while she was still combat capable, she could use all the rest she could get before she had to dive back in the fight. Sadly, she wasn't afforded as much of it as she wanted, as it wasn't long before a very familiar voice commented, sounding amused. "I think you deserve my compliments, Captain Yodomaru. Defeating an Espada is no easy task." She looked upwards, to where a familiar face was standing, framed by silver hair, eyes aslit, and a mocking smile on his lips. When she had no comment, he continued, in a thoughtful tone. "Or was it? I always had this impression that Luppy was probably the weakest of the lot." That, Lisa decided, was enough, so she slowly got back to her feet and spat, letting her anger show. "Jin. Have you decided to take to the field, after all? I'd have expected a coward like you to stay hidden in the rear until we forced you into a fight. See, that's needlessly offensive, don't you think? As for why I'm here, well, mostly because Aizen has already won this battle, so I might as well do my part." Lisa grimaced at that, but held herself back as she spat. "He hasn't. I've just beaten your Espada and put the forces attacking us here on the run, and the others will be doing just as well. That's what you'd think, isn't it? But that's not what's actually happening. The Northern Front, we were always going to lose, but it achieved the goal of keeping Yoriuki out of the way, and much as I'm proud of Toshiro's skill, he was never going to be a match for Neliel, much less when we added our little surprise with the Quincy to the mix. And, while Sairachi has only stalemated Swaifo for now, even should she fail, it's only a matter of time before Baragan gets bored enough to join that fight, at which point your defenses will collapse entirely. Which leaves us, here." He gestured vaguely at their surrounding, then pointed one hand to his chest even as he aimed his Zanpakuto at her, and went on. "Once you're down, your troops will falter, and if I turn my sword on them, they'll rout. And we already know how a fight between the two of us will go, don't we?" Lisa straightened at that, letting the many copies of her Zanpakuto fly high and spread around in the air over the two of them, as she countered, mustering all of her confidence. "Last time, you got the drop on me, but this time, when I'm ready for you, things will go very differently. Maybe you're ready, but you're also wounded, which last time, you weren't. That won't matter." Jin's smile widened at that as he said, in a joking tone. "We shall see, won't we?" "We shall," she nodded, and then went to the attack. She didn't know how much truth there was to the man's statements, considering his propensity for mind games. That wasn't an easy guess to make. But, in the end, it didn't matter. Whether victory truly depended on her winning this particular fight, or whether he was merely amusing himself, the result was very much the same. She was going to win, no matter the cost. Chapter 102, Metal. As he slammed the espada, Neutra, through several walls with the sheer power of his charge, Kenpeicha considered that, perhaps, he was overreacting. It had been annoying to hear the Arrancar dismiss Retsu's reputation as unsubstantiated claims, but overall, it really wasn't Zaraki's place to punish him for it. She would be both absolutely capable and perfectly willing to do it herself, if given the chance. Really, by letting his annoyance at the insult drive his reaction, he was robbing Retsu of her chance to let her own displeasure be known at her leisure, which he really shouldn't. It wasn't his place to fight her battle for hers, except when asked to help with them. Which, in this case, he doubted she would. With that thought in mind, and the momentum from his initial push slowly bleeding away from his charge, he decided that holding back a bit in this particular fight might just be in order. After all, they weren't in any real hurry, they were trapped here, and while he was sure that some of the eggheads had some plans on how to get out of this thing already, until he was told what role he was to play in those plans, taking out the strongest enemies left behind at his own pace was the best use of his waiting time. So, instead of letting himself be carried along by his charge, he stamped his feet on the ground, breaking the stone in the process of anchoring himself. It would not allow him to keep the pressure on his opponent, but on the other hand, it would keep him from being hit by any surprise the espada might be packing in a surprise strike. Not like he'd be in any danger from it, but if he wasn't going for the fastest possible win, taking wounds that'd just hasten the fight's conclusion was pointless. Plus, as he saw the Arrancar roll to his feet, throwing away the steel plate above him in the same movement, to reveal he'd barely been left with a few scruffs from being smashed through 4 walls, made Kenpeicha's grin grew more genuine. If his enemy was this durable, it was going to make things that much more fun. The espada didn't seem to share in that sentiment, as he looked quite incensed as he shouted, "If you think such underhanded, dirty tricks would be enough to best me, you'll find you're quite mistaken." As he brought his massive poleaxe to a guard position in front of himself. Kenpeicha chuckled at the ridiculousness of the threat, and, with an easy movement, drew Nozarashi from his side, the blue waves on the gray steel of the blade barely visible in the dankness of the room they were into, even if the little light was still more than enough to make the Zanpakuto's edge glint silver. He didn't get into any serious guard position, merely keeping the blade in a relaxed hold at his side, even as his one eye met the gaze of the angry gray eye of the espada. "All I'm hearing here is complaints. Dirty tricks, underhanded, what does it matter? You said it before, he who is mighty shall triumph, no matter what. And I agree with that. So, how about you stop whining, and show me you're more than an arrogant weakling full of hot air." That just seemed to enrage the espada even more, as he shouted loudly, "I'll punish you for daring to call me, Neutra Jilga, the mightiest of the espada, a weakling," before suddenly swinging his massive poleaxe with 2 hands in a very telegraphed swing from Kenpeicha's left side, clearly hoping to hit him on the flank opposite to the one he was holding his Zanpakuto at. The attack was surprisingly slow, almost lacking any real strength behind the swing. Kenpeicha wondered if Neutra was testing him somehow, or perhaps trying to maneuver him into position for something, believing that the sheer size and mass of his attack would be enough to force a dodge all on its own. Sadly for the espada, that wasn't the case. Kenpeicha's free arm moved in an intercepting path easily enough, his fingers hardened to block steel as he simply caught the enemy's axe in his fist, to Neutra's visible astonishment. He immediately capitalized on that by using his grip on the weapon to pull the espada toward himself, while stabbing forward with his Zanpakuto, planning to impale his enemy straight into it. However, before his blade could hit, suddenly a large amount of blades sprouted out of Neutra's chest like a flower, and new blades emerged from those blades, intercepting the tip of Kenpeicha's blade. Naturally, Nozarashi wasn't stopped so easily, piercing through the intercepting metal with its unmatched sharpness, but the moment his sword broke the blades in its way, more erupted underneath them, pushing the old ones away and interfering with its path ever so slightly, but enough that, instead of going through the espada's chest, the blade ended up slipping to its side instead. Neutra's gray eyes narrowed with malice at that even as his grin grew, and just as quickly as they had on his chest, blades erupted from the espada's large blade, clearly aimed to climb over Kenpeicha's arm. Acting on a hunch born from what he'd seen of the espada's ability so far, Zaraki swung his Zanpakuto in a quick chopping motion, the sharpened sword cutting through the metal haft of Neutra's weapon as if it wasn't even there, while immediately jumping backwards as well. And, as he'd expected, the moment the giant axe wasn't connected to his enemy's body anymore, the growth of additional blades on its surface immediately stopped. The espada looked at the severed haft of his poleaxe with a dumbfounded expression, clearly having not expected the attack. He then returned a glare to Kenpeke, and pointing the haft toward him said, in an annoyed tone, "That's mine, give it back." Kenpeke raised an eyebrow at that, and then answered by clenching his fist, the sharpened fingers biting into the steel like butter, shattering the massive blade with ease. He saw annoyance in the espada's eyes, but no sign of any weakening on his part, and a glance at the scattered shards of the blade made it clear it wasn't trying to recompose itself. "So, I guess that wasn't your transformed mask then?" Neutra scoffed, answering with a, "Please, my mind isn't so unimaginative that I'd make my oaken out of my weapon," while a second axe head, in all ways identical to the first, grew out of the severed haft in his hand. Then the espada raised his weapon high above his head, shouting, "Besides, I'm known as Neutra the Living Blade, I have little need for weapons." Even as he brought it down, this time with impressive speed and a much greater amount of strength behind the attack. Kenpeke grinned at seeing the enemy was starting to put some effort into it. However, he didn't think the espada had quite realized what sort of opponent he was facing, yet. Instead of trying to dodge, or attempting some sort of parry, Kenpeke charged forward himself, laughing loudly enough to cause the espada to ask, "What's so funny?" To which Kenpeke answered, smugly, "I'm the actual living blade here." The blade of Neutra's giant poleaxe slammed straight onto Kenpeke's chest just as he jumped upwards toward it, and since he'd hardened his muscles to the sharpness of blades, in a scraping of steel on steel and a shower of sparks, the attack failed to penetrate, before being turned aside as the strength of Kenpeke's jump proved greater than the power behind Neutra's swing. The espada was once again surprised at being overpowered, but this time at least he reacted faster, overlapping blades forming over his skin before Nozarishi had even reached him, so that the Zanpakuto's slash was intercepted and deflected by an eruption of growing blade, even if at the cost of a great deal of them being destroyed in the process. Still, that didn't stop Kenpeke at all, since the attack with his sword had been a distraction to hide the sudden knife-hand strike he sent at Neutra's face. The attack delivered from the blind point covered by his eye patch, so the espada hadn't been able to see it coming. Mentally, Kenpeke couldn't help but be disappointed at the enemy falling for such a trick. He knew very well the difficulties involved in having that type of blind spot, and also how dedicated training could be used to learn how to compensate for them. That the 11th espada hadn't bothered to do the same took some of the fun out of the fight for Kenpeke. Or it would have, if instead of smashing through the enemy's eye socket and into his brain, his attack hadn't instead found only an empty hole instead, surrounded by what looked like small fangs embedded into the skin around it. Neutra grinned, his free hand closing around Kenpeke's wrist as he gloated, "Fooled by my little trick with my hollow hole? What was it you said? Tricks don't matter." Well dash, but before the espada could brag anymore, or do anything to take advantage of the surprise, Kenpeke simply opened his hand, the sharpened back of his fingers digging into the Arrancar's shell around the hole to anchor themselves to it, and then he spun on himself, slamming Neutra into the ground head first, the sheer power of the impact sending half of the bone and steel tiles flying. "No! Master Neutra!" Kenpeke turned at the sudden shout, seeing that the Arrancar assistant from before was charging at him to help his leader. The spirit showed was admirable, and doubtful as he was that it would be necessary, Kenpeke let go of the espada to guard against his underlings. However, before the Arrancar could reach him, a massive white buffalo slammed into his side, sending him crashing into and through the wall, to reveal sunlight and open air on the other side. Kenpeke hadn't expected them to be so close to what passed for a courtyard in this palace. Due to the bed of sand cushioning his fall, the Arrancar rolled up to his feet from the impact with very little in the way of damage, shouting, "I'm coming to help, Master Neutra," only to then be immediately captured by the dozen of tentacles that had replaced the buffalo's legs. While he tried to get free of the restraining limbs, Yachiru arrived, popping through the wall to say, in an annoyed tone, "I said that I was going to be your opponent, SRA. I'm not letting you bother Kenken until you've defeat me first," which was answered by a Siro erupting from the Arrancar's only eye. Yachiru used Ho-Ho to compress herself so that the beam went above her head, before bouncing back to her usual size and charging into melee with the Arrancar. Kenpeka shook his head at his little friend's antics, then turned around to where the sound of rubble being moved aside let him know Neutra was climbing back to his own feet, dust and debris falling from his body, a positively furious glare on his face. Kenpeka grinned at the sight, and then asked, in part due to genuine curiosity and in part to annoy his opponent. Your subordinate seemed very determined to help you fight me. That's some impressive loyalty. Where does it comes from? The 11th Espada shrugged and answered, sounding completely uninterested. I don't know nor do I care. Now, how about we stop making small talk and I kill you instead? And, without waiting for an answer, multiple blades erupted from all of his limbs, with more growing from each new blade, essentially forming a multitude of chains where each link was a sharpened blade, sent smashing directly into Kenpeka's body. He raised an eyebrow as he tensed his body, flexing his muscles even as he hardened them like blades, so that, as they hit, the blades were effectively deflected away, unable to penetrate his skin, even as he went to advance toward Neutra. However, the Espada just renewed his attack, while the blades which had been pushed away simply grew back more blades in his direction, and they started to grow blades on Kenpeka's very skin, trying to envelop him in a cage of sharpened steel. If not for his deflecting the shard edges away, he would have been reduced to a bleeding mess, sliced into nothing but meat. As it was, the attacks were a mere annoyance in his advance toward Neutra. For his own, despite Kenpeka simply pushing past his offensive, the Espada didn't seem scared or demoralized, or even angry, merely deeply focused on creating more and more blades. Even if it wasn't really impeding him, Kenpeka decided that he'd had enough. A mere flex and sharpening of the muscles around his eye socket cut apart the restraining eye patch he was wearing, and then he called forth his full Ryotsu, charging it with as much pressure as possible as he had it wash over himself. The sheer amount of power released sent the 11th Espada down to one knee, while causing a good portion of the ceiling above their heads to simply cave in and collapse around them, and most importantly, crushing all of the blades over his skin, giving him some room to breathe by clearing a spade of around a meter in all direction around his body. Although the portion of blades that were further away hadn't been destroyed and still stood posed around him, like a multitude of claws just waiting to close themselves around their prey, Kenpeka ignored them, instead taking a breath and looking down at the Espada. While his recent training with Retsu had helped him figure out how to keep his pressure focused and move at the same time, he was still limited to very small movements, and having to defeat the Espada with slow motions would be horribly boring. So, instead he asked, somewhat curious to see what Neutra's reaction would be. So, are you ready to recognize that your blades can't compete with mine? You're gonna lose no matter what you do, but if you stop embarrassing yourself with this pointless power and instead go back to attacking with your axe, it would at least make this fight a bit more fun. Neutra's focused expression turned into an angry glare at Kenpeka, but then the Espada grinned, shouting, you want fun? Let's see how fun you thinks this is then, before suddenly, all of the blades around Kenpeka suddenly converged on him at once, the attacks moving so fast that he couldn't follow them with his eyes and, more importantly, that they managed to hit him before his spiritual pressure could crush them, and, as they reached him, instead of bouncing off his reinforced muscles, they punched through, leaving bleeding holes behind even as they were crushed to nothing the moment they stopped moving. The surprise at the hit was enough for Kenpeka to lose his concentration on the spiritual pressure, so that the second barrage of near-supersonic blades that erupted from Neutra's extended hand smashed into him with enough power to send him flying backwards, through the hole and into the sands outside. Kenpeka shook his head, the bells in his hairs tingling slightly as he got rid of the sand over his face, and just in time to see Neutra jumping out of the hole in the wall to join him outside, hundreds of blade chains erupting from his back and sides like long, multi-segmented insect legs, all suddenly flying forward toward him with the incredible speed that meant, he belatedly realized, that the Espada was accelerating his strikes with Sonido. Knowing it wasn't enough to stop the attack that had already been launched, and once again, Kenpeka found himself perforated by a dozen of the blades all over, before they retracted back, not unlike scorpion tails, perhaps in a worry that Kenpeka would have crushed them with his pressure if they tried to pin him in places. Still, now that he knew what was going on, Kenpeka focused, his right hand's grip on his Zanpakuto firm, while his eyes were locked on Neutra's green one, while the Espada's body language didn't betray anything about when he was about to attack. The glint in his eye did, and so Kenpeka knew exactly when to strike with his Zanpakuto, the sharpened blade hitting the side of the growing blade chains and slicing through them without even slowing down, a clear indication that, as Kenpeki had suspected, whatever power Neutra was using to make them pierce through a Zanpakuto's block, it was concentrated on the very tips of the blade. After all, why else would he limit himself to piercing attacks when his very power gave him nearly unlimited edged weapons to kill an opponent with? And thus, when new blades grew from the deflected ones to renew their attacks against him, instead of simply cutting them again, Kenpeki dodged with a roll to the side, so that he could, in the process, close his hand around the most external of the blades, his sharpened fingers closing around its side just long enough for him to observe the very tip of it. It barely took a moment to identify that the dark red glow on the tips was surrounding a microscopic orb of black riot soot, barely the size of a needle, before he crushed the blade into his hands, destroying it entirely. He turned to look at Neutra with a grin and said, honestly impressed with the Espada's creativity. So, you collected the minimum possible amount to fire a zero on the tip of the blades, but without actually shooting one, so that your blades would use it to punch through instead. And I bet you did it that way because simply firing that many zero would be too tiring for you. Is that it? Neutra's expression turned into an angry glare, and he shouted back, you think yourself so clever, don't you? The fact you know what I'm doing won't make my attacks any less effective, nor will in any way help you survive them, even as he caused the blade chains to grow all around Kenpeki to strike at him with Sonito speed from every possible angle at once. Kenpeki didn't flinch, merely grinning wider at the sight. It seemed that his opponent was finally going all out, and showing some competitive spirit as well. If anything, the 11th Espada's determination and his competence in combat reminded him of himself, a little bit. Neutra was a bit too angry and whiny, but other than that, he felt like the kind of opponent that Kenpeki could respect. Of course, that just meant he had to give his own best to the fight, so he jumped, giving his own movement a twist as he did, the very moment that he saw Neutra was about to launch the attack. As a result, he spun through the air a bit, his Zanpakuto extended while his arms and legs were also sharpened, cutting easily through the majority of the attacks. A few blades, those who had been further away, reached him a bit later, and those he caught with his hand from the side, the glinting tips blocked a few millimeters from his shoulder. He grinned at Neutra, and then suddenly needle-thin zero erupted from the tip of the blades, catching Kenpeki by surprise and leaving several finger-wide craters in his shoulder, causing it to be bleeding profusely. Also, just because using zero is costly, it doesn't mean I won't pay that cost when the situation warrants doing so. You would do well to stop underestimating my might, which is unmatched among the Espada. Kenpeki chuckled, drawing a little bit of Nozarashi's power to stop the bleeding from the mess that was his shoulder. He could tell that his range of movement with that arm was going to be a bit limited until he healed fully, and then commented. You say that, and yet, I've heard that you Espada have this Gran Ray Zero ability, which would completely destroy your opponent if it hit. If you really could activate the zero on the tip of your blades at any moment, why didn't you use the Gran Ray Zero when one of those had pierced me, to destroy me immediately? The Espada glowered, shouting, that's none of your business. Even as he thrust his poleaxe forward to send a myriad of blades forth from it, but Kenpeki was already dodging to the side as he went on. I think that the reason is that you can only grow blades when they're connected to you, they're like a part of your body itself, which is why you can fire zero from them, but it also means that, if you used that Gran Ray ability when they're stabbed into somebody, that somebody and the blade itself are all a single thing with you, so that destroying your target would destroy you as well at the same time. Neutra shouted, so you figured it out, that changes nothing. As he sent more blades erupting along the ground with a screeching sound as sand flew in all direction along their path, but Kenpeki's grin merely grew wider at having had his enemy confirm what he needed to know. He jumped above the blades sent at him, and then pulled with his wounded arm on the blade chains that were still firmly clenched into Kenpeki's hand, and since they were still connected to Neutra, as he himself had confirmed, the Espada found himself inexorably dragged through the air, the surprise keeping him from reacting for just long enough that Kenpeki was able to use his other fist, hardened to cut, to punch him straight in the face, while the sword held into it slashed into him in the same motion and sent the Espada crashing into the ground with a titanic explosion of sand. As before, the blades had erupted all over Neutra's skin to deflect the attack like an armor, but this time, the closeness and the fact that the Espada had been in the process of being pulled toward Kenpeki allowed the attack to overpower the defense and slice past it, biting into the arrow underneath, the sharpened blade of the Zanpakuto finding some resistance there before cutting through it as well, which Kenpei was pretty confident made Neutra the toughest target he'd ever managed to actually cut. The attack caused a veritable eruption of riot so, despite the fact that Kenpei could clearly see there was nothing under the skin, or nearly nothing, he noticed what looked like a small lump on the place where Neutra's lower abdomen would have been, despite a lack of any external sign that such a lump should have been there. Realizing that it was the Arrancar's vital point, the one he had to completely destroy to win, Kenpei immediately moved to thrust at it, but suddenly, 4 more arms erupted from Neutra's sides and caught his arm, blocking it there with an exceedingly strong grip and more strength than the espada had shown yet. He wasn't strong than Kenpei, however, and slowly, he began to overpower him, but before he could suddenly the giant poleaxe came swinging into his side with a speed and strength much greater than he's expected, and even as he hardened his body against it, the sheer impact of the weapon blasted Kenpei backwards and away from Neutra, enough so for the espada to use his own sonido to put some distance between them and roll himself to his feet in a single, surprisingly smooth motion. He was also, Kenpachi saw, slowly swinging his large poleaxe from a long chain that was attached to the pommel, something he hadn't noticed before. With it, the weapon was turned into a sort of gigantic flail, and the rotatory motion was likely what had given it so much impact before. Keeping an eye on the weapon to get a sense for the rhythm of its spins, Kenpei commented, letting his appreciation show. So, instead of keeping your mask equivalent on your face, or making it into one of your weapons, you hid it inside your body? That's clever, more risky, too, since it means you can just be destroyed by a simple hit in a critical location, rather than needing to destroy everything on your person, but I imagine you trust your defenses enough to go with that solution. Neutra frowned at the comment. Why would that be impressive, instead of the fact I just grew 4 extra arms to stop you? Even as he said that, Kenpei saw that the extra arms were being reabsorbed into Neutra's body, even as the deep cut he'd nearly split the espada in two with had already regenerated enough to look like a mere gash that hadn't cut all the way through. He shrugged, perplexed as to why the espada would think that extra arms were especially notable. We know that the bodies of Arrancar are just shell you fashioned for yourselves, there's nothing strange in the fact you can reshape it to have more limbs. He then frowned, realizing something, and added, if anything, it's weird that nobody reported any of the other Arrancar they've faced making use of it. That's because it's not something anybody can do, idiot. An Arrancar decides the shape of their shell upon becoming one for the first time, but even then, most of the decision is unconscious and based upon their previous hollow's personality, with even the strongest of us only able to direct its shape a limited amount. And once the shell has been formed, the shape is fixed. It takes enormous amount of mental fortitude just to modify minor physical details, to the point that most Arrancar can't do even that much. He pulled out his tongue, showing the number 11 tattooed over it, then went on. Showing that we had the ability to modify our bodies to at least a limited extent is the reason Lord Aizen insisted on numbering us espada, so that we could have a proof of our superior ability to manipulate Arriero for everybody to see, in addition to the known ability of manipulating Zero itself that got us the rank in the first place, which everybody was aware of. Putting it on your tongue doesn't seem like it lets people see it. No, but it shows my greater ability in marking a softer part of the shell, which is harder. And besides, I don't need to show anything, since my mastery of Iero is so great that I managed to learn how to grow extra arms. They're merely additional limbs completely equal to those I already possess, so the change from my base shell is minimal, but even that much is well above what any other Arrancar can achieve, and difficult enough that even I can only sustain it for only brief amounts of time. But the mere fact I can do it at all puts me above the rest. I am the ultimate master of Iero, and the strongest of all the espada. Kenpei shook his head at the arrogance in display, and yet, he couldn't help but grin as he heard. It really felt like he was fighting a younger, whinier version of himself, and it was quite fun. Still, he could see that Neutra was primarily using his chat to wound regenerate, although he'd also noticed that the 11th espada was slowly increasing the speed at which he was spinning his giant poleaxe flail. That meant that waiting any further wouldn't help Kenpei figure the timing of the blade, and thus, with no reason to do otherwise, Kenpei simply went on the offensive. It was, after all, both the natural thing to do and what he enjoyed the most. Neutra immediately struck, sending his poleaxe flying at him by simply letting it slide in his hand to expand the range of its rotation, but Kenpeka was ready, reinforcing his wounded arm and using it to deflect the weapon away, even as the sheer momentum caused the impact to send him careening in the opposite direction, where Neutra had already swung his arm to cause a myriad of blades to erupt into a sharpened wall with a good deal of tips pointing outward, glowing with a threatening dark red light. But Kenpeka had expected that, and stuck down with his Zanpakuto, striking deep enough to reach the rock under the coat of sand. The momentum he still had would have been enough to break a different blade, but when he willed it to hold still, Nozarashi followed the command to the point it didn't even bend, instead causing him to come to a stop so sudden, Kenpeka knew his bones would have broken had he not been reinforcing them. That surprised Neutra enough that Kenpeka was able to use his Zanpakuto's pommel as a pivot point to dive at the espada before he could fire the Zero from his wall of blades, and while Neutra went to dodge backwards with Sonido, he only did so after Kenpeka's fingertips had made contact with his shoulder, which meant after sharpened picks had embedded themselves into his skin, so that the acceleration didn't allow the espada to break away, it merely resulted in him dragging Kenpeka along. The moment the 11th espada stopped, Kenpeka punched him in the abdomen, his knuckles sharpened to pierce, smashing with all of the force he was capable against Neutra's blade armor. He impacted powerful enough to cause the espada to fold on himself even as dozens of blades were sent flying by the attack. While the fingers of his other hand dig themselves more deeply into Neutra's shoulder, to keep him from escaping, Kenpeka didn't relent his punching offensive, hitting again and again with the same fist in the same point, each strike sending more blades flying and reaching a little bit deeper past the ever-growing armor. Neutra immediately tried to get rid of him by having blades grow from his shoulder, wrapping themselves against Kenpeka's wrist and trying to saw through it. The efforts kept sending sparks into the air with a shriek of metal on metal, but Kenpeka's sharpening of his skin didn't yield to the Arrancar's efforts. Seeing that it wasn't working, Neutra pulled his poleaxe back from its chain to slam it into Kenpeka's side, but he just raised his punching arm, sharpening it to the excess, and then struck with enough force to overcome the weapon's impact, deflecting it away without losing his hold on the espada. However, Neutra surprised him, as blades erupted from the poleaxe and snaked around Kenpeka's arm, tying it to the weapon so that, by pulling on it, the espada was able to stop him from continuing to punch a hole in his belly. Kenpeka grinned, sharpening his forearm some more and then pulling, attempting to use it to cut through the blades it had been encased into. However, while it was working, it was taking some time to get past the block. Time that Neutra used to open his mouth, where Black Ryotsu started to concentrate, glowing with a dark green light. Kenpeka reacted immediately, headbutting the espada with all of his strength and with his brow sharpened enough that the effect was like being hit by a guillotine blade. Anybody else would have lost their head entirely from such an hit, but the 11th espada's arrow was hard enough that the result was merely a deep gouge in a deep crater going from one cheek to the opposite temple. Kenpeka barely had a moment to see it, however, as in the very moment the attack hit, Neutra stopped charging his Gran Rey Zero and let go of the hold he had on his arms, while at the same time using Sonido to push himself away, combined with the sheer strength of Kenpeka's own attack, that was enough to rip the espada from his grip. Even as he himself was blasted backwards by the huge amount of Ryotsu the use of Sonido had released, Kenpeka grinned at the daring maneuver from his opponent. This was what fighting was about, and he was enjoying every moment of it. He could sense his Zanpakuto getting close through their shared connection, due to him having being blasted in its general direction, but he could also tell that he wouldn't get close enough thanks to the push alone. Thus, Kenpeka kicked at the ground with all his strength, causing an explosion of sand as he redirected himself. Once again, his sword held firm when he grabbed it, letting him come to a full stop as his feet skidded lightly along the sand. He followed up from that by swinging laterally, a brief sharpening of Nozarashi enough to let it cut itself free in a single swing, which Kenpeka continued so that the blade cut straight through the chains of sharpened blades that struck through the cloud of sands he'd raised earlier. Kenpeka didn't hesitate to jump onto the blades, using Shunpo to balance across the sharpened edges as he charged forward, the soles of his feet sharp enough to resist being cut into, while the speed of his charge made the attempt of the blades to grow over his body ineffective, as he moved faster than they could cling to him. As he moved past the falling cloud of sand, Neutra swung his weapon in a falling blow, the chains held in two hands to give the crushing blow even more power, enough Kenpeka wasn't sure he could block it. So he didn't, instead jumping upwards with his sword at the ready to cut through, but the espada had expected him to do just that, as an eruption of blades from the weapon's chain intercepted Kenpeka on the way up. He cut through them easily, steel giving way in the face of his hardened flesh and sheared through by the sharpened spikes of his hairs, but the sheer mass of metal erupting from other metal still redirected his jump enough that, instead of cutting through Neutra's weapons, his jump carried him past it to its side. That was still good enough, as Kenpeka could see that he was about to land in front of Neutra, although not close enough that the espada wouldn't be able to dodge with Sonido. So, instead of allowing that to happen, Kenpeka grabbed and threw one of the bells in his hair with his free hand, the metal striking the sand with the power of his full strength behind it, causing a cloud of sand to erupt from the impact, which allowed Kenpeka to use Shunpo to walk across the grains of sand suspended in midair, to Neutra's astonishment, so that when he landed with his sword stabbing down at the espada's face, he was too close for the enemy to use Sonido in time. So, the 11th espada caught his thrusting hand with both of his instead, muscles tensed to their limit in the effort of holding him at bay. Kenpeka grinned. The espada was surprisingly strong, considering his thin frame, but Kenpeka had already proved that he was tougher. He put his other hand on pommel of Nose Arashi and pushed, and with the combined strength of both arms, the blade tip slowly started to inch closer to Neutra's forehead, even as his arms creaked, tiny micro-fractures forming on the shell as the espada tried to keep himself from being overpowered without success. At least, until two more arms grew out of Neutra's elbows, adding their strength and grip to the two primary ones. With that additional leverage, the Arrancar managed to stall Kenpeka's effort. Seeing this, he merely grinned more widely, taking a step forward to be able to put more power into it, but Neutra reacted to that by growing two more arms, these from his abdomen, to push back on him. Kenpeka went to power through, but then blades erupted from Neutra's palms and punched into his kidneys, forcing him to take a step back to avoid having 2-0 being fired straight into his gut. Immediately pressing his advantage, Neutra tried to have those blades grew longer, but Kenpeka struck with his knee, sharpened to cut through the spikes, before stomping down with all of his strength, causing a new eruption of sand as well as making the ground shake, so that the espada would stumble. He did, and that let Kenpeka bring the tip of his sword move downward some more, piercing through the blades that were armoring Neutra's skin and scraping at the hierro underneath with the very tip of his Zanpakuto before Neutra grew two more arms to stop him again. Then, before Kenpeka could figure some other way to press his advantage, Neutra grew four more arms from his ankles, using them to grab the chain of his weapon which had fallen to the ground and pulling it back in a swiping strike at knee height, the multiple limbs allowing him to add enough leverage to the attack to make it move fast enough. Even hardening his legs in preparation for it, Kenpeka wasn't able to keep himself from being bowled over by the hit, which was the moment when all of Neutra's arms pushed him away together, several of them breaking in the effort. He easily rolled back to his feet, ready to charge again, but Neutra's weapon also smashed into the espada himself, and had sent him flying enough that a mere jump wouldn't be enough for Kenpeka to reach him before he could use Sonido, which Neutra did to push himself even more further away while also straightening himself, landing on the sand in a crouch. Kenpeka grinned. He was enjoying this fight. He shouted, loud enough there could be no doubt the espada had heard him. "You're not bad, Arrancar, but however mighty you think you are, I'd say it's pretty clear that I'm stronger. Unless you have something left to balance the scales, the next time I get close is going to be your end." The espada glowered, but then his expression slowly turned into a threatening grin as he answered. "Whether you're right or not, it won't matter, you won't be getting any closer than you already have. Because, as it happens, I have something left that will do far more than balance the scales, it will seal my victory, and prove the true measure of my might." And then, as Kenpeka had expected, suddenly an enormous amount of Ryotsu was released from the Arrancar's body. Kenpeka absent-mindedly flexed his own Ryotsu, easily deflecting the pressure away as his own was greater. While Neutra's power was impressive, he was obviously no Vastolord, much less a match for Retsu's or the old man's Ryotsu. Instead, he focused on the new look Neutra was now sporting. His body had been covered by a segmented carapace, as well as 6 similarly segmented arms, each of which was wielding a reduced version of the poleaxe he had been before, instead of an axe head made up of 2 half-moon-shaped blades joined together at the apex of their curve. Each of the 6 pole arms he was wielding now was sporting only a single half-moon-shaped blade at its top. His mask looked very much like a mantis head, except it was made of bone and, rather than having 2 bulging eyes at the sides, it had a single eye socket right in the middle, like a cyclops, within which glowed a silver light. Ryotsu seemed to flow into and out of the edges of Neutra's segmented body, creating an impression of him being surrounded by a dark cloud or what, from the right perspective, might have looked like smoky dragonfly wing, even though his newly clawed feet were planted solidly on the ground. A dark chuckle came from the Espada's immobile mask, and it said, in a darkly amused tone, "And now, you have lost, in this form, my power if amplified, so I no longer need to be touching something to grow a blade out of it, I merely need to be able to see it. And your open wounds means I can see inside of your body just fine." While dozens of tiny blades suddenly started growing within every single wound Kenpeki had taken throughout the fight, cutting him apart from the inside like a meat grinder. Or, at least, attempting to, although the initial explosion of metal in his wounds was surprising enough to shed some of his blood and cause him to grunt in surprise, it took less than a second for Kenpeki to sharpen his exposed muscles and bones against the assault, reducing the only effects of it to shower of sparks and the familiar, welcome sound of metal striking metal coming from the wounds, and nothing more. Then Kenpeki looked up at Neutra with his best grin and answered, in a challenging tone. "What, you thought I was wrapped in some sort of armor or something else, like you are? I told you already, I am a living blade, there isn't a single part of my body that isn't capable of withstanding the bite of even the sharpest edge." Neutra's expression turned furious, and then he shouted, "Well, let's see how long you can keep it up then, when you won't be able to do anything else but sit there and take all the damage I have to dish out," even as blades erupted from all over the ground, creating a veritable labyrinth of sharp edges that made it hard to see the Espada, even as more blades grew from those inside Kenpeki's wounds, trying to wrap him in interconnected blades so completely as to keep him immobile. They also attempted to slice him to ribbon while they were at it, but they found no more purchase on his skin than they had against his insides. Kenpeki chuckled at the Espada's arrogance in believing that he of all people could ever lose an endurance fight, but as funny as it would be to prove the Arrancar wrong, the rest of the fight to get there would be an absolute bore. Thus, Kenpeki decided he might as well reveal a bit of his real power to the Espada and called forth, "Avenge, no Zarashi," his grip on his Zanpakuto relaxing as it eagerly drank the power he was feeding to it, its form changing to a cross between an axe and a meat cleaver that was about as big as Kenpeki himself. The Espada looked at the blade with a dismissive sneer, and commented balefully, "My Santa Teresa is much bigger than that thing. A little bit extra size isn't going to do you any good as you're pinned there, Shinigami." Kenpeki chuckled darkly, and countered easily. "Do you not know of Shikai, Espada? A released Zanpakuto has power, and that power changes the rules of a fight. For example, I can use no Zarashi's Shikai to have an opponent that I've hit suffer the effects of an attack they struck me with, removing the effects of that attack from me in the process." And, with nothing more than a flicker of will, one of the holes insides left by the kidney stabs disappeared, and then Neutra's side exploded in a shower of gore as the hole appeared in his side, the borders of it being torn open and shredded as if myriads of blades had grown into the wound and struck at the flesh surrounding it. It was clear the unexpected pain from the sudden wound had left the Espada in shock, as he'd stopped growing new blades for a moment, and seizing the opportunity, Kenpeki immediately swung his Zanpakuto. Because Neutra had been wrong about its great size not mattering, while it hadn't made the blade any more lethal, since it was already unstoppable, the fact that it was the same shape as himself meant it could get rid of a much more substantial amount of obstacles at once. With just 2 swings, Kenpeki had freed himself completely of the blades surrounding him, and began to advance in Neutra's direction. With his body regenerating the wound he'd taken away, the Espada got over his shock and realized Kenpeki's approach, but even as he willed more blades to erupt all over the place, with Kenpeki swinging his Zanpakuto wildly in front of himself to shred them all to nothing, Neutra could do nothing to stop his slow but inexorable advance. The Espada tried to get clever, having blades erupt underneath Kenpeki's feet to try and pin him to the ground. Having expected it, Kenpeki had already sharpened his feet so the attack skidded against them, causing no damage, other than making him stutter in his steps a little. Still, Kenpeki used his Shikai to send it back, and when pitted against Neutra's defenses rather than Kenpeki's own, the result was the Espada letting out a painful shriek as he found his foot split open as if it'd been impacted from heat, and Kenpeki mocked, as he continued to advance. "Careful with the attacks you send my way, use something too powerful, and it might be you who suffer from it." Neutra glared, and countered in an angry tone. "If you can only send 1 hit back for each time you struck me, then you'll run out of the ability to counter me eventually. Kenpeka chuckled, and countered. That's only true if I were to waste them. I've hit you a lot of times already. Also, you shouldn't be worrying as much about your own hits, as for what'll happen once I get to you again. And then, Kenpeka stopped advancing at the slow, threatening pace he had been before, and started charging, ripping blades out of his way as he closed in on the espada. Neutra's eye flashed with fear, but then the espada's glower intensified in anger as he shouted. Well then, I'll just have to strike at you with an attack that will destroy you in an instant, so that you don't have the chance to send it back to me. And then the espada charged forward himself, swinging all of his pole axes at different angles so that Kenpeka couldn't intercept them all, even as he opened his mouth to start charging a globe of black Ryotsu that was glowing with dark green light within, clearly planning to use his weapons to pin Kenpeka in place long enough to blast him to nothing with a Gran Ray Zero. That, Kenpeka admitted to himself with a grin, was something that would work. He needed to suffer the effects of the attack before he could return it, meaning that, as Neutra had correctly guessed, he wouldn't be able to return back an attack that destroyed his entire body upon hitting. Which was why, as he dove into the espada's blades, shouldering them away in a shower of sparks as his body kept the polearm from penetrating while a swing of nose arashi cut away all but the blades at his left and the arms that were wielding them, Kenpeka grabbed a handful of the blade chains surrounding them, ripping them from the ground and throwing them in the espada's face just as he shot his deadly attack. Sadly, despite how quick the attack had been, it hadn't managed to hit the Arrancar's face before he fired, so only the metal was destroyed, rather than spreading the destructive effect to his enemy himself. Still, the distraction was enough for Kenpeka to lodge his blade into Neutra's abdomen and send the espada collapsing backwards as he ripped his weapon out of his guts, a moment before he used Sonido to push away, keeping Kenpeka from finishing him off. Kenpeka grunted. He'd op-ed that the strike would go straight through all of Neutra's body from the left side to the right, cutting him in two, but the espada's carapace had proved far denser and more resistant than he'd expected, so that his enemy was merely left with an already, if slowly, regenerating gap that crossed 2/3 of his abdomen, instead of being severed in an upper and lower portion. He chuckled to himself. That was what he got for attempting a quick one-handed strike, instead of putting his whole strength into it with a two-handed full power blow. Still, as he slung his Zanpakuto over his shoulder and started to slowly approach the point where the wounded espada was slowly putting himself back together and getting back to his feet from his crouched landing, he couldn't help but grin at it. The fight had been a lot of fun so far, and Kenpeka had been enjoying himself to a level he hadn't hoped he would get out of this little expedition. That was the moment when the sky exploded. Kenpeka looked up as the almost deafening sound reached him, and he could see what looked like a globe of fire into the sky. If he'd reached for it with his hand, it would have looked about the size of a beach ball, but of course, considering how high up it was, he knew that, if the explosion had been at ground level, it would have enveloped the entirety of Las Noches into it. The sound was only the first thing to reach them, the wind hitting next, with enough force behind it to make him take a few steps back, followed half a second later by the heat, which was enough to leave Kenpeka sweating profusely. Still, it was clear that they'd only been struck by the outer edge of the attack. The palace, being enormous and thus having its top that much closer to it, was struck much harder by what was merely the edge of the displaced air, rather than any direct effect of the explosion itself, as well over half of it cracked under the pressure and collapsed on itself. A moment later, as the glowing sphere of flames turned to smoke, large chunks of a shell-like material started to fall to the ground from all around it. Clearly broken pieces of what had been the large dome enveloping Las Noches. As the smoke dissipated, Kenpeka could see the huge, ragged hole left in the blue dome, through which the dark sky of Hueco Mundo was visible, and he also noticed that a lot of long cracks were spreading from the hole across the entire dome. It was an impressive sight. He frowned as his perception suddenly noticed that, among the many pieces of broken ceiling that were falling to the ground, one of them was leaking spiritual pressure, of the type that suggested a visored, if the mix of Shinigami and Hollow Ryotsu he was detecting was anything to go by. Luckily, he wasn't the only one who had noticed, as Yachiru had already directed her Zanpakuto upwards, the weapon shaped like a giant jellyfish except for the incredibly long bird wings it was using to keep itself afloat. The falling visored impacted the jellyfish, which slowed their descent before depositing them to the ground. Kenpeka couldn't help a certain sense of satisfaction at the scene. Clearly, one of his allies had been fighting some kind of fierce battle to ensure that the rest of them wouldn't be caught in the big explosion. there was no other explanation for the situation, and then, after the ally had proceeded to save them, one of his own subordinates had saved them in turn. It was just the type of cooperation and working together Retsu had been speaking about. By working together, they kept each other alive and helped each other grow stronger so they all could enjoy even more battles together. He hadn't honestly expected it to matter much, but it really did make a fight that much more enjoyable when, in addition to the fun of the combat itself, he was remembered that fighting it was making others stronger as well. His musings were distracted by the sudden buildup of Ryotsu from Neutra's direction, and as he turned toward the Espada, Kenpeki saw that not only had his opponent taken advantage of the explosion's brief distraction to finish regenerating himself, he was also charging up a new Gran Ray Zero. Kenpeki immediately sprung into action, grabbing one of the giant slabs that had fallen from the sky and throwing it at Neutra to intercept his blast, only for the Arrancar to instead hold back from firing, swinging his pole arms from their chains to deflect the projectile away while somehow managing to shout, despite the Ryotsu in his mouth. "Tessera, pin him down, now!" To Kenpeki's surprise, the Espada's assistant erupted from the ground, apparently having burrowed underneath the sand and used the ability of Arrancar to hide their Ryotsu to go undetected. He grappled Kenpeki's body with his arms, and for a moment the Shinigami captain thought the other man was uselessly trying to crush him with his muscles, but then he realized that, instead of trying to fight past Kenpeki's sharpened skin, the Espada was exuding what felt like gaseous glue, clearly intending to both keep Kenpeki in place while gluing himself to the ground so they couldn't move at all. And then Kenpeki saw that Neutra had charged a second Gran Ray Zero between his 6 hands, just as he let both go, the one from his mouth a moment faster, so that the two beams would strike in quick succession. The plan was clearly that the servant Arrancar would hold Kenpeki there until he was disintegrated by the first Zero while the second hit Kenpeki before he had a chance to escape. Kenpeki slammed down with the full might of his Ryotsu, the pressure itself so strong it broke the gaseous glue apart as if it wasn't there, while his own sharpened arms cut through Tessera's with barely any effort at all, while a knee strike sent the Arrancar backwards, so that his body slammed into the first Zero sooner than intended, giving Kenpeki the time to take a step back and throw the severed arms in front of the second, intercepting it and keeping it from reaching him. As the small particles of Reishi left behind by the disintegration dispersed into the air, Kenpeki looked at Neutra, for the first time in the fight with no smile on his face, and instead sporting a frown. He looked at the Espada, who was breathing heavily, clearly incredibly tired from the effort of 2 Gran Ray Zero at once, and asked him, in a harsh tone, "Why did you make your subordinate sacrifice himself like that? You could have used him in other ways to give you an advantage in the fight, ways that wouldn't have caused his destruction." Neutra scoffed and answered, sounding genuinely annoyed. "What does it matter? He was useless anyway, dying for me was the only way he could possibly have been of any help to me, and at least this way I won't be bothered by his annoying presence afterwards. The only bothersome aspect is that he failed, but then, what else would you expect of somebody that useless?" "I see." Kenpeki let out a long breath, then said, as he strengthened his grip on Nozarashi and said, in a cold tone, "I didn't explain my Shikai's power properly before, so let me do that now. You see, Nozarashi's power isn't as simple as transferring wounds, it is a test of strength, as it compares the damage I have inflicted and measures it against what my opponent did. I can limit that to a single hit, but I can also simply test my own full might against that of my opponent, to see how well I would have withstood my own hits, and them their own. It makes the fight fair, and confirms whether my opponent is truly my equal." Activating the power itself, Kenpeki grimaced as wounds formed on his body, 5 deep gouges on his shoulder that were bleeding deeply, a small puncture wound in his forehead just above a deeper diagonal cut on his forehead that felt like it scraped bone, a big bruise on the side of his abdomen, and then the 2 big ones, a vertical cut from his neck to near his navel and an horizontal one running from his left side all the way to about a few fingers from his right, both of which deep enough to be bleeding but nowhere near life-threatening. Neutra watched in confusion, and so Kenpeki explained. "That means that I take the same wounds I would have if all of my own attacks throughout the fight had hit me instead of my opponent, and in exchange, my opponent is hit by every single attack they struck me with." The Espada's lone eye suddenly glinted in fear, understanding dawning on him as all the wounds on Kenpeki's body other than those he'd just inflicted himself disappeared, But then the Shikai's effect hit, and Neutra experienced the pain of dozens of attempts by blades growing over and within his own body to shred him to pieces, alongside the bite of a multitude of blade heads punching through his body all over, being pierced by several Zero, and the devastating impact of being repeatedly smashed by his gigantic poleaxe, all of which were pitted against the Hollow's own resistance to injury, instead of Kenpeiki's. And, as Kenpeiki had known would happen, those defenses were found wanting. He could have taken his time, as the Hollow's body was shredded again and again, the sheer quantity and amount of damage inflicted on him so great that what his regeneration was creating was immediately wiped away as some more attacks that hadn't been able to inflict their full effect due to other wounds taking precedence immediately struck, but he didn't. Instead, he used Shunpo to close in with the espada, and then swatted down with the flat of his blade just once, completely crushing the entirety of Neutra's mask and thus putting an end to the 11th espada. Kenpeiki sighed in annoyance. He'd been comparing his opponent to a younger version of himself throughout the battle, but now the comparison had turned sour, while he didn't think he would have ever, at any point, simply ordered a subordinate to die for him like Neutra had. The fact he wasn't fully sure was nagging at him. He would need to ask Retsu's opinion on the matter once this whole operation was over with, but right now, what he really wanted was to have a satisfying fight with an enemy that wouldn't leave him in a bad mood afterwards. Which was going to be hard if Neutra had been right about being the strongest espada, considering that he'd needed to hold the full power of his Shikai back just to make things sporting against him. If he didn't even need to use his Bankai at all, could it even be called a proper battle? He sighed again and commented to himself, out loud. If no opponent worth using my Bankai shows up, all my training will have been a total waste of time. I didn't even knew you had achieved Shikai, Captain, much less Bankai. Is that a recent development? Kenpeiki turned toward the voice, to find that it was coming from the Vizard he'd sensed earlier. It was a short girl with her blonde hairs arranged into pigtails, and not much higher than Yachiro, who was supporting her. She didn't look wounded, but did look very tired, almost near the point of collapse. He shrugged and answered, in a dismissive tone. I had a chat recently that made me figure out I was hogging all the fun of my fights to myself, so I decided to let my Zanpakuto have some of it was only fair. Do I know you? It was Yachiro to answer, in her usual peppy tone. This is Hiyori Sakuragi, she's one of the Vizard who Aizen tricked the old man into exiling. She was of the 11th before, and Rukia said we can take her back in now if we want to. Sakuragi seemed surprised at that, but Kenpeiki merely shrugged and answered. Sound good enough for me. Sakuragi, was it? Was that big explosion you're doing? She nodded, tiredly, and explained. Yeah, it was the only way I could think of to get rid of the 10th Espada, Captain. I'm sorry to say I'm in no state to fight any further. While my Hollow rebuilds me after using that trick, it leaves my body in pain for days whenever I'm forced to actually use its power. He grinned, apologizing for being unable to fight sounded very much like one of his own to him. Still, noticing that she wasn't armed, he asked, now curious. What of your Zanpakuto? I don't have a specific target to head for right now, so if the explosion sent it flying somewhere nearby, we might as well head that way and look for it. The Vizard shook her head hurriedly, and explained. No, I left it with Ikeku, Yumichika, and the others. Aburai said it might help him get rid of the Espada they were fighting, since it was giving them trouble. Yachiro jumped up and down in excitement at that, jolting the other girl somewhat as she asked him. Ken, does that mean she gets the credit for the kill of 2 Espada? Does it? We'll see, she's certainly getting the credit for 1, at any rate. Sakuragi looked puzzled, before asking, why would that matter, to which Kenpeiki answered, with his most bloodthirsty grin, because I said that I'd give the currently open lieutenant position to whomever got the best kill, which likely means it's going to be yours. Congratulations, Lieutenant Sakuragi. The girl looked unsure what to say to that, but Kenpeiki shrugged it off. Either she would prove worthy of the role, or she would lose to one of the many challenges the rest of his seated officers would throw her way, and in either case, the division as a whole would grow stronger as a result. Besides, if what he'd seen of Kukaki's 2 Vizard friends was anything to go by, he had a feeling that Sakuragi would rise to the challenge admirably. Still, it did leave him a bit unsatisfied, to know that one of his subordinates might have the defeat of 2 Espada to her name, while he only got the 1. He looked at the giant palace and commented, mostly to himself, I wonder where the other ones are hiding, since, with the Arrancar's ability to hide their riot suit, he couldn't simply use his senses to find them. Luckily, his new lieutenant immediately proved her usefulness by answering, in a dubious tone. When I was falling, I think I saw Kukaki and Kurosaka fighting a guy on the roof who was giving them trouble, might be he's one of them. Kenpaku's grin filled with bloodlust as he looked at the tall structure of the palace and said, a certain glee in his voice. So, I'll need to climb it to get to my fight? That's going to make it that much more interesting. And with that, leaving Sakuragi in Yachiro's care, he started to look for the best way to climb the titanic structure. He wasn't going to let the kids hog all the fun for themselves, and he really wanted to see if any of these espada would actually be worth using his Bankai. Chapter 103, Valor. As she ordered a group of Shinigami to reposition, to reinforce a portion of the line that was about to be hit by a new group of incoming Quincy, Nanao Ise considered how weird it was that she didn't really felt tense, or any more nervous than the prospect of going into any fight at all would normally leave her. By all means, she should be worried. This was the first truly large-scale battle she'd been involved into, and since Captain Kiraka was trailing Captain Yukatake to protect him and let him put his full focus toward searching the item they needed to destroy, and Rukia was deployed with the force attacking Aizen's headquarters rather than with the 13th, that left her as the only lieutenant on the field, and thus the only one currently able to direct two entire divisions in a large-scale engagement. It was more responsibility than she'd ever had to shoulder before, even taking into account that she routinely did all of her captain's paperwork in addition to her own, and yet, she didn't feel any pressure. Instead, she was just fully confident that she would succeed at her task. Which, she chastised herself, was a very arrogant stance to hold. And yet, she still felt that way. She wondered if it was a result of having taken part in her captain's and Uriu's fight against Captain Yamamoto. Perhaps, after facing down the captain commander of the Godi I-13, any other challenge just wasn't enough to make her worried as a result. It felt like that made sense, and yet, she wasn't sure it fully justified her unearned confidence. Especially since things didn't look like they were really progressing toward a victory, more like staying in a holding pattern. The way she'd arranged the frontline platoons, they were holding the Quincy at bay, but the enemy had numerical superiority, and while the quality of individual Shinigami was currently compensating for that, it was only because she'd made sure to put the strongest platoons, the ones under the command of the top ranks among the seated officers, at the front. It was necessary, since this was allowing the weaker platoons to actually search the various areas Captain Yukatake had lighted up with a beacon-like Kido as possible location for the item they were to destroy, but if the enemies managed a breach, the backline soldiers would be at risk of being overwhelmed due to their lesser skill compared to those who the Quincy would have needed to defeat to cause a breach in the first place. It was a risky strategy, and yet, even if Nanao was trying to figure out a better one, she nevertheless felt confident that the situation would hold as it currently was, so long as nothing changed. Which was about the moment when a call came up from the searchers, Aloud found it. Followed by somebody casting the warning Kido, which resulted in a marble of golden light being shot high into the sky and exploding into a sphere that would stay in position, hovering at that spot, for about half an hour or so. Nanao smiled as she saw that the captains had taken notice, but then another shout of warning caught her attention and forced her to redirect her attention to the front line, where the enemies had clearly also noticed what was going on. She could already see the Quincy concentrating forces on the point of the line closest to the signal flare, and while the Shinigami there increased their effort and hold them back for a few more moments, two figures that had to be the enemy commanders showed up and, with a quickness that left Nanao unable to see how they'd achieved it, unleashed a powerful explosion that sent several Shinigami flying, opening a breach for them to charge into, with the rest of their troops poised to follow after them. She charged forward, knowing that she had to take care of this personally, but also that it wouldn't be enough to keep the formation from collapsing in the wake of the two Quincy leaders' charge. However, she realized suddenly, the figure of a single girl's scream breaking through the captain commander coming to mind as she did, she could actually stop the rest, if she was willing to pay the cost for it. Thus, she closed her free hand into a fist before letting a barrage of lasers erupt from it. It was the Hado 56 Kido, also known as the Rat's Race, which allowed the user to shot beams whose path could be controlled in midair to a limited extent. In this case, It let her curve the beams around the two charging leaders, ignoring them to slam into the troops following behind them, hitting those Quincy with a concussive energy that blasted them backwards and cleared the space between the line, except for the two still charging leaders. Without a moment of hesitation, Naneo immediately shouted, using Hakuta to reinforce her throat so her voice could carry further. "Don't attack the two leaders, I'll deal with them. Just close the breach and keep the rest of the enemies away from us." Perhaps it was because her strange sense of self-assurance had filtered into her voice, but the Shinigami followed her commands without even a hint of hesitation, and she couldn't help but smile to herself as she saw that the division was still holding. That was, of course, with the exception of the two charging leaders, one of which, a middle-aged man with a bushy brown mustache, said in a very patronizing tone. "You might be overestimating yourself, young lady, if you truly believe you can stop two Quincy masters all on your own." The other man scoffed, drawing his ally's attention as well as Naneo. He was black-skinned, with features that made him look in his prime even while his hairs were white, and he was also sporting a crosshair tattoo over his left eye, although all of that was barely noticeable compared to the huge weapon he was carrying on his shoulder. Naneo had spent plenty of her service time in the mortal realm, seeing as the 8th Division was in charge of taking care of soul burial for the people who died on what she understood was called the Indian subcontinent. While it was her understanding that the area wasn't as rife with combat as the areas under the care of the 5th and 7th Division, she'd still had plenty of chances to learn about the more modern weaponry the mortal realm had developed. And, because of that, she knew that a man carrying what looked like a mix between a heavy rifle and a rocket launcher, likely a Quincy creation meant to take advantage of features of both, was bad news. Which was confirmed as the man said, in a dismissive tone. "Don't waste time warning her, Acutron, show her instead." And, following his words with matching actions, he lowered his weapon and fired it from his hip in a way that, Naneo was pretty sure, should not be possible with something of that size, which just added to her guess that this was some more Quincy trickery with combining weapons. The other man followed the suggestion himself, raising a pistol that looked like a semi-automatic model with gold and white plating to it that made it look very tacky, to her eyes. Naneo was reacting before they'd even started aiming, wrapping herself in the usual Hakuta defense, an outer layer of steely disdain over a layer of flowing calm underneath, while also raising her Zanpakuto in a guard position. When preparing herself for the battle, she had left one of the 8 mirrors on Shinken Hakioken empty on purpose, specifically to have the opportunity of capturing enemy attacks, and knowing that her Hakuta defense was more than enough to stop bullets, she trusted in that to protect her from the gun while she swung the sword so that the free mirror was placed at the right angle to capture the Quincy's weapon. The first part of her strategy worked, as she saw what looked like a miniature missile emerging from the weapon and immediately captured it. However, while her Hakuta coat stopped the bullets from penetrating, she hadn't expected them to explode immediately upon impact, much less for them to suddenly release Reishi in the form of a weighted net heavy enough to drag her to the ground in a discharge of electricity that let Naneo twitching in pain. She grit her teeth, focusing the pain away with Ho-Ho by the simple expedient of rearranging her density so that the parts of her which were suffering weren't close enough to the rest to pass that suffering along. She could only keep that going for a few seconds, but for an electric shock, it should be enough. Taking advantage of that moment of clarity, she used her Zanpakuto to slice through the net, while at the same time glancing at the broken bullets on the ground, only to recognize that they weren't actually bullets, they were Jinto, the Quincy device which could contain all sorts of effects they'd release on a trigger. Uriah had explained to her how the things worked when he'd asked for her help in preparing some for their fight against the Captain Commander in Soul Society, and she knew that, sustaining a strong impact, was a common trigger condition. Even with that in mind, the idea that somebody had managed to work out something that didn't trigger upon being fired by a gun, but did on hitting a target, was not something she'd expected. As she got back to her feet despite the still lingering spasms, stumbling only slightly, the man with the mustache, Acutron, that was what his ally had called him, leveled a dismissive glare on her. "I am offended, that you would think Baro's attack was worth prioritizing over mine." He then immediately raised his gun again, and Naneo could see through the corner of her eye that Baro was doing the same with his own weapon. Gritting her teeth, she channeled Calm Hakuta to her glasses, the clarifying effect on the lenses greatly enhancing her sight at the cost of a slight headache and a bit of vertigo. Even so, it was good enough to let her have full focus on the movement of a Cotroni's finger, so that she was able to make a Ho-Ho assisted jump the very moment he pulled the trigger, letting his Jinto bullets pass underneath her, even as she swung Shinken Hakioken to her side, releasing the trapped missile within so that it went flying back at the Quincy, smashing straight into the new one that Barou had fired. The move worked, in that the two missiles hit each other and exploded without either hitting her, but it also didn't, in that the explosion was far more powerful than Nanao had anticipated, and sent her careening back with its blast. Acutron also stumbled, but unlike her, he was on the ground rather than suspended in midair, so the effect was lessened on him. As for Barou himself, not only was he completely unaffected, having placed himself so he'd be just outside the explosion's radius, he didn't hesitate to fire again, repeatedly. Two missiles were in the air already before Acutron had the time to add his own shooting to the offensive. Grousing to herself that she hated how much faster the rate of fire of a gun was over the normal speed of attacks she was used to facing, Nanao was still fast enough to react before anything hit her, activating her Shikai with barely a thought. With only one free mirror, she couldn't really capture all the attacks, so instead she unsealed one of the items she'd prepared in advance, specifically, a wall that was about as thick as a person, made of steel reinforced stone and with a bolstering Kido applied to it as well. As she'd hoped, the wall stopped the first few attacks, allowing her to use Shunpo to reorient herself, her weight light enough to walk on air, but before she could turn things around in a counter-attack, she saw cracks appearing on her reinforced wall, and that was all the warning she had before the thing exploded. She watched in disbelief at the barrage of missiles heading her way. It seemed that Barou had been holding back, because his rifle was now clearly firing faster than a Cotroni's gun, if the volume of projectiles in the air were anything to go by. It also meant that Nanao had to halt her attack in her tracks and, much to her chagrin, release another of the things she'd sealed within Shinken Hakioken, a Kido, this time. She'd have preferred to keep it as a last resort, since not only was it one that she wasn't able to cast mid-battle, requiring her to use the full cant and set of gestures to use it, but it was the most powerful of the tricks she'd saved up. Unfortunately, it was also the only one she could use right now, since none of her other options would cover the kind of area she needed with their effect. The golden dart with a spherical head shot out of her Zanpakuto at a dazzling speed, faster than the projectiles headed for her, intercepting them as it hit the one in front of the barrage. As a result of the impact, it exploded in a set of cutting discs that sliced through a majority of the incoming attacks, as well as shearing through a Cotroni's bullet Jinto so that most of them harmlessly discharged their payload into the air. The resulting explosions were enough to cause every untouched missile to also explode. This time, the explosion was much bigger, what with about a dozen of missiles detonating at once, and the two Quincy were blasted back just like Nanao, with the key difference that she'd been expecting it, so she was able to use her Ho-Ho to limit the effect on herself. However, while the majority of a Cotroni's bullets had released payloads of fire, ice, electricity, or weird items like barriers, nets, and cages into the air which had then either been dispersed or destroyed by the explosions, a few had exploded into spikes or arrows, and a good deal of those had been shot straight at her by the explosion's blast. Even without having expected it, she was quick enough to raise her Hakuta coat over herself, but to her surprise, the spikes had some form of adhesive effect, so they stuck to it, while the arrows, despite failing to penetrate, carried some form of high-impact effect that blasted her backwards. The result of this was that Nanao was smashed into the ground, hard, and the impact drove the spikes through her Hakuta coat and straight into her skin, ripping a scream out of her as they easily went through her skin and scraped through large portions of her muscles where they struck. She grit her teeth and focused to keep fighting past it, but the brief moment was all that Barou had needed to get back on his feet and send another burst of missiles straight at her, and even as she rushed to react, she was sure she wouldn't be fast enough to dodge them all. Luckily, she didn't need to be, as a veil of golden mist rose in front of her, and while the missiles went through it in an instant, when they smacked into Nanao, none of them exploded, instead each falling to the ground without a detonation. It still hurt a bit, since each projectile had carried a good deal of power, but it was the equivalent of taking a good pummeling from a physically stronger opponent, a pain, but not of the sort Nanao hadn't withstood before. Well, look at that, it seems you fired a bunch of duds. Sad, isn't it? Relief flooded Nanao at her captain's voice, and a moment later, Captain Kiraka was next to her, a reassuring smile on his face. Go take care of the troops, Nanao, I and Jushiro will take care of these two. Barou grinned at that, the crosshair tattoo around his left eye glowing blue as he collected Rishi to it while he said, sounding quite eager. "Oh, I can't wait to be able to say I was able to take down a Shinigami captain." The captain raised an eyebrow at that and answered, lackadaisical. "Well, I'm sorry to say you'll need to keep waiting then. I hope you won't take that too personally." She shook her head at her captain's antics, and then, after glancing at Acutron and confirming that the man had already engaged Captain Yukatake, who seemed to be using a Kido she'd never heard of before to trigger the Jinto bullets from afar so that they posed little threat to him, she darted forward, leaving the fight with the two Quincy Masters to the captain duo, as she returned her attention to the clash between the 8th and 13th Divisions and the Quincy force. And saw, to her dismay, that the Quincy were now pressing hard, and her forces were just about to break. Nanao darted forward, using her Shunpo to keep above most of the fray, while some of the enemy Quincy were moving around on sleds that were skating along midair pathways and a number of seated officers were using Shunpo of their own to contest them. Most of the fight was taking place on the ground, so it was easy for her to reach the place where the battle was thickest. Upon reaching it, she saw that the reason the Shinigami were being pushed backwards was because the one leading the Quincy offense was targeting the seated officers within her reach, as well as any other leadership figure among the ranks whenever she spotted them. The Quincy was a young woman with long black hairs that flowed behind her, swaying with her every movements like a banner, especially when contrasted against the white clothes she was wearing, which included a baseball cap, a short coat, and a skirt of all things. She was also using a crossbow instead of a bow, a choice that seemed to be shared by a large portion of the attacking Quincy, and more importantly, her arrows were topped with a spherical head which exploded like a grenade on hit. It was that high-impact offensive, more than anything else, that was putting the Shinigami on the back foot, although the fact the woman was sliding on the air at a speed fast enough to dodge most of the attacks thrown her way, and allow her to intercept the few she couldn't avoid, was likely playing a part. If nothing else, it allowed the woman to keep up a near-continuous rate of fire, and the endless barrage of explosion was enough even if each individual explosion, by itself, wasn't anywhere near as strong as the missiles Barrow had been using. Nanao briefly wondered if adhering to the idea of relying on quantity rather than precision was a part of the Quincy creed she hadn't been informed about. After all, even Uryu, who had struck her as pleasantly methodical, and shown a preference for planned and methodical actions, had what was a very literal rain of arrow as his ultimate attack. And each Quincy leader she'd seen so far had seemed to use something similar. Whatever the case, she wasn't about to let her opponent continue to ravage her troops unimpeded, so she used Shunpo to dart forward, whispering to herself a shortened Kido chant under her breath while clenching her fingers, causing the glowing sphere of Hado 66, the rippling orb, to appear in her hand for just a moment before she lobbed it in a low arc. Most of the Shinigami observing would likely have thought that she'd tossed it to an empty spot, but after her training with Uryu, Nanao had discovered that, for a skilled enough Quincy, it was possible to use their Hiran-Kyaku ability on paths as narrow as a finger, and even to craft those paths so that their color matched that of their surroundings, making them almost unnoticeable to anybody who wasn't observing from the right angle. However, knowing what to look for, the paths that the Quincy was using to move around and dodge the attacks were clear as day. It was obvious that their almost invisibility to the Shinigami underneath was what had allowed the Quincy to so deftly dodge their attacks, since they couldn't use the paths to foretell her movements. But Nanao could. The small sphere exploded in midair, destroying the path the other woman was heading for. The Quincy's eyes widened, and Nanao was sure she would be in position to cut her opponent down the moment she lost control of her movement, but she suddenly swung her arms, long strings of Rishi sprouting from it and grabbing the end of another of the near-invisible paths she'd created and dragging it to intercept the one Nanao had broken. There was a sputter as the sled she was on changed direction, but the movement was still fast enough to let the woman dodge Nanao's stab. With a glare, the raven-haired Quincy immediately turned her crossbow at Nanao and shot, but she was ready, twisting Shinken Hakioken in a reverse diagonal guard before using Shunpo to take a single step in front of the Quincy, slashing down with the blade to cut straight through the Hiran-Kyaku path while releasing the captured arrow at the same time so that, in such close quarters, it slammed into her opponent before she was able to dodge. The Quincy still managed to glow blue a moment before impact, indicating she'd used blood to harden herself before the hit, but the explosion still left her reeling, her clothes lightly singed and, most importantly, it enveloped her in smoke and covered her vision for just long enough she didn't see Nanao stepping away from the now cut path, so that she had no ability to avoid falling through the newly opened hole on it and crashing straight into the street pavements. To her credit, the Quincy rolled to her feet immediately, although Naneo took some satisfaction in seeing that her long hairs had gotten dirted in the fall. Keeping that kind of hairdo in a fight was really not very practical. She landed in front of her opponent, who immediately fired an arrow that Naneo deflected away from her and into the air, angling it so that the explosion went off high enough not to hurt anybody. The Quincy raised an eyebrow at that and commented, amused. "That was a tad risky, wasn't it? What if it exploded in your face?" Naneo shook her head, keeping her tone level. "I noticed that, if the tip isn't breached, your arrows only explode after a set amount of time. Deflecting by hitting the arrow shaft is completely safe." "Well, aren't we smart?" The other girl straightened, patting herself to get some of the dirt off her white coat, before adding, with a smirk, "Don't think that matters, you just got off a lucky shot, that's all." Naneo had noticed that, even as she spoke, the Quincy had been creating another of her camouflaged paths, and so, when she formed a new Hiran Kyaku sled under her feet, she was ready to jump upwards with Ho-Ho and then use a single Shunpo step to once again intercept the path and cut trough it with her Zanpakuto. This time, the other woman hadn't really gained any speed or altitude, so she simply dissipated her platform and glared up at Naneo, who for her own merely said, trying to affect a sense of unflappable confidence. "That wasn't luck, I just figured your trick out, and without it, you're harmless. Now, will you surrender? You know, I greatly dislike being looked down upon, so you making that a more literal thing isn't doing you any favors." That said, the other woman opened her arms wide and said, arrogance replacing annoyance in her gaze, "Let me show you what Bambietta Basterbine is really capable of, and the true power of Quincy, with Volstandig." Uriah had not explained that one to her, so it took a moment for Naneo to realize what was going on as the air around Basterbine glowed with blue light. Once she realized that it was the result of a very large amount of Reishi being collected at once, she immediately dove downwards, but her opponent dodged by using Hiran Kyaku along the ground, and then spread what looked like enormous angel wings she'd fashioned for herself with the newly added power. As she flapped them to take flight, Naneo pushed her Shunpo to the limit, and she could feel the muscles in her legs cramping as she did, but the effort allowed her to cut the tip of one of the wings with a swing of her Zanpakuto. That caused the other woman to spiral out of control for a moment and stumble back to the ground, since she hadn't really gotten high enough yet, but before Naneo could capitalize, the other woman extended her hand, strings growing from each finger to anchor themselves to the severed wingtip, and a single twist was enough to wrap Naneo inside it, the thing being large enough to surround her twice. She cut herself out, of course, but by the time she'd done that and limped out of it, the Quincy was flying high into the air, a large grin upon her face as she said, "You know, I was going easy on your little group here, but since you think so much better than me, let's see what you can do if I really let you have it." And then, as she spread her arms wide just like her wings were, Basterbine's crossbow disappeared, and instead a large amount of spheres, perhaps about 200 in total and each about the size of a tennis ball, formed right in front of her, hovering for a moment before being dragged down by gravity. Naneo's eyes widened as she realized what it was, and she swung Shinken Hakioken while unsealing her only other defensive trick, forming a flat disk of golden light above the fighting Shinigami just a moment before the bombs could reach them. The explosions made the sky glow red from the sheer combined power and quantity of them, and Naneo knew that, while the shield had withstood the first barrage, it wasn't going to last more than a couple more of them, since it was much less resilient than the reinforced wall she'd used to stop the missiles. However, rather than continuing her attacks to try and punch through, Basterbine suddenly stopped hovering, instead accelerating to the side in a sweeping movement, while leaving a trail of falling bombs behind her, cackling loudly enough that Naneo could hear it from the ground. It took barely a minute for Naneo to understand that the Quincy wasn't planning to spend her time dealing with the defense she'd created. Instead, she was going to fly back and forth over the entire line, most of which was not under the protection of her shield, while letting a never-ending rain of explosives fall down on them. And the big problem was that, currently, Naneo didn't have anything else she could use to stop that kind of offensive. She hadn't thought she'd need enough defenses to cover a whole 6,000 fighters from aerial bombardment. Besides, even if she had, she wasn't sure of how she would have been able to fit something capable of doing that within one of her mirrors, even with preparation time allowing her to capture something from a distance. She still needed to actually fit the reflection of the entire item she wanted to seal into a diamond-shaped mirror the size of her hand, which for larger items was tricky. Still, she had to try something, so she grit her teeth and forced herself to jump on the air. Using Shunpo with a limp to one leg was both weird and painful, causing her advance to proceed in stutters and starts, but she didn't have the time to heal her leg if she wanted to stop the bombing run. The sound of bombs exploding among the ranks of the Shinigami under her responsibilities, and the following screams of pain from it, were nearly as painful, but Nanao did her best to ignore it and, as soon as she had a good angle to do it, she swung her Zanpakuto while releasing the one device she'd gotten from the 12th Division. The small dart flew upwards in a corkscrewing pattern that allowed it to go past the multitude of spheres Base Turbine was creating, and while she noticed and dodged, that didn't matter, since the moment it was above her, the device reacted to the sheer amount of Reishi in the area as it was designed to do, exploding into a large net that fell onto Base Turbine. Sadly, being wrapped in the net wasn't enough to cause the Quincy to fall to the ground. It wrapped her and her wings, but she was quick to use Hiran Kyaku to keep herself from falling, before creating a multitude of knives around herself that she started to direct with strings to cut the net apart. However, forcing Base Turbine to do that meant that she wasn't making bombing raid over the other Shinigami. Nanao took the moment of respite to use the one healing Kido she could cast without a chant, even if it still required a 5-second long string of gestures to do. With that done, she glanced above, and grimaced at seeing Base Turbine was already halfway done in getting rid of the net. Nanao didn't even consider trying to climb high enough to attempt a straight attack at the Quincy, and instead darted toward her lines. Several holes had been opened by the explosions and the enemies were already trying to take advantage of that to break the Shinigami down into small groups they could surround and defeat in detail, but luckily, they hadn't succeeded at it yet. Nanao unleashed another one of the Kido stored in her Zanpakuto, releasing a barrage of glowing darts that decimated the Quincy at the forefront of the wedge that was pushing through the formation. That caused enough confusion she was able to land in the middle of the defeated Quincy, focus the edge of her Zanpakuto for precision cutting, and then use Ho-Ho to compress her legs before letting them spring to full length while also dashing forward. The combination of movement caused her to simply cut through the entire group of enemy, with the few who didn't fall to the one attack backing away in fear, while the rest of the Shinigami around them stared after her in awe at the maneuver. She frowned at the idiocy of stopping midway through battle, and shouted in as commanding tone as she could manage. "Reform the line, now. And everybody who isn't at the front, use Kido to set up the largest shields you can, like I did." She pointed with her sword at the still-standing golden disc above them. "Keep them up and you won't have to worry about the rain of bombs, then form them above the head of the front lines, so they can advance. The enemy fell into our trap and concentrated their forces here, now we can counter-attack by striking at their flanks." In truth, there hadn't been any trap, Nanao hadn't really planned things that far. However, due to the Quincy leadership concentrating on a single point and having the majority of the Quincy themselves do the same, the enemy army had thinned itself along the wings of their already loose formation. While they still had overall numerical superiority, the current arrangement had left the Shinigami with local numerical superiority along the wings, and if the 8th and 13th Divisions managed to defeat them before the Quincy could reposition, which would be difficult with how tightly grouped together they currently were, then the enemy numerical superiority would be gone. At which point, Nanao was confident that the individual Shinigami's superior skill would lead them to win. Of course, none of that would be possible if the attack was interrupted by a barrage of explosive falling from on high. And, as if on cue, Base Turbine, who had just finished freeing herself from the net, shouted, loudly enough to be heard all over the battlefield. "You think that's going to work? No matter how many barriers you put up, I'll just bring them down and then get rid of your little army without any effort. You won't, because I will stop you. Everybody, do as I said." Luckily, the Shinigami followed her command and moved to attack, which was the very reason she'd said it. Her troops needed the encouragement. However, in truth Nanao had no idea how she could possibly stop Base Turbine. She had just one item left sealed inside Shinken Hakioken, and using it would require getting very close to the flying Quincy, something she wasn't sure how to achieve. And, of course, the more pressing problem was that she had no real way to stop another barrage of bombs. Something the Quincy clearly knew, as she shouted, "Let's see how you're going to do it then," before opening her arms, a new, larger group of bombs forming in front of her and beginning to fall, only to be hit mid-flight by a glowing beam of Ryotsu the size of a truck that swiped across the sky to destroy all of the falling projectiles before any could hit the shields. A scream of what? From Basterine matched Nanao's own surprise as she glanced in the direction the beam had originated, where a tall, dark-skinned figure with a giant arm in black and red extended was standing. It took a moment for Nanao to recognize him as Chad, one of Uryu's friends. She'd heard he could shot beams of Ryotsu, but for some reason, what she'd been told of the fight he'd participated in, she'd imagined them to be smaller. Regardless, she headed his way, even as he saw that he was continuing to fire his beams up into the sky. They were failing to hit Basterbine, however, as she seemed to be boosting the speed of her flight with Hiran Kyoku somehow, enough so that she was impossible to hit. Nanao grimaced at the sight and told Chad, as she reached him. I don't think that's going to take her down, she's too fast. She can only keep that up for a brief time. She turned toward the tall boy, surprised, and he explained, in a direct manner. The ability she's using, Vollständig, has a time limit. We can simply outlast her. Nanao frowned, and then the sound of explosions distracted her. She suddenly turned, and saw that a rain of bombs had just fallen from the sky, generated behind their position, and instead over the fighting Shinigami and Quincy. Luckily, the shields she'd ordered them to raise had stopped that first attack, but they'd also collapsed under them, and Nanao saw new bombs already forming in the air again. Which, of course, made sense. If her ability to fly was limited and she knew it, Basterbine wasn't going to let what time she had to attack go to waste. She hadn't expected her to be able to create her items at such a distance from herself, but given that she evidently could, this was almost obvious. Immediately, she grabbed the shoulder of Chad, pointing behind herself and to the newly falling bombs as she said, "Ignore her, just keep the others safe from her falling bombs," to which Chad merely nodded, implicitly trusting her to take care of Basterbine herself. Nanao didn't waste time, immediately darting upwards with Shunpo, even as she heard the sound of Chad's beams destroying waves of bombs in quick successions. Clearly, seeing that her attack was keeping the boy from shooting at her, she was creating more to keep him occupied, even if each wave was made of less bombs. Which suited Nanao just fine, since it meant that, if Chad missed, at least his mistake would have less lethal consequences for the Shinigami under her command. She just needed to take down the Quincy herself, and everything would be fine. However, as she got closer, she could see her opponent wasn't planning to make it easy. She was already grinning, and when Nanao used Shunpo to close in and slash at her opponent, Basterbine immediately flew out of the way, before flapping her wings strong enough to generate a small blast of wind to push Nanao away. And then Basterbine gloated, amused. You really thought you were going to hit me? Even as she did, she formed a crossbow in her hands, but Nanao didn't even let her finish, instead throwing her Zanpakuto at the Quincy like it were a javelin. That surprised Basterbine, but she immediately dodged to the side, and Nanao grinned, unsealing the last item in her Zanpakuto, the mirror glowing next to the Quincy even if she'd avoided being touched by the sword itself, and the golden chains of Kido once kept inside Shinken Hakioken wrapped themselves around her. That gave Nanao just time enough to lunge, using Ho-Ho to stretch herself to the limit, gripping the other woman's long hairs and using them to draw herself closer, grabbing Basterbine's upper arm with her other hand to keep the Quincy from dislodging her. A moment later, the chains disappeared, but now that Nanao had a grip on her opponent, it was easy to use Shunpo to push herself down, forcing Basterbine into an unwilling dive. The Quincy tried to change direction with her wings, but Nanao countered that by staggering her uses of Shunpo so that, instead of a smooth descent, their fall was filled with slowdowns and sudden bursts of acceleration, which made it impossible for her enemy to actually be able to use her wings to fly properly. Realizing this, Basterbine tried to get free by forging a knife into her hands and stabbing at Nanao, but the blade wasn't able to pierce past the Hakuta coat, and barely a moment later, she stopped, glowing blue with her use of blood just a moment before they both crashed into the ground, right next to where Shinken Hakioken had also embedded itself. The impact stole both of their breath, but Nanao was able to recover quickly, and started punching down on Basterbine's face with Hakuta-hardened fists. She managed to land 3 hits before, suddenly, she was stabbed in her sides by multiple knives at once, and then pulled back by a sudden force. A moment later, the knives were pulled out and Nanao fell to the ground, bleeding, but she still managed to look up to see that Basterbine had dismissed her wings and replaced them with long strings connected to the knives she'd stabbed them with. The stings seemed to emerge from her long hairs, which perhaps was helping her control them the way she was. It was also how she'd managed to punch through Neneo's Hakuta, as, being whipped around by the long strings, the knives had much more penetrative power. The Quincy smirked, looking down at Neneo, and commented, in amusement. "I'd told you I prefer to be the one looking down on people, didn't I? I'd take my time cutting you down to pieces, but I need to go kill your friend so I can bomb the rest of your army into nothing before my Volstandig goes out, so forgive me if I just end you right now, okay?" And then, the string swung, which was when Neneo grinned her own smirk and willed Shinken Hakioken to activate, the blade glowing behind Basterbine and sealing all of her knives away, leaving the Quincy surprised enough for Neneo to use Shunpo and charge at her. Her elbow strike at her opponent's sternum stole Basterbine's breath, keeping her from striking back as well as pushing her backwards just long enough for Neneo to activate Shinken Hakioken again, except in reverse this time, shooting the captured knives right back into the Quincy's back. Neneo stopped, leaning on her blade as she collected her breath. Even as Basterbine collapsed to the ground, she wasn't sure if she was still alive, but she was certainly unconscious, and thus unable to be a problem any longer. And, as she glanced toward her Shinigami, she couldn't help but smile at seeing that, with Chad's protection, they'd indeed managed to put the Quincy to fight. It seemed she'd managed to win the larger fight, not just her own duel. Her contemplation of the result, and whether that confirmed that her self-assurance was well placed or not because of it, was interrupted when Chad showed up, nodding at her. She nodded back, then pushed her glasses back before the motion made them fall from her nose. "Thank you, I don't think I'd have been able to do this if you weren't there to protect the others." He shrugged. "It's what my power is for. And you did send out the signal asking for help." He pointed to the signal that was still hovering in the sky, and upon seeing it, Neneo realized that, obviously, the boy wouldn't know they'd decided to use the signal to also indicate the location of the anchors they had to destroy. Then, her expression suddenly turned to a frown as she spotted another signal in the distance. From her judgment of where everybody had gone, she thought that was the location where Captain Komamura and the 7th Division should be fighting. Captain Kiraku and Captain Yukatake were also still fighting the two Quincy leaders, all four of them moving around the place where the anchor was standing. The large fight between the enemy army and their division had moved away from their battlefield, which, considering how badly damaged the place was, had probably been for the better. She considered if she and Chad should go to help the captains. However, after a moment, she shook her head and pointed out the second signal to Chad, saying in a serious tone, "Well, seems like somebody else needs help too. Shall we go give them some?" The boy nodded, and Neneo, after a long, deep breath, straightened, drawing her Zanpakuto out of the ground and heading back to the 8th and 13th Division. While she wasn't sure if her confidence was well earned or not, the benefit to it was that it had helped her lead those under her command to victory so far, and as long as it kept doing so, she would trust into it. Perhaps, she mused to herself, sometimes diving into danger while trusting one's skills were up to the task was really all that was needed to succeed. Chapter 104, Strife. Even as he took charge of the 7th Division and put them to work to break out of Aizen's trap, Seijin Komamura couldn't help but feel a deep worry. It wasn't that he thought they would fail, using Shunpo to stay above the troops, directing Iba to put up a first line of defense to stop the attacks from the Quincy and Arrancar with half the division while the rest continued to search for the item they were supposed to destroy was relatively easy. He was confident in the people he'd trained, and against almost any opposition, he was confident they'd define. However, as the group got organized, he glanced back to the man that was heading in his direction, the one who was once his best friend and had now become his deadliest enemy. Tuan's Bankai would allow him to move across the battlefield at a speed that nobody here could match, and none of Seijin's subordinates would be able to defeat him. In fact, Seijin himself wasn't sure he could. Outside of physically holding him in place, it was pretty much impossible to keep Tuan pinned to one location once he activated his Bankai, and yet, that's what Seijin needed to do, if he wanted to keep the other man from slaughtering the 7th Division. The only thing he had to offer as bait to keep his people safe was himself. So, when he saw Tuan slowing down in his Shunpo as he neared the improvised barricades, he shouted, loud and clear, "Tuan! If you want to settle things between us, I'm ready for you. Let's see how well you fare when you're not stabbing people in the back. He immediately began heading away, and as he glanced behind his shoulder, he saw that Tuan was following, although at a more sedated pace, as he shouted after him, somehow managing to keep a calm tone in his voice despite its volume. You're transparently trying to stop me from striking down those little drones you call Shinigami. Why should I follow you, when I can get you to come to me instead just by striking them? Seijin grit his teeth, his fur bristling at the comment, and he shouted back, anger coloring his tone. Really? You would murder innocents for tactical advantage? If this is your true face, how could you ever sprout your big claims about justice with a straight face? Do not pretend like you don't know that's what your Godi 13 does every day, Seijin. And claim that your Shinigami are innocent? By the very fact of fighting for the interests of the nobles of Seoul society, instead of taking arms against them, they're complicit with every injustice they caused. You say that, but you were one of us. If that's what you truly feel, why did you even join the Shinigami in the first place? Why do all this? Because I was naive, Seijin. If my friend could be a Shinigami herself, I thought, perhaps there were people among them, who could act in the name of justice. I had to check if that was the case, and I was right, some Shinigami have justice in their hearts. You are one. But when I tried to change things from within, the very procedures that saw my friend dead tied my hand. It doesn't matter how many of you are good people, if the Godi as a whole is built to be nothing more than a tool for evil. Seijin's grip on his Zanpakuto tightened, and he had to force himself to keep going, so that Tuan would follow him and move away from the others, when everything Seijin wanted was to turn around and smack the traitor in the face. He did at least release some of his anger by shouting back, furious. So you recognize it then, that your actions will cause good people, people who share your desire for justice even if they aren't willing to break everything like you did, to suffer because of your actions. There was a complete lack of remorse or pity in Tuan's answer, only unyielding determination. In a true war, it is not just one side who bleeds, some people on the winning side will also die. I've accepted that, and if it is the price necessary for change, I will pay it. You're making everybody else pay it. So I am. But I'm paying it too, Seijin. After all, I'm here, fighting you, and this time, I might not be able to hold back and spare your life. It is likely that, before this war is over, my best friend will have died in it. At that, Seijin couldn't push forward anymore, and stopped. Luckily, as he looked around, he saw he'd managed to reach the place he'd meant to, a large park, far enough away from both the 7th Division and any of the housing places where mortals resided that his fight with Tuan would not drag them in the crossfire. Perhaps, if he was just strong enough, he might be able to keep many people from getting hurt. He turned, glaring at the still approaching Tuan, and said, pointing Tenkin at him. You are not my friend. To Seijin's surprise, Tuan nodded. I'm aware. I betrayed our friendship, it is only fair for you to withdraw your affection. That does not change the fact that you still have mine. When I envisioned the world my actions would create, it was one filled with people like you, and it pains me that you will not be able to see it realized. The sheer arrogance in that sentence left Seijin speechless for a moment, and that allowed Tuan, who hadn't stopped moving forward as he spoke, to use Shunpo for a sudden acceleration and a thrust straight at his head. Seijin barely managed to move out of the way as the sense of dread washed over him and a deep cut opened on his cheek, right under his left eye, blood marring his red fur to make it darker. Still, the pain from the hit was enough to snap him out of the shock, as he raised his sword in a guard position and called out, loud and clear. Bring ruination, Tenkin. A feeling of sinking into the depths of a still lake enveloped Seijin as his awareness expanded, going through the feeling of having a number of strings of which he could grab one that his Shikai granted and then progressing to the sense of being surrounded by a crowd, each member of which was supporting and sharing its strength with him. He could feel his connections to other people in his life drifting along around him, like a sea, but most of them he'd not dedicated the time to develop, only 42 of those connections had grown to the point of solidifying into a titan. And, without hesitation, he called forth 4 at once. None of them was particularly strong, as they were only formed from the vague sense of respect he had for some of his fellow captains, but each was still far stronger than the average Shinigami, and their sheer size would make it difficult to dodge as, miming the movement of his arm, they all slashed at Tuan from multiple directions at once. However, Tuan didn't try to dodge them all. Instead, he dove to the left, toward the silver-striped armor that represented Sajin's respect for Captain's Yucatec willingness to retain his position despite his weak health. Due to the very nature of that belief, the armor was somewhat slower and less solid than any of the rest, and Tuan took advantage of that slight difference in speed to use the flat of the giant blade as a springboard to launch himself toward the armor's neck, which he pierced through with his sharpened Zanpakuto, and then dove downwards, splitting the armor in two before Sajin was able to recall it. Sajin winced. While the armors could be repaired, in much the same way a damaged Zanpakuto could, their sheer size made it a slow and long process, especially if the damage was extensive enough. Which, of course, Tuan knew. That was why he'd struck in the way he had, as well as why he was already charging forward at the other titans, now that he was able to take them on in a frontal assault. The titan in front was a small one, the black armor sporting golden stripes and the Zanpakuto slightly shorter, as it represented Sajin's respect for Captain Swafo and talent. Once, Sajin hadn't known why the armor was so different, and why, despite being fast, it wasn't as quick in appearing and in its movement as the armor of the Titan formed from his respect for Iba's drive to learn and get better. Only now, after he'd learned the true way Tenken's powers worked, he understood that, since he didn't really know Captain Swafo personally, the connection was shallow, and that made the Titan itself incomplete, solid enough to be manifested, but not to the point of expressing its true potential. It still retained the physical characteristics that made it the smaller and lighter of the group, however, and Tuan knew that much. He jumped to strike at the Titan from above in a diving strike, and while the edge of the Titan's Zanpakuto was sharpened enough to block the similarly sharpened sword Tuan wielded, the traitor had used Hakuta to wrap himself into so many layers of determination. He weighted more than the armor itself did and, as a result, the impact sent the Titan stumbling backwards. It would have fallen to the ground, if not for the Titan in snow-white armor behind it, being formed from Sajin's respect for Captain Kukaki's firmness in his convictions. The Titan was the steadiest one, so it was able to interrupt the smaller Titan's fall, even if it was left unable to swing its sword as a result. Tuan, on the other hand, was still fully able to go on the offense, as he jumped toward the collapsed Titan while slashing upwards with his Zanpakuto, leaving a large gash into the armor for a moment before he clenched his free hand to form an explosive orb within it, throwing it inside the opening he'd created. A moment later, the Kido exploded, both tearing the smaller Titan apart and sending several shards of its shattered armor embedding into the one behind it. Sajin immediately dismissed the smaller Titan while at the same time sending the last fully intact one to attack Tuan. As a result of Sajin's respect for Captain Kiraku's swordsmanship skill, that one was wielding a sword in each hand as it swiped at Tuan. However, while Sajin tried to make the two hands strike at once, he didn't really have the necessary skill to make it work, and as a result, despite the Titan in the white armor swinging at the same time, not only was Tuan able to avoid the attack, he even managed to redirect one of the dual-wielding Titan's blades into the white armor of the other one, slicing it in half, while using Shunpo to slice at the last standing Titan's face. At least, Sajin's reflexes were quick enough to dodge backwards with his head, so that only the tip of Tuan's Zanpakuto scraped the visor of the armor. However, Sajin had to spend a moment to reposition the armor, and that was enough for Tuan to call forth his Bankai with a whisper of "Chirp, Suzumushi," before enveloping himself in a sphere of darkness. Even as he commanded the Titan to strike again, dozens of smaller dark projectiles were shot from the main sphere, each one slamming into the dual-wielding armor and splattering over it like dark ichor. Thus, unsurprisingly, when the Titan's sword slashed through the cloud of darkness, they found it empty. A moment later, Tuan emerged from the pool of darkness on the Titan's upper arm, and stabbed down with his sword at the inner elbow, the empowered Zanpakuto easily piercing through what was the Titan's weakest spot and easily allowing Tuan, with a simple lateral slash, to sever the Titan's forearm, before disappearing by sinking into the darkness a moment later, just in time to avoid Sajin's attempt to have the Titan impale him with its other sword. Then, a globe of oily darkness was split out of the blot on the Titan's arm and splashed straight on its wrist, allowing Tuan to emerge from it a moment later to slice through and let the Titan's hand fall to the ground. With the armor so disarmed, Sajin could do very little to stop the traitor from simply charging forward and punching through at the collarbone, at once leaving a large hole in the armor's chest and severing enough of the neck to send the head flying, collapsing to the ground a moment before the armor's body did the same, raising a cloud of dust and debris behind Tuan's form as the man said, in a pitiless tone. You tested and learned the power of your creations by sparring with me, Sajin. I know their strength and weaknesses just as well as you do. Against me, your Zanpakuto is useless. And that was the moment when Shihei Hisagi struck. While he hadn't intentionally lost the fight, he'd genuinely been trying to have his titans defeat Tuan. The other man just proved stronger than the giant warriors. Sajin could have dismissed his giants to preserve them the moment the traitor had started methodically taking them apart. However, by forcing him to fight them, he'd managed to keep Tuan from noticing that the traitor's former first seat, and now the 9th Division's new lieutenant, was tracking them. Sajin had been a bit surprised that the boy had decided to stick to the plan, rather than stay behind to help the Shinigami of his division in the fight against the Quincy, but with the distance and, most importantly, the need to keep Tuan from noticing he was being tailed, he'd not had the chance to ask for his reasoning. Regardless of his motives, however, Shihei's power was just the equalized they needed, since even just a scratch from him would weaken Tuan over time as the wound kept getting worse, so Sajin had paid the price of losing some of his titans to give his stealthy attack the greatest possible chance of success. Something the boy had taken perfect advantage of, striking just as the collapse of the last titan both hit his form and covered the sound of his Kusarigama flying through the air and straight at Tuan's back. Which was why Sajin was shocked when Tuan suddenly stiffened and turned around in an instant, deflecting the weapon with his Zanpakuto and then, using Shunpo, closed the distance between himself and Shihei with a single step, his sword stabbing the boy before he had the chance to even react. Tuan looked down on Shihei's wounded form for a moment, before commenting, in a neutral tone. I am surprised to see you here, Hisagi. I imagine you happened to be on Unhohana's path as she climbed the hill, and she healed you on her way up? That's some luck, a shame you wasted it here. He pulled his Zanpakuto from the side, badly widening the wound and causing Shihei to collapse to the ground in a pool of blood, then raised it while adding, in a disdainful tone. I'm disappointed you truly thought yourself silent enough you could sneak up on me, of all people. Then, Tuan swung, but Sajin had already willed the hand of the Titanborn from his respect for Iba to materialize and swung with it, pulling the boy away before the traitor could behead him. The cut still left a deep gash on the Titan's armor, but that wasn't a big problem. Tuan turned back toward Sajin, and while he couldn't glare at him, blind as he was, there was no mistaking the annoyance on the traitor's face. Do you think that was mercy? That wound I inflicted is already lethal, and this time, Unohana is trapped in Las Noches and won't be able to save him. If anything, letting me put an end to his suffering would have been the merciful thing here. Of course, that was wrong. Thanks to his Shikai, so long as he wasn't literally dismembered, Shihei wouldn't die. Tuan was just unaware of this. And, to keep the boy safe, it would be better if he stayed ignorant of that detail, and the best way to ensure that, Sajin decided, was to force Tuan to focus on him instead. With that in mind, he took a step forward and said, pointing his Zanpakuto at Tuan. I'm not going to let you hurt anybody else, that's why I brought you here, so I could deal with you myself. Tuan frowned, raising his sword in a guard position in front of himself as darkness started to flow from his body like a cloak of dark mist and smoke, as well as spreading along the ground like oil, while all of its surface bubbled as it did, erupting pieces that continued to spread and were slowly covering the entirety of the park. It was clear that, despite the considerable distance between them, Tuan was still expecting him to strike, and was ready to counter whatever offensive Sajin would choose. When no such attack was forthcoming, however, the traitor said, in a disdainful tone. And how do you plan to do that? I'm already perfectly aware of every detail of your power and how to beat it. You even lost your strongest titan in our last fight. You're in no position to stop me. That's where you're wrong, Tuan. You do not know everything about my power, because after you left, with the help of somebody worthier of trust than you will ever be, I learned something new about it myself. And there is another thing you're wrong about. Sajin focused, the task made easier by the conversation with Tuan having just stoked the flames of the anger he felt for the other man at his betrayal of their friendship. The feeling was dark and deep, stronger than any other he ever had and almost scorching in its intensity, and all it took was a twist of Sajin's will to call forth that feeling, the deepest and most meaningful connection he had with anybody else, and let it materialize behind him. Unlike all of the other titans that Sajin created, this one, as it formed up, wasn't wrapped into armor. Instead, the only thing it was wearing were loose black pants and thick ropes wrapped around its abdomen, chest, head, and biceps, making the massive muscles the giant creature sported stand out all the more. Its skin was orange and large fangs were jutting from its mouth, and even without the golden armor covering its form, the curved horns atop its head were obviously the same that the Titan's previous appearance had sported. However, all of those features took a backseat to the most visible thing about the Titan: its sword, pants, horns, fangs, and each of the ropes that crisscrossed its entire figure, were covered in red flames. Of course, Tuan couldn't actually see all of those details, but even for somebody who primarily used their spiritual senses to perceive the world, it would be impossible not to sense how similar the Ryoryoka signature was to that of the old golden armored Titan, with the only real difference coming from the burning fire that kept erupting from the new creature's body. Perhaps because he didn't have the chance to be awed at the Titan's looks, Tuan immediately struck when he felt the soldier forming, sending forth a barrage of dark projectiles at Seijin, spread wide into a loose circular formation. Seijin recognized the technique. Of course, having helped Tuan practice it, he would be teleporting between the pools of darkness to strike from unexpected directions and retreat before being hit. That knowledge wouldn't help counter the strategy itself, however, and by being so close to Seijin, he'd be limited in how he could use his Titans, while being slowly whittled down in an attrition fight. That was why Tuan had chosen it. Seijin grinned, letting his canine visage morph that into a threatening show of teeth, and then immediately answered, with no fear, by taking a single, firm step forward, and when the Titan behind him did the same, the flames coming from the ropes wrapped around its ankle erupted, investing the pools of darkness around Seijin and burning them to Tuan visible shock. Seijin immediately followed that up by striking down with his sword, the Titan copying the moment and thus forcing Tuan to use his power to teleport out of the way. The sword still struck, however, and while the blade itself left a deep gouge into the ground, the flames that erupted from it consumed a large portion of the surrounding darkness. As he emerged on the opposite side of the park, Tuan had a frown on his face, and asked, in an annoyed tone, "How are you doing this, Seijin?" "It's quite simple, really. See, after you stabbed me in the back and left, I happened to meet somebody who taught me a few things. A person who, despite my appearance, saw me as a fellow person instead of a beast, and treated me with respect and kindness, offering genuine friendship without expecting anything in return. To meet somebody like that, who not only didn't thought I had to hide who I was, but said I should instead find pride in my uniqueness and prove the people who thought me a beast wrong with my actions. It healed something in me that I hadn't known was broken, to be treated like that. And, when that connection of friendship I formed gave me a Titan who had a strange, unique ability unlike any my Titans had displayed before, I finally understood how my Bankai truly works. And, when I turned that understanding on the connection we share, I was able to give it form again." Seijin swiped with his Zanpakuto, a large horizontal slash, and when the Titan copied it, the flames erupting from the giant blade in its hand cleansed a large portion of the park, as he concluded. "This Titan burns with my rage at your deception, and because of that, its fire will burn away the darkness behind which you hide. You thought that my power was useless because of your knowledge, but you were wrong. It is your own power which is now useless in the face of mine." As if to disprove this, Tuan swung his Zanpakuto to send forth a curtain of darkness, but Seijin swung Tenkan in front of himself, and the Titan of Hatred mimicked the movement, the flames of its blade immediately burning the darkness away, but not before. To Seijin's surprise, Tuan had jumped out of them, apparently having used the power to move in the very instant he'd released the attack. The red flames enveloped the traitor as a result of his rushed teleportation, but, while they burned away all of the darkness he was covered into, they didn't otherwise harm him, since, due to the way Seijin had created the Titan, it wasn't meant to be able to hurt people with its flames, only to prevent Tuan from hiding behind deceptions. Realizing this, Tuan immediately took advantage, darting in with Shunpo and stabbing the Titan in its chest, the sword going through easily, and causing the orange creature to bleed profusely as Tuan declared, in a smug tone. "You might have found a way to grant your Titans special powers, but without their armors, they'll be even easier to take apart." Seijin frowned and moved his free hand in a backhanded slap, while at the same time creating only the hand of the Titan who was built from his appreciation for Iba. As usual, the appendage formed faster than any other would have, and that was just fast enough to slam straight into Tuan's side and sending him flying, before Sagen dismissed the hand and then swung his left down in a karate chop, reforming the arm again to hit Tuan from above and slam into him, sending him crashing into the ground, the sequence of attacks having been too fast for the traitor to counter it the way he normally would have. Of course, now that he was ready, Tuan rose his sword above his head in a guard position as he got back up, the sense of dread from the blade so strong Sagen could feel it from where he was. If he tried to stomp down with the Iba-formed armor, he would just see it destroyed, while accomplishing nothing. So, when he slammed his foot down, he called instead on a different armor, and it was a boot of a burnished red color that slammed down on the traitor. As usual, the armor formed from Sagen's loyalty to the Captain Commander was stronger than all the others, and thus, while Tuan's Zanpakuto cut into the armor, it wasn't able to actually stop it from stomping him into the ground. Sagen went for a second stomp, but Tuan wrapped himself into darkness and teleported away, this time appearing a fair distance away from Sagen and the three titans, two armored, one wrapped in flames, around him. While he couldn't lock gaze with Tuan, Sagen glared at his former friend all the same, and said, in a serious tone, "Did you forgot? While this particular titan is the best suited to take you on, I'm still using my Bankai, so I can summon as many of them as needed to help it in bringing you down." He pointed to where the wound on the unarmored titan was closed as he fueled its regeneration by giving some of his riot Sutta Tenkan, and added, in a serious tone, like true friend would, "They'll stop you from hurting it until I'm done using its power to take you down." Tuan didn't answer, instead wrapping himself in darkness, so Sagen sighed, dismissing the burning titan before he hopped in place, bringing down his fists at the same time, and called the titan back again, except that this time, he only called its feet and fists, each one at a different location, so that the 4 waves of flames the impacts generated covered almost the entirety of the park, burning away almost the entirety of Tuan's darkness, only that which was close to the traitor himself was left, and while it was already started to sprout more projectiles from itself to expand, it took just a thought for Sagen to reform the titan into its full form and have it trust its sword in the darkness path, destroying any new attempt from it to spread. Sagen once again glared at Tuan and said, in a serious tone, "You have to understand that your situation is hopeless. Surrender, before I have to make you." The firm expression on Tuan's face made it clear that, despite being currently bruised from the few hits Sagen had landed on him, the traitor had no intention of doing that. With a sigh, Sagen prepared to follow through on his thread, when a sudden explosion distracted him, and turning, he saw that the front line of the clash between the Shinigami and Quincy had just been blasted open. As he narrowed his eyes and enhanced his vision with Hakuda, he saw that Iba, at least, seemed to be fine, and already reorganizing the troops. One wouldn't think that his Shikai, a wind elemental ability that allowed him to call forth a bubble of winds, but the boy practiced a lot with it every day, something he claimed to have learned from a friend when he'd been in the 11th Division, and now that the survival of the Shinigami around him depended on showing that all that training had paid off, showing it off he did. Iba immediately had the bubble form at about the size of a marble in the middle of the group of Quincy who were closing it, the winds within spinning so fast it looked black in color, before having it suddenly expand to the point where a few dozens of enemies were caught in it, and thus thrown around and blasted into each other by the sudden gale erupting in their face. Then he dispersed it as he pointed his Zanpakuto above his head, forming a giant bubble, big enough to capture what had to be a dozen falling arrows within it, and then redirect them with a twist of the winds within before Iba dispersed the bubble to send the arrows back to fall upon the Quincy who'd originally fired them. A moment later he jabbed his sword toward an enemy who'd been trying to sneak up on him, encasing him in a bubble where all the air had been pushed to the edge, both trapping the Quincy within and having him start to suffocate, although, before he could finish him off like that, he swung his sword, the bubble following it around so that the man was also sent flying like a ragdoll into his fellows, causing them to fall to the ground while the original target himself was left crumbling on the ground as he coughed in the effort to be able to regain his breath. However, not despite but probably because of how skilled Iba was, it was clear he'd been singled out by the Quincy leaders, a young boy with a scar along his lip and a redhead with a leather jacket, who had been pushed away in that first blast of wind, were already closing in on him, with the redhead sending out blasts of flames from the crossbows in his hands, while the other boy was glowing blue and, when Iba sent a bubble of compressed air at him to blast him back, managed to hold his ground against the attack. Sagen was confident that his lieutenant would find a way to win that particular fight eventually, but it was clear that he had to keep his full focus on the two Quincy he was facing, and that was a problem because a third Quincy, a tall young man with long blonde hairs, and a very large sword with an ornate blade hilt and silver inscriptions on the blade on his back, had taken advantage of the breach in the lines and was heading straight for Sajin himself. Tuan clearly knew who the young Quincy was, as he was already taking advantage of him showing up to charge. Knowing he couldn't get distracted from facing off the biggest threat, Sajin gave his full attention to the traitor while calling forth a dozen of his lesser titans, ones formed from the guidance he'd provided to members of his own division who he thought had promise but hadn't really had the chance to interact with much outside of his captain role, with the confidence that they would be enough to keep the Quincy at bay. Which was why he was completely surprised when, as he swung Tenkan down in a two-handed grip, forcing Tuan to dodge, the Quincy instead simply created 30 shields in front of himself, each larger and thicker than any of Sajin's titans and looking solid and decorated with complex engravings rather than the usual rough look of Rishi most Quincy creations had, with nothing more than a lazy snap of his fingers. Of course, even with their size, the shields weren't though enough to actually stop the sharpened edge of a Zanpakuto, but they did greatly slow it down and send the blades off course, thus allowing the Quincy to avoid the attacks with ease. Then, while the titans were trapped with the ruins of the shields, the blonde raised his hand, and after a few seconds of concentration that Sajin had no way to capitalize on since he needed to swing his sword to intercept a blast of darkness from Tuan and the trapped titans couldn't really mimic that movement, a dozen of gigantic, ornate swords fell from the sky, each a perfect replica of the one the blonde boy had on his back, with the only difference being the size, as they were each big enough to impale to the ground one of the trapped armors, instantly defeating them. Sajin frowned, even as he dismissed those titans and called new ones, picking the fastest he had, so that, when he swung his Zanpakuto to force Tuan backwards and keeping him from going on the offensive, those titans also took swings at the young Quincy from opposite sides. As he'd opted, due to their greater speed, the new titans' attacks stopped the blonde from conjuring his gigantic weapons, although he was still fast enough to create smaller shields about the same size as himself, which still slowed the slashes enough for him to dodge underneath them and continue to advance. He was, however, not moving in Sajin's direction, and so it took the Shinigami captain a moment to realize that, instead of him, the Quincy was heading for the place where Hisagi's body was laying on the ground, his intentions clear as he pulled out the sword at his back even as he rolled away from the giant boot that appeared from nowhere to stomp on him in Sajin's effort to stop his advance. While Sajin didn't understand why the Quincy would want to murder an adversary that was already down and, as far as anybody other than the boy and Sajin himself knew, already out of the battle, he couldn't simply let that happen. So, with a growl of annoyance, he stopped trying to attack Tuan, and instead, even as the traitor began to spread more of his darkness around the battlefield, he reached forward with his fist before gently closing it, creating a titan hand that closed itself over Hisagi and dragged him away a moment before the Quincy's sword could stab him. In fact, the sword still hit the armored hand itself, leaving a deep gouge to one side of it but luckily not harming the Shinigami inside. Sajin immediately began to dart in the direction of the giant hand, so that it in turn darted toward him. It was clear that, if he wanted this to go anywhere, he would need to keep the boy safer and, preferably, get rid of the Quincy quickly before he and Tuan could begin to coordinate and work together. Hopefully the fact that the Quincy seemed annoyed at having his victim snatched from him, if his glare was anything to go by, would make this easier. If nothing else, it meant that the blonde boy wasn't focusing on Sajin or Tuan at all, and instead seemed to want to stop the giant hand from escaping. The Quincy's immediate action was a hurried gesture with his free hand, and about 24 swords just like the one in his other hand formed in the sky as a result, clearly aimed to fall in such a way as to both try to impale and block the movement of the giant hand that was carrying Hisagi. Still, fast as they were falling, it wasn't a match for the reflexes of a Shinigami captain. Since the hand was following Sajin's own movement, it was easy enough for him to make it dodge them. He had not expected, however, what the Quincy did next. Before the sword had even touched the ground, the blonde boy jumped, and he was suddenly pulled toward the closest of the sword by a force so sudden, that for a moment Sajin thought he would cut himself in two on it. However, before he was able to actually reach the blade, a new sudden pull redirected him to the next sword, and then the next one. It was only then that Sajin realized that something very much like a string was attached to each sword, that a similar string was wrapped around the boy's chest, and that, when the strings dangling from the swords touched the one around the boy, they immediately connected to it and then contracted, pulling him toward them. It was the strangest system of acceleration Seijin had ever seen, but it was clearly moving fast enough that the Quincy would reach Hisagi before Seijin did. So, he dove, forcing his Shunpo into a longer step than he would normally risk. However, the timing was right, so that not only was he able to grab Hisagi's unconscious body as he dismissed the giant hand, he'd also put one of the falling sword between himself and the Quincy. It wouldn't stop him, but Seijin was confident the enemy would need to redirect himself to another sword, giving him the time to change direction and regain control of the terms of engagement. However, what happened instead was that the falling sword's blade suddenly disappeared, leaving merely an empty handle, and allowing the blonde Quincy to charge straight at him, blade at the ready, while a dozen others also formed in the air around them in a circle, clearly aimed to both impale them from all sides and keep them from escaping. Seijin didn't have the time to evade them all, not while carrying a wounded Hisagi, so instead he curled his body over the boy while calling forth the red armored titan so that it was curled over him, trusting that, while it wasn't the same as the golden armor he no longer had access to, its greater strength would be enough to stop the attacks. It mostly worked. The majority of the falling swords were deflected by the titan's armor, and the few that pierced it still didn't make it all the way through. Thus, the only sword to actually hit its mark was that in the young Quincy's hand, as, upon seeing Seijin's defense, the boy had somehow redirected himself mid-fall with his strings, and stabbing downwards, the blade failing to fully punch through Seijin's Hakuta and instead only leaving a long scratch along his arm, the blood mixing with his fur. And yet, despite the wound being barely worth noticing, upon receiving it Seijin felt as if his mind was on fire, his soul riding as a feeling of having a part of himself ripped out. It suddenly felt hard to breathe, and a sense of weakness made Seijin's limbs feel heavy, to the point that even looking up to his opponent was hard, even when the boy began to speak. It appears that my idea was correct, and camouflaging my weapon was the correct approach. As he spoke, he turned his sword so that Seijin could see the blade, and the steel engraved with silver of the blade disappeared for a moment, revealing that underneath was a black blade that seemed to capture the light without leaving any out. It only lasted for a moment, however, as the steel then covered the blade again, making it look like all the others around them once more, as the Quincy went on. I must admit that I did not expect to be so successful with it. I would have been satisfied with obtaining the connection to the Zanpakuto of a Shinigami strong enough to have deserved a place on the battlefield where Mr. Tuan was fighting, but to instead gain a connection to the Zanpakuto of a Shinigami captain? That was an unexpected boon. And then, to Seijin's terror, the red armor that was protecting him simply disappeared, only to reappear behind the Quincy, raising its sword as he raised his own, and then stabbing down with it as the Quincy did. It was reflex, more than anything, to allow Seijin to save himself, as he rolled out of the way at accelerated pace thanks to Ho-Ho, while also putting Hisagi's body in a fireman carry over his shoulder. The sheer devastating impact from the giant sword slamming into the ground caused a shockwave that sent Seijin skidding backwards. He still managed to keep his balance, however, and as soon as he stopped moving, he raised his free hand and cast the emergency signal Kido, the glowing firework hovering high above them into the sky. And then, he had to dodge again as two more titans appeared out of nowhere to stab at his back. He rolled forward this time, and then jumped immediately afterward to avoid the giant blade that would otherwise have swept through his ankles. Meanwhile, the Quincy commented, sounding amused. Such an interesting ability. Tell me, Shinigami, what is it like to have it turned against you? Seijin didn't bother answering. Instead, seeing that the Quincy was already preparing to impale him as he descended to the ground by calling forth more titans with their blades aimed upwards, he used Shunpo instead, trying to get away. Before he could, however, a new titan formed in his path. Instead of dodging, however, Seijin kept charging in midair, and then, as the titan raised his sword to strike, he jumped, used Hakuta to wrap himself in a layer of disdain above as much determination as he was capable of, and then used Ho-Ho to send himself diving down, smacking into the armor's visor like a meteor armored in steel and easily punching through, since he knew that particular titan was among the least durable ones. As the Quincy dismissed the titan before it could collapse to the ground, he also muttered, I see, you will use your knowledge of their weak points to strike them down. Ingenious. Before having three more titans appear, all already stabbing down with their sword, but positioned so the attacks would strike at different angles. Seijin jumped, using Shunpo to match the speed of his jump so that it was just enough to avoid the blades, but not enough to bring himself above the Titans' heads. Because of this, they went for an horizontal slash, and that's when he used Shunpo to dart backwards instead, which resulted in the 3 blades striking the other Titans, so that the 3 took each other out. Seijin had expected the Quincy to dismiss the armors after that, but he instead kept them there, forcing the Shinigami to have to look for a way to maneuver around them, while the Quincy mused to himself. Also clever, to take advantage of the fact these puppets only mimic the user. I wonder if you would be as able to defeat them, however, if they acted like proper puppets. Seijin had no idea what the Quincy meant until a multitude of strings formed between the Titans, and then, as the 2 closest to Seijin moved, one went for a sweeping slash while the other delivered a precise thrust right where the Shinigami captain had jumped to avoid what he'd expected to be a double slash. He was barely able to raise his Hakuda defense to stop the attack, and even then the hit stole his breath, leaving his chest bruised and bleeding before sending him smashing into a rock on the ground. The impact pulverized the stone itself, but it also left his back aching painfully from it. Meanwhile, the Quincy said, sounding amused. So, it seems that such attacks can be more successful. But then, Ranso Tenge being a more effective mean of using a Zanpakuto power than what a Shinigami would have access to just shows the innate superiority of the Quincy arts over your powers. Then, the Burning Titan formed behind Seijin, and when to stomp down on him, he rolled out of the way well enough, although he was still invested by the flames from the strike. That seemed to cause some perplexity from the Quincy, if the weird "Are you fireproof?" comment from him was anything to go by, but Seijin didn't have the chance to answer as 2 more Titans appeared, both swinging their swords in what appeared like matched movements, only for the second to suddenly twist his sword at the last moment in the same direction Seijin dodged it. This time, however, he was prepared, and thrust his arm in the way, armored with the harder coat of disdain he could manage. As expected, the Quincy had no concept of focusing on the blade's edges to make them sharper, and so, even as a new bruise formed on his forearm, he was able to actually stop the swing, mostly on account of how it hadn't been very fast. Immediately taking advantage of it, he launched Heimelf up along the blade, using it to propel himself upwards while shielded by other attacks, but the Quincy was smart enough to dismiss the Titan, while at the same time having the surrounding ones go for a combination of thrusts and slashes. Realizing he couldn't dodge them all, surrounded as he was, Seijin instead leant into one of them, managing to angle himself so that he was hit by the flat of the blade at the hilt, so that his Hakuda armor wasn't tested to the same degree, and instead he was sent flying straight for another armor's chest. He didn't manage to punch through this time, but the impact did leave a crater in the Titan's breastplate and caused the armor itself to collapse back into one of the nearby ones, causing Seijin to fall to the ground, where he made a 3-point landing then nearly dislocated his shoulder, but also left him in a perfect position to use his Shunpo to dash forward, breaking free from the encirclement. While that gave him a moment to catch his breath, it was clear that the Quincy wasn't going to let him go that easily, as 3 new Titans formed up around him, striking down with their blades. With more free space to move however, and the newly created group not yet being connected to the Quincy's puppet strings, Seijin managed to dodge them easily, and he was ready to hear outwards when he saw a large globe of darkness heading his way at high speed. Glancing around, he saw that he was still close to the Burning Titan, so he dove in its direction and, as he'd hoped, the Quincy made it swing his sword at him. Seijin dodged easily, but also only barely, so that he could then use a combination of Hakuda and Shunpo to shoulder check the blade to the side and straight into the path of Tuan's attack, even if at the cost of having gained a bleeding shoulder in the process. Still, the risk paid off, allowing him to head to a more open area, which let him see that the tense battle between his division under Iba's guidance and the Quincy force with those 2 leaders was still ongoing, as well as Tuan, who was surrounded by clouds of his own darkness and was standing right between Seijin and his allies. A moment later, the Titan in the red armor emerged from the huddle the others had formed when they were fighting, with the blonde Quincy sitting on his shoulders, and upon realizing this, Tuan immediately pointed at the Burning Titan and said, in a commanding tone, "Dismiss that one." The Quincy didn't, instead opting to ask in a politely interested tone, "Why?" "Unlike the rest of these things which can only cut, it can set things on fire." "It cannot, its ability allows it to only burn away my power, nothing else." The Quincy blinked, and then, even as the Burning Titan disappeared, he commented, in a curious tone. That seems like an extremely limited power for a Shinigami to have. The power allows the user to create giant armors from their feelings toward the people they know, as long as the feelings are strong enough. He created that one from his hatred for me. Oh? That's interesting. It's irrelevant, we should see to his defeat immediately, not waste time on speculations. And, putting his own suggestion into practice, Tuan immediately charged forward, only to be interrupted as a single Quincy arrow flew at him. He was fast enough for his hand to snap toward it and catch it within his fingers without even interrupting his advance, but then suddenly the arrow in his hand split and multiplied as 100 more arrows erupted from it, blasting Tuan straight in the face and blasting him backwards. A moment later, a glowing path of Reishi glowing a faint blue formed under Seijin's feet, connecting all the way to a side road leading to the park, rather than to the large group of Quincy fighting his division, and Seijin realized that the self-multiplying arrow had come from that direction, as well. He barely had the time to realize this before a figure in white came skating down the path at a speed that even his best Shunpo would never be able to match. The blonde Quincy tried to have his stolen titan appear along the path to strike it down, but by the time the swords struck, the white blur was already past them, and Seijin felt a hand grabbing him. He didn't fight it, instead using Ho-Ho to make himself lighter so that the interloper could drag him along with slowing down too much, and a moment later, they smashed straight into the big fight between the enemy Quincy and his division. The impact was enough to slow them down to a stop, but it also forced the two groups to separate from each other. Taking advantage of the surprise, Seijin grabbed the chain of Hisagi's Zanpakuto and swung it at one of the two Quincy who were fighting Iba, and while he couldn't sharpen the weapon himself, lacking the connection to it, the sheer strength of his throw, especially as he hit the Quincy straight in his face, was enough to send him tumbling backwards in a shout of pain. Taking immediate advantage of the opening, Iba disengaged from his other opponent, created a bubble larger than any of Seijin's own titans, filled it with blasting winds, and swung it across the entire front line of the Quincy, leaving them in absolute disarray even as he then moved to stay next to Seijin, with the 7th Division closing ranks around them and reforming in good order, their morale buoyed by seeing their captain among them. With the immediate problem temporarily handled, Seijin turned to the tall figure of a black-haired teenager with glasses, white clothes, and a bow in his hand, and he nodded respectfully as he said, "Thank you for the help, Urayu Ishida. It's my own honor to be able to fight at your side, Captain Komamura." "Really, Ishida? You're going to betray us to the Shinigami?" Seijin turned toward the origin of the voice, to see it was the second of the two Quincy who had been fighting Iba, the young boy with a scar along his lips. Urayu also focused his attention on him with a glare, and answered in a glacial tone. "From where I'm standing, I am not the one who is a traitor." Seijin could sense that this was a personal matter to the two Quincy, however, his spiritual senses also let him know that Tuan had already gotten back up, and he was closing on them with the blonde-haired Quincy. So he said, in a practical tone, "We need to retreat." Urayu nodded, apparently agreeing, but then clarifying. "Go, I'll keep them here." The scarred boy glared at that and said, incredulous, "You think you can keep us all here?" "Not you all, but certainly you, King Du. Or are you going to run away instead of facing me?" "All right, killing you shouldn't take too long." Seeing that he wasn't going to make the boy change his mind, Seijin told him instead, in a whisper. "Careful. The blonde one, Hashwall, has stolen my Zanpakuto, and can use my Bankai." That caused Iba, the only one close enough to hear, to suck in a breath, but Urayu smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I had plenty of time to learn how those things function from Ichigo. I'll get you your powers back faster than you think." Seijin couldn't help but be impressed with the young Quincy determination, so he didn't mar it by expressing his doubts at his chance to success, instead simply nodding before shouting, as loud as he could, "7th Division, retreat." Before then turning toward the park and adding, "Well, Tuan, what are you waiting for? Come for me, if you think you can catch me." And, with that, he led his troops away at a fast pace, while the Quincy were still trying to reorganize themselves from Iba's last attack. And he couldn't help but grin to himself as he sensed that, as he'd hoped, Tuan was following after him, while the Quincy were staying behind. As his side, meanwhile, Iba asked, his professional tone succeeding at masking the fear Seijin could sense he was feeling deep inside. So, where are we retreating to, Captain? While the question had been spoken in a soft tone, Sajin made sure to make his answer carry when he said to the 9th Division, "They haven't sent an emergency signal," which likely mean the captain commander had an easy time dealing with whatever they threw at him there. We join forces with him, and then this battle might as well be over. The sentiment spread quickly among the troops, bolstering their morale. As for Sajin himself, much as he knew the old man would be somewhat disappointed he had to retreat and ask for his help, he could at least console himself with the knowledge that the scolding would take place after they'd won. It was a comforting thought. Chapter 105, Disciples. Ignoring the Shinigami running away behind him, Uriah focused his attention on his other opponents instead, and specifically on Buzz Black. Despite his skin glowing blue from his use of blood to reduce the damage, the American looked visibly scuffed, as well as being half covered in white dust. The man was looking at Uriah with a murderous glare, and the pair of crossbows he was holding were strange, with red smoke coming from a blowpipe placed where a normal crossbow bolts would go, clearly some form of Reishi weapon he'd crafted for himself. He aimed one of the two at Uriah and said, even as Uriah could see the inside of the blowpipe heating up with a threatening orange glow. What a surprise, the spy turned double agent. We all gonna gang up on him, or can I get the chance to murder this bastard on my own? Hashwal's voice answered, in his usual polite tone. Neither, actually. Black's head whipped in the direction of Uriah's fellow student, his red hairs moving so fast they almost looked like a flame, and there was genuine outrage in his voice. The hell? You gonna let him go, Hash? Nothing like that, however. I feel like it'd be best if the majority of our forces followed Mr. Tuan, to ensure that he is successful in defeating the werewolf Shinigami. The beast had lured Mr. Tuan here on purpose, and seemed to be winning until I showed up. I suspect he is luring our ally in another trap. The American spat on the ground at that. Who cares about a goddamn Shinigami? He fucks it up, we take care of it later. Despite Black's anger, Hashwal retained his calm. It isn't a matter of caring about Mr. Tuan himself, but rather, his goal. Remember, the Shinigami are trapped here, and are currently trying to escape, because they know we would exterminate them otherwise. We cannot allow them to succeed, and I would rather put that into the hands of my fellow Quincy than trust a Shinigami with it, even an ally like Mr. Tuan. He paused, then turned his attention on Uriah and continued. Besides, the traitor is a disciple of my grandfather, letting somebody else take care of him would mar my honor. Have no fear, myself and King Du will be more than able to handle this matter, and of course, he flicked his fingers, and Uriah saw the strings of his Ranso Tenge moving in response, making the armored giants behind him take a step forward. I have an army of my own to support me, it is not necessary to add another on top of it to deal with just one man. Black didn't seem fully persuaded, but he still said, in an angry tone. Fine, I'll leave it to you, but you must make sure that he suffers. Then, without waiting for an answer, he shouted, let's get back to killing Shinigami, you lazy assholes. To the assembled Quincy, Uriah however took notice that, even if they followed him, the cheers in answer to his call had been scattered and barely come from more than a third of the army. As interesting as that was, Uriah let it go. He had no real way to stop an entire army from living without exposing himself to counter-attack from his fellow students, and he wasn't about to take that kind of risk. He'd just need to hope that, without Hashwal there to lead them, Komamura would be able to handle the rest, and, of course, he would need to ensure that Hashwal didn't actually get a chance to be there. First step, Uriah thought, would be to lower his confidence, so he said, letting boredom into his voice. So, you don't think you need help to deal with me, Hashwal? I never have before. Also, he will have help, mine. Uriah glanced at King Du, and then made a show of turning back to Hashwal, dismissing his other former fellow student. He didn't need to see him to feel King Du's anger spiking at being dismissed like that, which was exactly what Uriah needed. Hashwal, however, was still unfazed, so Uriah went on to say, deadly serious. Those were training bout. It's different when your life is on the line. Hashwal shrugged. It did not feel particularly different to me, but perhaps, despite their vaunted power, Shinigami captains just are not sufficient threat to my life for me to feel this difference you claim exists. He gestured at the army arrayed behind him, and added additionally, given that I have now taken the power of one of them for my own, maybe I should be considered a Shinigami captain? You've heard the tales about how invincible they are, surely there is nothing surprising about one of them having full confidence in handling just a single Quincy. Urayu ignored the sarcasm in the statement, knowing that taking it at face value would irritate Hashwal, and answered, in a deadpan tone. I've faced Shinigami captains before, twice, and I'm still here. Hashwal nodded, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world, and said, see, that's the difference between us. Or have you forgotten I was there when you reported to grandfather? When you faced those Shinigami captain, you survived, barely. He leaned forward, long golden hairs doing the same, framing his long face in a way that made his polite smile suddenly look menacing, even if his eyes and expression hadn't really changed much. When I faced a Shinigami captain, I won. He didn't add anything, letting those words hang in the air like the treat they were. It was King Du who spoke next instead, clearly vibrating with a mix of energy and rage as he stated, in an accusatory tone. So, what did the Shinigami offer you to get you to betray your people, Ishida? Got involved with that girl you went to save or something? Urayu turned in shock at the accusation, and in that precise moment, before he had any chance to answer, Hashwal attacked, swords forming into the air with Kirchenlied so that gravity would draw them down on him, while one of Komamura's giant armor appeared behind him, and Ranso Tenge strings stretched down from the falling swords to it in Hashwal's hand both, allowing him to direct the giant with them, in a single coordinated move that showed off his former colleague's sheer skill in both arts, as well as the extremely long range he was able to use his power at, revealing that it was far larger than Urayu had known it to be before. It was only thanks to his experience in Soul Society that Urayu's own range was larger, and even with that, not by very much, when he'd thought he had almost double Hashwal's range. But then, if the other man had known all along the truth about Urayu's grandfather, it only made sense that he would have hidden his true level of skill from him. Which, considering Urayu had always considered Hashwal to be a more skilled Quincy, was a scary thought. Not scary enough, however, for Urayu to consider retreating from this fight for even a fraction of a moment. Hashwal had admitted to being complicit in what happened to his grandfather. To refuse to confront him about it, or even just seek help, would have been the ultimate dishonor. He used Hirin Kyaku to slide out of the way of the falling swords, and then, knowing that the falling fist of the armored giant wasn't going to be aimed at him but rather at the path he was traveling, because Hashwal was no idiot and knew exactly how to fight a fellow Quincy, Urayu instead made a half-jumping roll that moved him to the side, avoiding the attack while at the same time creating a new path and platform to land upon, something he knew his opponents wouldn't expect because, as far as Urayu was aware, he was the only Quincy good enough with Hirin Kyaku to create paths on the fly while in movement without crashing in the process. Of course, he wasn't facing just Hashwal. King Du might not have expected the move, but his reflexes were good, and while not a master of Hirin Kyaku like Urayu was, he was still very good in its use, enough so to create a sled on the very same path Urayu was on, but traveling on the opposite direction. That would not have been as big a problem if King Du hadn't been a close combat specialist, and his mastery of blood so high, that the only Quincy more skilled in it was, to Urayu's knowledge, Haiwan himself. King Du's skin glowed blue with blood, his skin taking an almost metallic sheen as a result of him combining the ability with Kirchenlied to turn the Reishi inside his body to steel. Something that would have caused instant death if a less skilled user, such as Urayu himself, had tried it, and was going to make the other Quincy almost impervious to harm. Meanwhile, his favored weapons had formed over his fists, metallic gauntlets who sported 3 knife-length razor-sharp blades, which Urayu also knew were spring-mounted so that they could be shot at will with a crossbow-like mechanism. There was next to no way Urayu could defeat something like that in close combat. So, he didn't even try, instead flicking his wrist to throw a Jinto straight at the other man. King Du didn't hesitate a moment to shot one of his claws at it, clearly wanting to trigger the effect before it impacted it, and Urayu grinned, even as he closed his eyes and disengaged his sensory ability for a moment as the Reishi within the Jinto was released on impact, creating a blindingly bright flash of light as well as a cloud of loose Reishi that would interfere with a Quincy's normal perception. As the shout of pain and surprise from King Du let him know his attack had worked, Urayu immediately created a parallel path and shifted the Hirin Kyaku sled to the side, while at the same time twisting his wrist to throw another Jinto at King Du, only for it to impale itself into a knife that formed in the air out of nowhere, triggering the cage within far enough from its intended target that he wasn't caught in it. Hashwall interference didn't stop there, as Uriah felt an armored giant materializing behind him, with an hand set in a grasping motion and closing in to catch him. The way the fingers were set, Uriah couldn't simply form a path out of it, and since the normal way somebody would have avoided the attack was to dismiss his Hyrankyaku platform and fall out of the fist, meaning that Hashwall would be prepared for it, he instead created a column with himself inside, thin and long slit heading upwards, into which he connected spokes he'd grown from the platform, so that he could then instantly push it upwards in a completely vertical movement that would normally be impossible to achieve with Hyrankyaku. For a moment, Hashwall looked genuinely surprised, enough for Uriah to let an arrow fly straight at him, but not enough for the arrow to actually hit its target, as the other Quincy materialized a shield in its path that was thick enough to stop it. Uriah grimaced. The two things that determined the toughness of a Reishi construct were the amount of time the user spent in creating it, and the skill with Kirchen lied, and Hashwall was so much more skilled at that one Quincy art than Uriah, that if they spent the same time creating an item, Hashwall's creation would always be tougher. He needed to find a way to collect Reishi for a longer amount of time than his opponent if he wanted to win this fight. Of course, it wasn't like he didn't know that going in fact, he had quite the surprise prepared, but he would need to wait at the right moment to deploy it. It was only going to work once, and if he failed to make full use of it, he would be left without options, and, if the other Quincy realized he had something in reserve, failure was quite likely. That would be easier if he managed to give the impression that he had no doubt about being able to win on sheer strength alone. Luckily, his attack at least seemed to motivate Hashwall to take him more seriously. The other Quincy jumped away from his static position on top of the red armor, landing on a Hyrankyaku platform of his own and starting to unleash arrow onto Uriah, even as giant armors appeared around him and started slashing at him with their swords. It was a large amount of attacks to dodge at once, not helped by the fact that Hashwall was also creating sword in the air as a further danger to avoid, but, while the fact that Hashwall was able to use Ranso Tenge to command an entire army at the same time as firing his bow and creating swords with Kirchenlied was an amazing display of coordination, there was nothing the other Quincy could do to disguise his command strings from Uriah's senses. And, even if his skill in the art wasn't as high as Hashwall's, Uriah still was a master of it on his own merit. Predicting the movements of the armors based on how each string twitched was not really all that hard. Combined with the fact that the speed of his Hyrankyaku seemed to be higher than his opponents had anticipated, which brought a smile to his lips, since he was still moving at only about 4/5 of his top speed, he was doing a good job of staying ahead of Hashwall's attacks. Still, it was obvious that it wasn't going to last. Already, Hashwall was starting to compensate for the speed of Uriah's movements by anticipating the swings of his giants, and whenever Uriah pulled a swerve the other Quincy hadn't expected, some form of sharp weapon would appear, generally dangerously close and falling straight at him, forcing him back onto the path of more incoming attacks. Slowly but surely, he was getting boxed in, and with Hashwall's occasional arrows adding to the pressure, it became apparent that, much as he wanted to close in, he would need to gain some distance and start circling the other man first. Perhaps being subjected to a strafing offensive might force Hashwall out of his comfort zone. The other Quincy was far better at facing that tactic than most, what with his preference for creating shields, but if Uriah could keep him pinned to one place, he could then take his time to devise a way past those defenses. If nothing else, he would be the one putting pressure on his target, instead of being on the receiving end of it. Plan formed. He swerved suddenly, straight into the swinging swords of one of the giants, unleashing a single arrow that erupted into a few dozens just as it was about to hit, the multitude of projectiles piercing through the entire length of the giant sword and snapping it in half, so that Uriah was able to blitz through it. He immediately turned, ready to counter the follow-up swing, only to see that, instead of reforming the sword as Ichigo or any of the other Shinigami Uriah had trained with would have, the giant only swung the broken hilt. Apparently, Hashwall didn't know how to repair his damaged giant. That was quite the boon Uriah had not expected he would have in this fight. However, as positive as it was, the surprise dulled Uriah's reaction for just a second too long. Well, the surprise and, he admitted to himself, his own overconfidence, when King Du had jumped from the ground and toward him, he'd known the jump wouldn't reach him, so he had dismissed it, and thus noticed too late that the giant who had appeared, sword swing upwards in a trajectory that would never had hit him, had not been meant for him, but to give King Du the sudden upwards acceleration the other Quincy needed to barrel straight into Uriah. The impact stole his breath, and he could feel the bruises forming all over his chest where the other Quincy's shoulder had hit him. He hardened his body as much as he could with blood, but while that saved him from shattering all of his bone as he was slammed into the ground, it did very little to keep the weight of the armored form of King Du from leaving another set of bad bruises on him as the other Quincy used his body to cushion his own fall at the same time. At least, Uriah was still well enough to roll backward to his feet. He formed his combined shield bow at the same time to deflect the incoming swing, but the other man's claw sliced through it as if the steel-hardened Reishi was cardboard, the very tips of the weapons leaving long bleeding cuts across Uriah's chest, if only superficial ones that barely qualified as scratches. A flick of his other arm's wrist sent a Jinto at King Du's chest, and if Uriah had been the one hit by that explosion, even while using blood, he would have had his abdomen and chest completely torn to pieces. His opponent however was just pushed back a couple of meters, looking a bit scruffed by the impact but otherwise none the worse for wear. Still, the small distance and brief delay would have been enough for Uriah to use Hirin Kyaku and escape, if an arrow from Hashwal hadn't suddenly struck the large hem of his trousers and pinned him to the ground. It was only his sensory skill that had given Uriah the time to move his ankle away so that it wasn't speared by the projectile, but it hadn't been enough to keep him from getting pinned. It took barely any effort to break the arrow and free himself, but that was enough for King Du to barrel into him. This time, Uriah created a much larger version of his shield bow, and dodged diagonally at the last moment so that, instead of being impaled in the other man's fist, it was his chest to slam into him instead, which was still quite painful, since it felt like being hit by a charging bull, but kept him from being skewered, at least. Then, before the other Quincy could react, Uriah reshaped his bow by adding rings to its outer sides at the very same places where the weapon was nearest to King Du's wrist, handcuffing them to it so that the other Quincy couldn't try and impale him with his claws anymore. So King Du headbutted him instead. The hit was so powerful that, even with his blood, Uriah felt the skin of his brow splitting and was sent reeling backwards. It was only the knowledge that doing otherwise would see him dead that let Uriah maintain the structure of the bow that was currently pinning King Du's arms together. Even if he wasn't holding the weapon anymore, the structure of it deprived the other Quincy of the leverage that would be required to let him use his hardened muscles to break free. Uriah immediately felt the other Quincy's efforts to disassemble the weapon, but unlike Hashwal, King Du wasn't Uriah's better in Kirchen Lide, so he was able to overpower his will to dissolve the weapon and keep it together. Speaking of his other opponent, Hashwal seemed content to keep them corralled, rather than interfering directly. In the few brief moments of Uriah's altercations with King Du, the third Quincy had summoned what looked like 3 concentric rings of swords around them, with his giants arrayed behind the wall of blades. It made a certain amount of sense, since any attack aimed at Uriah was very likely to impair King Du, who would otherwise absolutely destroy Uriah in a melee so long as he couldn't simply escape it. It was good teamwork, although Uriah also suspected that the reason Hashwal wasn't trying to disassemble Uriah's bow himself, something he'd likely succeed at if he put his full effort into it, was because, the moment he attempted it, Uriah would know and potentially use that to sneak a hit in. Personally, in the same situation Uriah would have taken the risk, but then, Hashwal had already been more prudent than him. It only makes sense a wait-and-see approach would be the one he favored. And indeed, King Du already was attacking. As he aimed his wrist and shot the blades from their mounted launchers at once, Uriah had to scramble to dodge them, and Tu still managed to nick the side of his arm, leaving him bleeding. With a twist of his other wrist, one of his seal Schneider fell into his hand just in time for him to twirl it and deflect the second barrage, before he thrust his other hand forward, Ranso Tenge strings attaching themselves to his bow as he pulled, planning to use that to draw King Du straight onto his blade. However, what happened instead was that the other Quincy stomped his feet into the ground and held, his blood-reinforced muscles easily defeating the strength of Uriah's arms and pulling him to the other Quincy instead. Uriah's eyes widened in surprise at that, but then he focused, his expression turned grim, and even as King Du angled his wrist the best he could to send his next barrage of claws at him, he used Hirin Kyaku by attaching tiny platforms to his solace without a path to support it, using them to course-correct his trajectory just enough to avoid both the claw attack and an opportunistic arrow fired by Hashwal, to instead smash straight into King Du as he stabbed with his sword straight through one of the holes in the construct of his shield bow. The blade hit King Du's skin with a shower of sparks, and Uriah could feel the resistance stabbing at what felt like a steel plate. However, after a first moment when it seemed like King Du's defense would hold up, the tip of the Seal Schneider started to cut through, the Reishi vibrating at a high enough frequency to manage to cut through the blood, if only very slowly, each second of contact barely scratching a microscopic chip in the defense, which meant Uriah would need to keep this up for a long time if he wanted to actually really wound his opponent. King Du, for his own, wasn't about to simply let himself be skewered in slow motion, so, as his chest started to bleed very slightly, he began to trash around in an attempt to dislodge Uriah, even as he shouted in a furious tone. "You think that'll be enough? You have no idea what it takes to beat me, traitor." Uriah grit his teeth, doing his best to hold on even as he shouted back. "Traitor? The guts you have to call me that, when you're those who betrayed me first. You're working with the Shinigami who killed your family, you dishonorable cur. They only killed them after you sold them out, you're far more guilty than they are." That seemed to cause a reaction, but not one Uriah had expected, as he felt the resistance of King Du's blood waver for a moment, his Seal Schneider going 1 whole centimeter deep at once before the other Quincy stopped it again with a grimace, closing eyes that had for a moment showed a hint of genuine surprise, one that, being so close, Uriah had felt clear resonating within the other Quincy's body. Still, King Du recovered quickly and countered, in a growl. "What are you talking about? Why would any Quincy betray one of ours to the Shinigami?" As genuine as the surprise had seemed, Uriah didn't trust it. It was far more likely that this was some attempt to make him lower his guard, so he growled back, letting his fury show. "Hashwal himself admitted to me that he and his grandfather It was only the fact that he'd mentioned the other Quincy that led him to extend his perception further in his direction instead of the smaller he'd been keeping his perception at to focus on King Du, and thus led him to realize that a giant armor had just been created in the air high above them and was falling down, gaining speed as it did, and was about to crush them both. He reacted immediately, using Hirin Kyoku while making sure he had the strongest hold possible on King Du, not having expected it. The sudden acceleration, as fast as Uriah could manage, was enough to force the other Quincy's feet off the ground, and the speed of the maneuver was just enough for them to avoid being crushed, although not enough to avoid the shockwave that resulted from an armor the size of a building smashing into the ground, which sent Uriah and King Du both flying in different direction. Uriah managed to stabilize his Hirin Kyoku just in time to keep himself from slamming into the ground. King Du didn't, but despite leaving a crater into the ground from his impact, he didn't lose even a second in rolling back to his feet, looking like, outside of the still bleeding wound on his chest where he'd been stabbed by the Seal Schneider, he'd only gained a few small scratches from the process. He was also furiously looking up as he shouted. "Hashwal! What's the meaning of this?" Uriah didn't let the blonde respond, seizing the initiative by speaking first. "What do you think it means? I was telling the truth, and I bet he knows you'd realize it and turn against him when you did, so he decided to cut his losses and kill us both before we could team up." King Du's eyes narrowed in thought, and his tone grew venomous. "Is Ishida telling the truth, Hashwal? You sold his parents to the Shinigami." The blonde Quincy sighed, turning a put-upon glare on Uriah and saying, "You are really annoying, Ishida, you realize that, right?" Before focusing on King Du and answering, in a very reasonable tone, "This changes nothing." "Nothing? This changes everything." "Why?" "The plan is still the same. We help Aizen take down the Goti I-13, and then turn on him and his hollow and stab them all in the back, so that we are left in charge of the afterlife. You liked that plan well enough when grandfather explained it to you, and it's a plan that is only possible because of the Auswallen we have been given. Why should it make things any different that Aizen promised us these useful tools years ago, rather than only now, or that he required some contribution on our part to complete them? If anything, you should see the deaths that were necessary to lead us to this glorious day, the day in which we Quincy will finally wipe out the Shinigami and take our proper place, as the noble sacrifices necessary to achieve our ultimate goal." Uriah glared at Hashwal, and even knowing it might make King Du focus on him instead of the other Quincy, couldn't help himself from stating, his tone as cold as it ever been and filled with his disgust. A death can only be considered a sacrifice when somebody choose it of their own free will, not when somebody else makes the decision for them or when they do not have other choices because they have all been taken from them by circumstance or malicious action. Without that, it's just murder. Is that what you think, Uriah? I am disappointed you so quickly forgot the most important lesson grandfather taught you. Shut up, both of you. Uriah and Hashwal both turned their attention on King Du at his shout, and Uriah's fellow student stated, glaring at the blonde Quincy with clear hatred. I don't care about all the philosophy you two love so much. I only care that you've been responsible for the death of my family, Hashwal, or at least complicit, and for that, you will die. Hashwal looked annoyed at that. Really? You would ally with Uriah and choose the Shinigami over your own people, King Du? The other Quincy chuckled darkly, shaking his head before answering. You don't understand me at all, do you? It's not the plan I have issues with, only you. I'll keep working on taking down the Shinigami and their allies, including Ishida if he insists in siding with them, but only after killing you first. I've no intention to let you benefit from betraying my people, and if that means putting aside my differences with Ishida for a bit and accepting his help in putting you down like the dog you are, then I will do it. You're going down, Hashwal, right now. The reaction to that was immediate, and Hashwal almost looked surprised when suddenly multiple armors appeared in the sky and ready to fall down on his head. Uriah, however, had expected something like that to happen and spent the time the other two were talking to stealthily lay down reishi strings attached to both his own arm and King Du, enough of them that, this time, when he pulled on them his fellow student was dragged to him, the movement quick enough to help him avoid being crushed by Hashwal's new attack. Uriah was already preparing a platform for King Du to land upon, his own being already moving, when the other Quincy shouted, in a determined tone. Throw me at him directly, Ishida. Weird as the order was, Uriah did. Hashwal's expression was bored as he created a giant shield for King Du to slam into, only to be left shocked as the other Quincy's impact on it led a large dent on the impact point, and cracks running all over the entire shield, at least for the few seconds before. Using blood to push his muscles through, King Du used his claws to tear the shield apart. Hashwal was quick to recover from the surprise, his eyes narrowing as he gestured, and the army of stolen giants immediately rushed to put themselves in the middle. King Du didn't let that intimidate him, launching himself forward and slashing at the armor's legs, cutting them down. He dodged a few of the sword strikes that hit him, but some of the rest succeeded at hitting him. They did not, however, succeeded at cutting him, instead merely slamming him down into the ground, from which he then got up, mostly unarmed, and slashed again, and soon enough, the first of the armor collapsed to the ground, giving King Du just a moment to use it as a springboard to climb upwards, slamming his claws into the armor's chest and using them as leverage to climb and damage it at the same time. Even knowing that King Du's fighting style was very close combat focused, Uriah couldn't help but sigh at how savage it looked in action. It really didn't feel like the elegance a proper Quincy was supposed to fight with. But then, the two of them had always had very incompatible personalities, it wasn't surprising for their fighting styles to be the complete opposite of each other. Still, one thing that King Du's rampaging approach to combat was very good at was keeping the full attention of an enemy, and with Hashwal completely focused on directing his giants at his fellow student, Uriah had the time he needed to collect quite a lot of reishi into the arrow he was forming. Then, once the arrow started to crackle and let out wisps of overheated smoke from its constantly increasing density, blood forming under Uriah's nail as his finger started to be torn open by the localized pressure of so much mass, he felt Hashwal flinching and starting to turn his way, clearly having sensed the buildup of power, so he shouted, King Du, go up, using Kirchenlied to form a suspended platform under his fellow student's feet for half a second so he could use it as a support for his jump, and then released the arrow. Hashwal had finished turning before the projectile was even halfway to him, and a few dozens of enormous shields popped into existence immediately, as well as what had to be all of the armors that he could summon. Uriah knew that was too much defense for the attack to make it through to the blonde Quincy, but he smirked nonetheless, as he activated his one achievement in the field of Heiligfeel with a whispered Regionlicht. Of course, Hashwal knew that Uriah was capable of multiplying the arrows he used, and had even seen him do so in battle. But the really hard part of his Regionlicht technique was that there was no upper limit to the splitting, and no matter how much more powerful the one single arrow could be, past a certain point, quantity was enough to beat any amount of quality. Unlike any time he'd ever used the ability before, he didn't interrupt it at the point where he had a large enough number of projectiles. Instead it let it grow and grow and grow, ignoring the spikes of pain in his brain as he felt it strain under the stress of keeping the shape of the projectiles together on each single individual split, until it was a wall of millions of arrows that slammed into Hashwall's little army and his collection of shields. Sadly, not everything was shredded to nothing but the sheer amount of hits, especially most of the shields, which were simply cracked apart by the first few hundreds of arrows and then fell to pieces, thus failing to provide protection to the armors behind, but also 4 or 5 of the armors at the sides of the formation, and of course, the red armor at the back, which was only hit by those arrows who hadn't destroyed themselves in the process of punching through 2 or occasionally even 3 of the other armors, was left with a lot of pockmarks all over its body. Everything else, however, was completely destroyed, with lots of the giant armors reduced to nothing but cracked fragments of metal, a collection of scattered metal limbs, and a few that had been cracked open in multiple spots and laid to the ground in shattered husks. The effort left Uriah breathless and tired as he fell to his knees on his Hiran Kyaku platform, but he could see the anger in Hashwall's eyes at the devastation his attack had just wreaked, even as the blonde Quincy, having moved behind his red armor, hadn't himself been hit by even one arrow. Kangdu, meanwhile, let out a shout of glee from the spot high above the action where the Hiran Kyaku platform he'd created for himself after his high jump was located, and then gloated, "You're dead now, Hashwall," even as he dove downwards. Hashwall immediately had his red armor thrust its sword, and while Kangdu swung his own claws, this particular giant was apparently stronger than the rest, as he wasn't able to cut through and was instead pushed backwards, the loss of coordination just enough to let Hashwall strike Kangdu with a shot from his bow, managing to hit straight in the hole Uriah's previous hit with the seal Schneider had left in Kangdu's chest with the blonde Quincy's typical precision. Kangdu scoffed, the arrow visibly having failed to penetrate any deeper than the wound which was always there, and he mocked, "You'll need to do better than that if you want to win, Hashwall," to which the other Quincy answered, in a dispassionate tone, "All I needed to win this fight was putting that scratch on you." Uriah's eyes widened in horror as he recognized those words, and even Kangdu clearly realized that something was already happening to him, if not exactly what, but before he could react in any way, the tip of the arrow inside his body reshaped itself in a set of long and thin spikes with other spikes growing from them that had spikes growing from them, completely ripping his fellow student apart as his body fell to the ground in an almost gentle descent, leaving long streaks of blood in the air. As it did, Hashwall turned his cold glare onto Uriah then, and went on, sounding genuinely angry. "As for you, given that you are so determined to make a nuisance of yourself, I think it is time to take you apart as well. I wanted to save Volstandig for whenever I had to fight an actually dangerous Shinigami captain, but I suppose I can spare a few seconds of it to reward you as a traitor deserves." And, in a sudden flash, Hashwall's body was wrapped in a cloud of Reishi, his eyes glowing blue, in a transition so quick and seamless it would have been difficult to notice, had it not also created a terrifyingly huge concentration of Reishi around the other Quincy. Uriah didn't wait a moment, using Hiran Kyaku to fling himself forward at the very top of his speed even as an ocean of swords blossomed in the air both above and around him, spikes growing from each blade and growing more spikes in turn as strings also formed to connect the blades and spikes both, redirecting them in midair, all aiming to skewer him. Uriah could feel the cold shivers of fear shaking his body, as well as the shivers of tiredness from the effort of his region licked, but he knew that this was his chance, and he couldn't waste it. So, he put all his focus into stealing control of some of the strings, using them to redirect away the most dangerous of the attacking spikes, even with Hashwall being as quick as he was to immediately wrest control back of whichever one Uriah stole. That fraction of a second he had control was all that was needed to keep his path from being blocked. And meanwhile, messing with those strings hid something else, something that most people wouldn't know how to do with Hiran Kyaku. Instead of forming paths for his sled to travel, which would have been ripped apart by Hashwall's spikes anyway, he used the strings of Ranso Tenge as paths. It allowed him to redirect them in mid-flight far faster than with normal path, while leaving Hashwall confused and furious as his repeated attempts to destroy what he had to think were invisible paths Uriah kept failing. Despite this, Hashwall still seemed confident he would win as he shouted, halfway between mockery and anger. "Well, Uriah? Why aren't you using your own Volstandig, fighting me with your multitude of arrows? Don't you want to see who's better at creating the most unstoppable volume of fire? Uriah wasn't. While it was true that, with Volstandig providing him with never-ending ammunition at no effort on his part, he would be able to uninterruptedly fire regionlicht after regionlicht with each shot from his bow, he also knew that, while Hashwall could keep up almost 15 minutes of Volstandig, he was only able to keep the ability going for 2 seconds at most. While that also meant that he would only be left without his powers for only 2 seconds afterwards, he didn't think the trade worth the risk. In a fight, 2 seconds powerless could be all his enemies needed to take him out, while 2 seconds of regionlicht would only see him fire 6, at the most, and none of which with even a tenth of the strength of his normal ones, let alone the truly powerful shots like his last, since the power of the ability grew exponentially with the time he charged it up. The two powers just weren't compatible. And even if they had been, he wouldn't have done it anyway, because the other thing Volstandig wasn't compatible with was the plan he was betting everything on. Besides, now that he knew what he needed to counter, Uriah had little doubt Hashwall would have ways to counter even multiple regionlicht. It was all going to hinge on whether he succeed at his plan or not. Thus, despite Hashwall's mockery, Uriah didn't try to do anything other than advance, even as the spikes grew thicker and more numerous as he got closer to his target, and with the knowledge that a scratch was all the other man would need to deliver him one of the most agonizing deaths he could imagine. He dodged, redirected, and continued to advance, using the fact that the speed of his Hiran Kyoka was higher than even the speed the spikes were growing at to get closer and closer, and then, just as Hashwall finally realized he was using the strings as his paths and went to rip them away so he would fall and impale himself on his spikes, Uriah flicked his wrist, a Jinto falling into his hand, even as he pulled back the Seal Schneider in his other one. The movement was far too slow, Hashwall forming a shield in front of him with a glare of disdain and barely a thought, just as Uriah had planned, as he grinned and crushed the Jinto into his hand, the device triggering to release its content wrapped all around his hand, a moment before he thrust it forward, the now gloved hand slapping onto the shield, and then going through it as it dissolved. Hashwall's eyes wide with shock at Uriah's skill with Kirchenlied surpassing his own for a moment, until his gaze fell onto the Sonray glove Uriah was now wearing and understanding dawned on his feature. However, that moment of confusion before the understanding was all that Uriah had needed for his hand to reach forward, and his fingers to find grip on Hashwall's shoulder. The Sonray glove didn't make anybody more skilled, it just dispersed collected Reishi. That did meant that even something created by the most capable user of Kirchenlied could be easily demolished with it by somebody with even middling skill, but the most important aspect was that, by dispersing the collected Reishi, it was the perfect counter to Volstandig. The moment Uriah grabbed Hashwall, the forest of spikes around them, without the Quincy able to put his full focus on just maintaining it and instead also needing to supply the Reishi for it, immediately began to dissolve, but Uriah barely paid attention to that, as the trust with the Seal Schneider had missed, passing about a handspan to the left of Hashwall's sword. Meanwhile, Hashwall's own counter-attack, with a dagger that had formed straight in his hand, had struck true, Uriah's blood nowhere near good enough to stop the blade from nicking him with its tip. He could already feel the steel reshaping in his belly, anchoring itself so that Uriah couldn't simply remove the blade, but it didn't start splitting itself to split him apart yet, the confusion in Hashwall's eyes making it clear that he wanted to understand what Uriah had been trying to do. You wanted to break the Auswallen? Why? Surely you knew I didn't need the Shinigami's power to beat you. In fact, I've beaten you even with my Volstandig neutralized. What was the point? Uriah raised an eyebrow in a look of superiority and answered, smugly. Because I know something about Auswallen that you don't. And then, he used Regionlicht on the Seal Schneider in his hand, the blade splitting into a large fan, shearing through the Auswallen in an instant, even as Hashwall realized he had been tricked and immediately began to make the blade split inside Uriah's belly, only for the process to stop as the other Quincy let out a shriek of incredible pain, losing all of his focus as the backlash from having the Auswallen broken, the same one that Ichigo had only survived due to his inner hollow keeping his soul together until his father could sew all the pieces back into a single whole, struck Hashwall with its full power. The red, armored giant upon which the two of them were standing immediately disappeared and they began to fall, but not before Uriah, with a last push of focus, used Regionlicht on the Seal Schneider once more, extending the fan of blades so that it cut Hashwall in half. He wasn't about to take chances, he had to make sure that his grandfather had been avenged. The effort of doing that sent a spike of pain throughout his body, as what felt like a spiderweb of blades in his guts shredded through the muscles that had contracted, and Uriah knew he didn't have the strength or focus left to use any of his other abilities, except for the one he'd mastered beyond any other Quincy, as he used Hiran Kyaku to create a platform to support his falling body. Of course, without a path down, which he certainly didn't have the ability to create, he just barely slowed down his descent so that hitting the ground didn't straight up kill him on the impact, but he still felt several of his bones break, the pain so great it made him forget to breathe for a moment. He could see the corner of his field of vision going fuzzy, and he was pretty sure he was about to die, when, suddenly, a figure dressed in black appeared, rushing toward him to reveal itself into a dark-haired girl with glasses, followed along by a towering figure with skin slightly darker than usual. Even when he could see them clearly, it took Uriah's tired brain a moment to recognize Chad and Naneo, at least until he saw the latter's hand glow golden and felt the effect of something, likely an healing keto, easing down his pain. It wasn't much, but it helped him to collect enough breath and focus to ask, his voice shaking. How? He wasn't sure what he was asking, how the battle was going, how much time he had left, how did they knew he needed help, but Chad seemed to assume the latter, as he pointed to something glowing high in the sky, which Uriah recognized as the signal for help that Komamura had sent up during his own fight. He chuckled, realizing that the only reason he might have a chance to survive was because a Shinigami captain had been humble enough to ask for help, and found himself hoping that destroying the Auswallen and returning the power of that Zanpakuto to its owner would be enough repayment for that help, before Naneo's healing Keto reached his brain, and Uriah felt himself slip into unconsciousness, unsure whether he was ever going to wake up again. Check the description for the links to the author.